Chapter 640. Your vow is only half complete. There's still. Arya, the cloaked person said with the sound of a blade scraping against glass. Let the deviant ghosts take that brat away. I've searched the entire Three River Basin and haven't heard anything. Where am I supposed to find her? The man complained. Your sacred vow. Before it's complete, you must listen to me. Even if one day I'm no longer around, you have to continue. The cloaked person's voice was emotionless. I wasn't even this loyal to the Mad King back then. The man who looked like a lion's head said angrily. If you had always been loyal to me, you wouldn't have today's disaster. The cloaked person usually didn't talk so much. Today, seeing her daughter getting married and her son-in-law being so young and handsome, she was too excited. Can I meet Tyrion? That bastard killed my father and then my uncle. I have to ask him personally where he got his grudge from. The man who looked like a furious lion glanced at the dwarf who was teasing Fearless with Elaine from the corner of his eye and gritted his teeth. No, we are about to take action. Don't mess up the plan, the cloaked person said sternly. Cersei married Uluin. For the sake of my vow, I've sacrificed too much, the lion-headed man said sorrowfully. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The thin winter sun was covered by shadows. The loud and sonorous roar of a beast shook the Moongate castle slightly. Wow, Balerion, Black Death God Balerion. True dragon, true dragon. True dragon Targaryen. Long live the true dragon. The pterosaur spread its wings and covered the sky, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Black Death God Balerion landed on the marble square. Its huge body was like a thick wall, blocking the king and queen behind it. But soon, everyone saw the king holding the queen's hand and walking up the flight of wings. They sat on the dragon's saddle and fastened the belt. Whoosh! The huge leather wings stirred up a tornado near the square. The cloak of the cloaked person was blown off, revealing a dead person's scarred face. It was Madame Stoneheart. She had come to attend her daughter's wedding. SSSS Balerion leaped up. It would take the king and queen to tour the cities of the valley. So big, even the scorpion crossbow wouldn't be able to kill him, right? I heard that even Queen Sansa will become a dragon knight. The lion-headed man stroked his messy beard and narrowed his eyes at the megalosaurus that was flying away in the sky. He cursed in a low voice. This damn world is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me. Soon, almost complete, revenge recapture Winterfell. The cloaked man put on his cloak and muttered. Aegon brought Sansa back to the Moongate Castle before dark to attend the formal wedding ceremony. When the queen came down from the pterosaur, she was sneezing and shivering. Her cherry blossom face and rose-red lips were blue and black. She wore too little and was too cold. My dear, it's cold in the winter. Next time, change into a thick fur coat and wear a windproof helmet. You'll feel much better. Aegon comforted his newlywed wife gently. Back in the king and queen's bedroom, Duke Aeron's original residence, Queen Sansa warmed herself by the fire for a while. Only then did she regain her beauty like a thawed lake. For the banquet, both of them had changed their attire. Aegon wore black breeches, a crimson and gold jacket embroidered with gold thread, and the Dragon King's crown that Illyrio had gifted him. Compared to the impulsive youth at Slaver's Bay, he now had the calm bearing of a king. Sansa, on the other hand, changed into the crimson dress that represented the Targaryens. Her slender waist was tight, and the tight corset revealed her shoulders and upper half of her breasts, accentuating her snow-white skin and her slender figure like a willow branch. The queen's cheekbones were exquisite, her blue eyes were clear, and her thick red hair draped over her white bare shoulders to her waist. On her forehead was a slender and simple crown inlaid with hexagonal rubies. The crown held her hair, ensuring that her exquisite cheekbones and delicate features were not covered. The two of them held hands, their fingers interlocked, and smiled at each other. Under the protection of Brittany and the knights, they entered the venue together, causing countless cheers and whistles. Joffrey's wedding banquet was unprecedentedly luxurious. There were a total of 77 dishes, a rarity in the world. Although 77 dishes were not enough for Zhang Jiujing to eat, in Westeros, or even on a global scale, 77 dishes were rare extravagance. It wasn't that the people of this world were thrifty, but that it was difficult to gather so many recipes and the corresponding chefs. Many of Joffrey's 77 dishes were actually repeated. For example, there were all kinds of pies and meat pies. Almost every kind of filling counted as a dish. Aegon also gathered 77 dishes this time. He was better than Emperor Joe. He learned a lot of Eastern dishes from Aunt Dany in Slave Bay, such as steamed fish head with chili peppers, white chopped chicken, garlic crayfish in a religious culture that worshipped seven. 7 dishes were too few. Even the Dragon Queen, the soul of China, found it difficult to gather all 77 dishes. Only 77 was the most suitable. During the banquet, there are naturally all kinds of entertainment programs, acrobatics, midget martial art competitions, opera. The focus was on the opera. At the opening, Tom of the Seven Strings performed Winter Snow Rose, which praised the dire wolf, Corolla Night King, which flattered the Dragon Queen, and the girl, the Virgin and the Crone, which pleased the seven gods, while my beloved temperament expressed the love of the king to the queen, causing the venue to be filled with the laughter and cheers of young boys and girls. In addition to these orthodox programs, there were also a large number of rural obscenities and novelty plays. Because the theme and content were relatively new, even appearing in front of people for the first time, they were far more popular than traditional operas that had been heard thousands of times. For example, Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream told the story of a pure girl's step-by-step depravity. The singer was a big fat man from Mill, a very famous tenor on the other side of the narrow sea. He sang in a mellow tone. That year, I went to the river of flowers and fruits. Under the peach tree, I saw a face more beautiful than the peach blossoms. I went forward in a daze, but saw under the apricot tree on the other side a handsome young man looking at her from afar, love rippling between them like the sea. I was dejected and silently retreated. The music changed from the light and cheerful dream of lilacs to a soothing tune with melancholy and blessings. This year, I went to the river with golden ears of wheat. In the tavern, I saw a girl as beautiful as a rose. I didn't even have to go up to her. She wrapped her arms around my neck with a smile as sweet as honey and kissed me. The rhythm of the music suddenly sped up with a kind of intoxicating atmosphere. After that, there were a lot of indescribable scenes of love, all kinds of moves, all kinds of tastes. The men couldn't control themselves. The women's cheeks were rosy, and their eyes were watery. I awoke with a start, and she asked me for a copper barley. She laughed and said she was once worth a gold royal. I asked, "What about the young man?" She stopped laughing. She told me a dream, her dream. The music became sad. The audience suddenly cooled down from their previous excitement. They gritted their teeth, sighed, slammed the table, slammed the plate with knives and forks, threw the wine glass, cursed loudly. Damn faceless one. In the end, all the sympathy and love for Rosie in the play turned into curses for faceless one. Why? In Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream, 999% of the content was romantic stories, and had nothing to do with Faceless One, and the plot didn't even describe Faceless One positively. It only said, "So he is Faceless One." At the end, that's all. Even the wise Tyrion, the cunning Uncle Fingers, and the serious and rigid old face all scolded Faceless One. They were sincere, without the slightest reluctance. But the dwarf was not immortal. Half an hour after Rosie's dream ended, the boiling emotions in his chest gradually calmed down, his reason returned, and he murmured, "The style of the play. Why do I feel a little familiar?" The spiritual entertainment in this world is very poor, reading books and watching plays. Dwarfs also like to watch plays. When he was in Slave Bay, he often hung out with the workers and peasants' arch troupe. Other than looking for female midgets, he also came to watch opera. With doubts, he called Mill over and asked, "This is the first time I've heard Rosie's Dream. Who is the screenwriter?" The fat man replied, "This is a recent hit from the South, another new work by the famous playwright, Dr. Wargrave." Wargrave? The dwarf loved to read, and immediately found the name in his memory, and said in surprise, "I read his famous book, Black Wings, Swift Transmission, when I was a child, and the book ridiculed St. Bailey's foolish attempt to replace the raven with pigeons." The tenor was also a learned person, and nodded. "I also had the honor to read that book. St. Bailey believed that the white pigeon symbolized purity, and the black wings of the raven represented misfortune. But pigeons can only be used as pigeons, and they don't have the ability to survive in the wild, while the fierce raven can fight with the eagle. The question is, how did he become a famous playwright when he was just a doctor of raven?" The dwarf wondered. "He is a doctor of raven, but his necklace can encircle my belly." The tenor patted his pregnant belly and said matter-of-factly, "Which doctor only knows one profession?" "That's true." The dwarf reluctantly agreed with the tenor and said hesitantly, "Don't you think the style of Rosie's Dream, ha?" Without waiting for the dwarf to finish, the tenor laughed and said, "It's like Dragon Queen." "Of course it is. Dragon Queen has almost created a new genre, and everyone is imitating her, even the scholars of the City of Knowledge. It's just that Dr. Wargrave's level is the highest, and his imitation is the most accurate. I thought I was the only one." The dwarf had a strange look on his face. Sigh, after the opera she wrote and directed in Slay Bay spread, the laymen just watched for fun, but the insiders like me were shocked when I saw it for the first time. That literary technique, that unique suppression of desire. The tenor finally met a civilized person he could talk to in the Wild Westeros, and immediately began to analyze Dragon Queen's creative technique and conception skills. Chapter 641. It was no wonder that the tenor was so excited. In this world, even papermaking hadn't appeared yet. In other words, literary creation was still at the stage of extremely simplified history books. Since ancient times, before the invention of papermaking and printing technology, the cost of writing books was too high. Most of the resources were invested in the compilation of calendars and history books, which were more practical and urgently needed. The remaining resources would also be used to record poems. Stories were only passed down by word of mouth, and almost none of them were written into books. For example, in the Great Celestial Dynasty, legendary stories began to appear in the Tang Dynasty, and all kinds of stories were popularized in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The four great classical novels all came from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Other than the fact that poetry was the best in the Tang and Song dynasties, the scholars had no choice but to turn to dramas and stories. The more important reason was the cost of writing books. How many words did Zhuangzi write Ode to the Three Capitals in the Jin dynasty? Paper was expensive in the Luoyang dynasty. Even if 10 Chao Shuichins were placed in the Jin dynasty, they wouldn't be able to write Dream of the Red Chamber. The bankrupt Chao family didn't have money to buy paper. Therefore, before Danny invented dragon paper and true dragon printing, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire also followed the simple and direct style of historical records. Of course, writing history had to be simple, clear, and direct. Therefore, even if the scholars were very knowledgeable, the novels and dramas they wrote were dry. Just like the Dunlin incident, it was a kind of posture with yang above, een below, and it was used for thousands of years. Suddenly, one day, a dragon queen popped out of Slave Bay and came up with a set of 108 kinds of spring cries. How could those dry people not be amazed? Literary techniques were the same as technology. They were constantly developing. If you don't believe me, you can go and look at the ancient classics. Other than the gorgeous words, beautiful sentences, and rich characters, in terms of story transfer, plot design, plot conflict, and word count, they might not be as good as the great writers on the internet. A word count. Don't think that the famous books weren't good at writing. There was no novel in the world that wasn't good at writing. Sometimes, the author deliberately used words, but most of the time, the author didn't know that he was writing. For example, in Journey to the West, Wu Qinjin definitely didn't like writing. However, in Journey to the West, such a plot often appeared. Tang Shengxing was captured by the demons, and Wukong had a good fight. Since he couldn't defeat the demons, he went to ask for help. Obviously, the readers knew about Wukong's experience, but the authors still wanted to borrow Wukong's mouth to tell the story of how Wukong lost his master, fought the demons, and encountered troubles in detail. What else could this be but hydrology? Also, before Wukong, Beiji, and Sand Monk fought with the monsters, they would often announce their names and origins. In other words, they would use a very long poem to show off. They would recite the major events of their lives from their birth to the present. Their narration was very catchy and popular. The first time you listen to it, you'll only find it breathtaking, but the second time, the third time, after the nth time, you'll choose to fast forward. Not only did Wukong and Ba Jia introduce themselves, but they also introduced their weapons. The origins and functions of the Golden Banded Staff and Nine-Toothed Harrow were also made into a jingle and repeated over and over again. To put it bluntly, there was only one meaning to this part of the story: acting tough. How can I be so awesome? How can my weapon be so awesome? Isn't that just showing off? If a web novelist were to write this, he would also act pretentiously. In fact, he might even act pretentiously more often than Old Wu. When encountering a demon, if he didn't act tough 8 to 10 times, he wouldn't be able to live up to his good demon persona. However, web novelists would definitely come up with all sorts of ways to show off. Even if there was such a thing, it would only happen once. At most, they would use the effects of Wukong and the Golden Banded Staff in actual combat to show off. For example, today, they would use the Golden Banded Staff to smash a tree. Tomorrow, they would use the Golden Banded Staff to smash a small mountain. The day after that, they would smash a continent. The day after that, they would smash a planet. After that, they would smash a solar system, the Milky Way, the universe, the multiverse. In the end, they would step over the computer and phone screens and smash the heads of the readers with the Golden Banded Staff. Cough, cough, I've digressed. In short, Dragon Queen's unconventional writing style was a pioneer in this world where poetry and dramas were mainly written in a straightforward manner. She could barely be considered as a Shakespeare from another world, and attracted many people to imitate her. The slave owners of Guise, the scholars of the City of Knowledge, the opera editors of the Free City, and so on were all studying the drama of Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen's writing style. Even the sensitive dwarf dispelled his suspicions of the Dragon Queen at this moment. He only sighed and said, "Rosie's dream is really well written." Throughout the whole story, it did not say anything bad about Faceless One, but made all the audience hate Faceless One to the bone. Yes, Dr. Wargrave has already surpassed his master. Rosie's Dream will definitely become a famous piece passed down through the ages. The tenor agreed. But why does the City of Knowledge hate Faceless so much, making up stories to slander Faceless? The dwarf was puzzled. You don't know about the conflict between the City of Knowledge and Bravos? The tenor was surprised. I've heard a little about it. Tyrion nodded and said, that conflict isn't important. What's important is that both sides violate the rights of guests and want to wear the hat of second rat chef on each other's head. But it's been so long, why hasn't it stopped? It's hard to end. Dr. Wargrave even swore that if Faceless is not disbanded, the Holy War will never stop. Why is it like this? The dwarf was dumbfounded. It did stop a lot before, but recently. The fat singer looked at the dwarf hesitantly and stopped. Today, I'm just an art enthusiast. We talk about art. There's no distinction between identities. The dwarf said, not long after your uncle died, the City of Knowledge swore that the Holy War would never stop and became very busy. Oh, the dwarf seemed to understand and nodded. So that's how it is. Those monkey bastards have a good plan. But Faceless are scarier than my bitch sister, right? The tenor glanced at the knight patrolling the corner with Astapor's dog and whispered, the City of Knowledge also has a lot of dogs. Everyone knows? Tyrion's ugly face twisted. Of course, the world has been suffering Faceless for a long time. The tenor's voice was even lower, like a mosquito's buzz. Is it effective? Tyrion was interested. It's very effective. According to the grapevine, in the past 6 months, At least 3 faceless assassinations were discovered in advance in the 2 cities of Mir and Tyrasi alone. One faceless was even caught, but unfortunately, he killed himself. 7 gods above, the effect is so strong. Tyrion was shocked. The tenor looked around and saw that other than the dwarf's female companion, Princess Elaine, no one was paying attention to them. So he smiled and said, "Excellent hunting dogs that have been specially trained can smell blood and distinguish the breath of strangers. They are more sensitive to murderous aura. Think about it. A faceless peels off the skin of others and puts it on his own face. How can he avoid the smell of blood and murderous aura? Even if he has superb means and can hide the smell of blood and murderous aura when he appears for the first time, how can the dogs not detect a stranger? It is said that a businessman in Mir found a business opportunity and began to secretly train special dogs. They let people line up and walk past the hunting dogs. If a stranger is mixed in with 100 people in line, if the hunting dogs can smell him, he will live. If not, he will die. Using the surviving hunting dogs as seeds, the puppies that are born are trained again. 1,000 people line up, mixed in with a stranger who is just bathed with this cycle. One day, as long as it is a stranger, they will not be able to get close to the nemesis of the faceless. Makes sense. While they were talking, a new stage play started. The gloomy lighting atmosphere, the background music of a sly hero, and the Cthulhu stage design, costumes, and props that were beyond the times attracted the dwarf's attention. A bald, thin, and tall man with a black beard was accompanied by a total of 15 musicians, 10 more than the fat tenor. "He is Jackson of Pentos, known as the Emperor of Opera," the fat man said sourly. In the shadow of the tower, the King of Darkness held a list. Jackson's loud voice could be heard even by the guards in the corner of the hall, but the people closest to the stage did not find it noisy. He let out a soft murmur. "That is a name." The drummers beat out a slow and gloomy rhythm, and the faint sound of the flute was like a ghost whimpering in the night wind. "A name, a dead soul." The musicians chanted in unison. "He feeds on blood and slaughter. The castle is filled with models of human heads, and each model is covered with a face. Thousands of names, thousands of faces." Jackson raised his arms and sang loudly with a mellow tone. "A name, a face, thousands of faces." The musicians shook their heads and chanted together. "Cruel Meg, Fireball Quentin, Arrow Rain, Prince Robert." The drummer sped up the rhythm, and Jackson quickly read out a series of names. Some were known to everyone, but some were unfamiliar to Westeros. What does this mean? The dwarf was puzzled. The name of this play is Death's List. Those names are all people who were assassinated by the King of Darkness, and they are all famous people. You have not heard of it because of the long history, or because you are a foreigner, Elaine said. "You have heard of it?" The dwarf was surprised. Elaine nodded and rubbed her arms. "They did not sing as well as the Emperor of Opera. I have goosebumps all over my body. So comfortable. Didn't Meg kill himself? How did he frame it on Faceless? Meg killing himself is just a speculation. Think about it. He has Balerion, and he is so cruel. How could he be so cowardly as to kill himself? Someone must have invited Faceless." Elaine said, Before, even the City of Knowledge thought that Meg killed himself." "How did you?" Elaine interrupted him. "Now the City of Knowledge has reversed the case for Meg, and Death's List was also scripted by Wargrave. Meg's death at the hands of Faceless was also just announced by the City of Knowledge." "What about Fireball Quentin?" the dwarf asked again. "Quentin Bowl, one of the 2 most important generals under Blackfire Daimon. The other was Cold Iron Igor, died at the hands of an archer in the river before the final battle. The problem was that Quentin was leading an army to the battlefield, and he was surrounded by his own people. There were no enemies around, and they did not even find the person who killed him. The City of Knowledge believes that Faceless replaced one of Fireball Quentin's subordinates." "I think it is very reasonable," Elaine said. "It is indeed more reasonable than dying at the hands of an unknown archer. But..." The dwarf's face twisted. Mill's tenor suddenly said, "Dr. Wargrave also has a play called The Non-Existent Brendan. The doctor believes that before the Blackfire Rebellion, the Bloodcrow Duke Blinden was replaced by Faceless, and that Daimon Blackfire and his two sons were also killed by Faceless. This is completely denying the existence of Blinden River text. It's ridiculous. The dwarf shook his head. Chapter 642. Mills said in a high voice, but Dr. Wargrave also has his reasons. He believes that Brynden leading the Raven Tooth Guards to shoot Daimon and his son in armor from more than 400 meters away is too unbelievable. If he was lucky enough to kill one person, it might be a coincidence, but killing 3 people in a row is like magic. General, have you ever seen such a sharp archer on the battlefield? The dwarf was silent. Mills' opera singer said, I have asked the Red Archers of the Midsummer Islands. Their archery is the best in the world. Light arrows may have a range of 400 meters, but they do not have the destructive power of 400 meters. Not to mention heavy arrows that can pierce through armor. If there's a Faceless one hiding in Daimon's team, just like how he killed Fireball Quinnen, it is obviously more reasonable to assassinate him in the chaos. But Blinden's most glorious life started from the first Blackfire Rebellion. If he was replaced at that time, wouldn't the Duke of Bloodcrow be an illusion? The dwarf muttered. That is why it is called the non-existent Blinden. It is very likely that the Duke of Bloodcrow really does not exist. Everything is because the Bravosi sent a Faceless one to interfere in the civil war of the 7 countries. Mill's expression was full of superiority as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone as if he knew the truth. What was more ruthless than changing the genealogy was erasing his existence. It sounds very reasonable and wonderful. I also believe a little, but I have never heard of the non-existent Blinden. Elaine was puzzled. Some people in the City of Knowledge strongly oppose changing history, so the script is only circulated in a small circle. This was a fight between gods that mortals would never be able to detect. Danny's whispers versus Blinden's willpower distortion. But Blinden clearly exists. The dwarf remembered clearly that the Dragon Queen had mentioned the three-eyed crow many times. The dwarf still did not believe in the three-eyed crow's exaggerated abilities. How could a person be so strong? If the three-eyed crow could observe the timeline and distort people's thoughts, then what is the point of us Westeros mortals existing? He felt that Blinden should be a powerful shapeshifter. If his magic power was profound, he might still be alive, but that was it. Tyrion sneered, Scholars aren't afraid of death, but aren't you guys afraid as well? Why are you all singing this kind of drama? Scare, of course I'm scared to death. Fatty nodded repeatedly and said, That's why famous big shots like us don't stand out. We wait for the street bards to spread the stories and plays before we perform. Tyrion was stupefied. Opera Meyer said helplessly, We have always performed whatever the audience likes. The theme of Faceless involves mystery, assassination, infiltration, transformation, conspiracy, betrayal, money. There are too many elements that the audience likes to see. Take Dragon Queen, for example. She is 10 times more terrifying than Faceless One. No matter how tyrannical Faceless One is, what can he do to ordinary people? But if the great guardian of light incarnates into the wings of death, he can burn a city in flames, or even pluck the stars and take the moon. But even such a terrifying Dragon Queen, there are people who make up stories about her, let alone Faceless One. Thinking of the stage plays made by the Gith people in Volantis, Tyrion was completely speechless. After a while, he muttered, Since the scholars like to make things up so much, I'll ask them to help me write the truth of Duke Tywin's death, saying that I was also replaced by Faceless One. How about it? Elaine rolled her beautiful eyes and said snappily, Since you admit that you are fake, I'll have you locked up. Hee, but that night, I was replaced by a gnome Faceless One. Anyway, Faceless One is now a chamber pot, so it's not too much for me to use it once, right? The little devil said with a smile. Dr. Wargrave's story is based on facts. He didn't make it up, Mills said with a frown. What facts do Death's List and Rosie's Dream have? Are you stupid to believe a playwright's story? The gnome shook his head and laughed. Meyer shook his head and chuckled. There was an indescribable wretchedness on his face. You have a dragon, and it will only take a day or two to go to the old town. Bring more gold royals with you. The gnome was shocked. What? Did you see the real person? Who? Is it Rosie? The fatty nodded gently. The gnome was shocked again and pointed at the fatty. You tried. Is she really a waitress? Wants a copper? Sigh. The price has increased a long time ago. Who doesn't want to get close to such a wonderful woman? As an artist of the older generation, of course, I have to experience life. Otherwise, how can I let the audience immerse themselves through singing? It is also because I am an opera singer that Miss Rosie honored me with a meeting. There was once a sea merchant who offered 20 gold royals to spend a night with her, but he was rejected. Compared to before, her value has increased by more than 10,000 times. The fatty smacked his lips and said with a nostalgic expression, Rosie, is she really as beautiful as the stories say? Tyrion was a little excited. Wasn't it more exciting to have a tryst with the heroine of a legendary story compared to watching a movie and finding the actor to do it with because of his extreme love for a certain character in a movie? Would you rather find Huang Rong herself or find the actor to play Huang Rong? That was the logic. Beautiful, like a peerless beauty in the world, like a peach blossom in summer. More importantly, the aura, the sadness between her brows like a spring dream, the big eyes that are hazy like clouds flowing through the blue sky. When she looks at you, it is as if she is telling a sentimental story. It's simply killing me, the fatty said excitedly. Tyrion's mind went wild, and the rod in his lower body stiffened. His heart was moved. That's really humph. Yalin's pretty face was covered in frost, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. The dwarf quivered and put away his wretched expression. He said seriously, even if Rosie is real, what about the list? The fatty also put on a serious scholarly face and said in a low voice, recently, there were 2 people who died inexplicably in the past, and it was confirmed that they were killed by the Faceless. Because when they saw the drama Death's List, the employer who hired the faceless ones to kill them was too shocked. With a panicked expression, he cried out, My plan. How could it be known? Wouldn't that reveal the truth? Really? The dwarf was surprised. Of course it's true. There is a follow-up. A trade prince pulled him over for questioning, and he was afraid of the prince's power. He felt that the victims had been dead for many years and had no relatives or friends, so there was no need to hide. So he told the truth. The process of hiring the assassins was exactly the same as in the drama. The fatty said in a low voice, This is too sensational. The dwarf murmured, Could it be that my uncle's head was also cut off by the Faceless? I reminded him that he should be under the close protection of the guards, he said suspiciously. When Kevin had just died, the dwarf didn't know the cause of death, and the Dragon Queen suspected that Yuluen was behind it, but she wasn't sure. In fact, the blood witchcraft that could kill people from a distance was too advanced. Kuei Shi and Tam were first-class geniuses among the Shadow Binding Knights, but they couldn't do it. But when Yuluen summoned the sea monster, the dwarf directly blamed his uncle's death on him. He and Aegon were still frightened by the unexpected disaster and intended to take refuge in Dragonstone Island. The Dragon Queen told them that blood witchcraft was hard to learn and easy to defend, so they could either stay in Wind's Inn Castle and close the door, or arrange for guards with steel weapons to guard the bed all night long. If they saw a shadow approaching, they would slash it with their swords. No matter how powerful the witchcraft was, it could be broken in one move, and it could even backfire on its master. When Aunt May killed Lon Lee, Caitlin, a mortal, could clearly see the ghost shadow, let alone the swordsman who was always vigilant. At that time, if Mother Wolf had a steel dagger and threw it out, not only would she be able to save Lon Lee, but she would also be able to kill Heir Lu in one move. This was because the ghost shadow was Heir Lu's spirit. Aunt May would also be half dead because of the witchcraft being broken, or if she was unlucky, she would die directly. Ha ha ha! The fatty smiled strangely. What? Tyrion looked up at him and said, You may not know much about supernatural power, but it's very difficult to kill people from a distance with blood witchcraft. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by witches long ago. My lord, don't joke around. Who knows better than you how Regent Kevin died? Faceless assassination is indeed 10,000 times more reliable than blood witchcraft. But there are some things that everyone knows you can't deny. The fatty's mouth twitched. The dwarf's ugly noseless face twisted into a ball and said fiercely, "How did the City of Knowledge know about the faceless assassination list?" The fat opera singer saw his expression and was really a little scared. He wouldn't be afraid of a bastard who killed his father and uncle. So he quickly smiled and said, "Some people say that the faceless team is not pure, and there are spies in the City of Knowledge. Just like the scholar disguised as a slave, entered the mill glass factory and stole the secret recipe to make high-quality glass. Just like the scholar stole Kohler's forging technique. Just like the scholar sneaked into the immortal Hall of Queers to steal the secret of the witches. Just like, at the end, the fatty couldn't help but sigh and said, 'Who hasn't had their knowledge and technology stolen by the scholar? I swear that in a few years, the City of Knowledge will master the top secret techniques from Slave Bay, such as paper making and printing. Perhaps the City of Knowledge is secretly cultivating their own faceless.'" The Dragon Queen and the Faceless One were terrifying, but the Westerosi scholars were smart, brave, unafraid of death, shameless, and outnumbered by their enemies. Impossible to guard against, even more terrible. Speaking of which, when Dragon Queen announced the disbandment of the City of Knowledge, the whole world rejoiced. Everyone said that the scholar's retribution has come. The dwarf saw the disdain on Elaine's face, and his heart moved. He waved the fat opera singer away and asked in a low voice, "What, is he wrong?" The news that there is a spy in the Faceless team was secretly released by the City of Knowledge, in order to cover up the real source of the news. Tyrion was surprised. "How do you know? Can't Dorne have its own pie cell?" Elaine sneered. The dwarf sighed. "It seems that the City of Knowledge has really lost its credibility, and they are mixing in sand. But what's the point of doing this? It's better to disband. Dragon Queen school system is good. We can try it." Elaine glanced at the smiling Aegon couple and asked, "Do you know the real source of the City of Knowledge?" "I'd like to hear the details." "The City of Knowledge has a special task force, and the War of the Usurpers was caused by them. Rickard Stark's tragic death was not unjust." Elaine blabbered on and on about the big news that Dr. Wargrave had exposed. Clang! The glass fell from the dwarf's hand, his face pale, as he muttered, "7 layers of hell. What kind of monster has the City of Knowledge become?" Chapter 643. During the banquet, in addition to the drama, there were also 7 fire masters that Illyrio had recruited. Originally, it was supposed to be Aegon's wildfire, but today, it was also performing on stage. It actually summoned 7 giant dragons with fire control, and they attacked each other with flaming claws and fangs, causing the audience to cheer. However, the climax of the banquet was the nuptials. Before the banquet was completely over, the newlyweds had to enter the bridal chamber. The guests at the banquet swarmed over, the women carrying Aegon, the men grabbing Sansa and carrying her on their shoulders. On the way to the bridal chamber, dozens of men ripped off Sansa's clothes while loudly telling dirty jokes. It was very barbaric, but this was the nuptials, a Westeros custom. Everyone had been through it. In the South, this kind of custom would be somewhat restrained and not too excessive. But in Hajin and the North, even if you were the queen, you had to enter the bridal chamber naked. The women did the same to Aegon. These people wouldn't really touch the king and queen or take advantage of them. Their hands were disciplined, but their eyes were dishonest. The 2 groups took different paths and met in front of the bed in the bridal chamber, throwing the naked king and queen onto the bed. But they wouldn't leave. Many of them would stand guard outside, eavesdropping and suggesting interesting positions for the newlyweds. Here, before the dwarf left, he secretly stuffed a small glass token into Aegon's hand. "What is it?" Aegon looked down and was immediately moved. "Thank you." It was a small bottle of Emperor's Blessing. It was a gift from Slag to the dwarf, one of the few remaining divine medicines. Sigh. The The dwarf shook his head with a bitter smile and left the bridal chamber. On the way back to the bedroom, Tyrion was very surprised to run into Uncle Finger again. "Hey, long time no see. We two old friends should catch up." Uncle Finger's smile was still so friendly. "You're forgetful? We've seen each other many times today." Tyrion wasn't easy to deal with either. His smile was even brighter than Uncle Finger's. "What kind of greeting is this? We've been friends for many years. Perhaps there are some misunderstandings, and I'm willing to explain them to you." Uncle Finger waved at Tyrion and walked towards the back door of the castle. The dwarf touched the steel dagger at his waist and glanced at Uncle Finger's thin and short figure. He had an idea and immediately followed. They turned left and right, passed through corridors, and finally arrived at the labyrinth garden in the castle's backyard. The cold wind from the north made Uncle Finger tighten his cloak. He stomped the snow on his feet and said, "We have the same goal now, which is to help His Majesty Aegon ascend the Iron Throne, don't we?" However, Tyrion would not follow his rhythm. He sneered and said, "Little Finger, your courage is far greater than your size." Uncle Finger frowned but remained polite. He said, "Old friend, I know you have some misunderstandings about me. Tonight, right now, I'm here for this." "Tell me." Tyrion sneered. "You know about my relationship with Sansa's mother, right?" Uncle Finger said with a sorrowful expression. "You said you broke her private parts." Uncle Finger nodded and said seriously, "I really love her and am willing to do anything for her. That's why I can't tolerate Lannister playing with her daughter like a toy. I didn't want to hurt anyone at Joffrey's wedding. Joffrey's death is somewhat related to me, but my goal is not to kill the king. I only want chaos." "Oh, I believe that," Tyrion sneered. "Sigh, I know you don't believe me, but how difficult is it to take a living person away from the Red Keep? Coincidentally, Lady Olenna found me. She thinks that Joffrey can't give Marjorie happiness and needs me to provide some additional help. For Sansa, for Catelyn in the underworld, I'm willing to bear any sin." Uncle Finger's eyes reddened, and his words were solemn and nasal. Tyrion still sneered. "I'm guilty, but I didn't want to frame you. You know better than I do that you're thought to be Joffrey's murderer because Cersei thinks you are. The garden is so cold. If you don't talk like a human, I'm leaving." Uncle Finger was sincere, but Tyrion's expression remained the same. He sneered. "Tyrion, have you forgotten? We used to be so close. Whenever my brothel had new goods, I would keep them for you. We were even together. I only have friendship for you, and never any hostility." Uncle Finger sighed. Tyrion was disgusted, as if he had been force-fed 2 pounds of feces. His face twisted. "You can deny what happened to Joffrey, but what about the Dragonborn dagger?" "Dragonborn dagger?" Uncle Finger was confused. "What's wrong with the dagger? I remember that it's Robert's, right? What does it have to do with you? Stop pretending. I almost fell off that building. How many nobles don't know that?" Tyrion pointed at the eyrie under the cold crescent moon and sneered. "Did you misunderstand something?" Uncle Finger was still at a loss. Tyrion did not want to beat around the bush anymore. "I was arrested by Lady Catelyn because of the Dragonborn dagger. You told her that the Dragonborn dagger was mine, and that I was the one who arranged the assassination of her son, Bran. After that, the War of the Lion Wolf and the Rebellion of the Four Kings started because of this lie. That was your goal. So, stop pretending in front of me." Sigh, what a huge misunderstanding. Uncle Finger's face turned pale. He waved his hands and stomped his feet. "At that time, I only said in an uncertain tone that you might know where the dagger came from. I didn't say that you were the one who arranged the assassination of Bran. Think about it. What a huge loophole there is in that statement. No one in their right mind would give something as obvious as the Dragonborn dagger to an assassin. Can't a normal dagger kill someone? Catelyn isn't stupid either. If I said something like that, wouldn't she be able to tell that it was an obvious lie? That woman is so stupid. Her husband, Ide, is also stupid. He is so stupid that he would believe a bastard like you. But I'm not stupid," Tyrion said with a straight face. "You came to me just to say this?" Uncle Finger sighed. He knew that Tyrion had completely lost interest in reminiscing. If he did not bring out something useful, nothing would be accomplished tonight. "We will be leaving the valley in a few days. I hope that you can support me in becoming the Hand of the King." Tyrion widened his eyes. He looked at the confident and humble man in front of him and felt that it was unbelievable. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think that's possible? The army is about to go south, but John Clinton left the Moongate Castle on the night of the wedding, which was just now, and went to Slave Bay. In your reputation, old friend, as long as His Majesty is not crazy, he will not let you become the hand of the king. Then let Prince Dowling be the hand of the king. He is His Majesty's uncle. His status and talent are all suitable, Tyrion said nonchalantly. Ha ha, Tyrion, if you are smart, you will not say such things. Uncle Finger stepped forward and approached the dwarf. He whispered in his ear, I said that we are old friends. I know you. Didn't you go back to the Westeros to pull Lannister back from the edge of the cliff? But Prince Dowling joined the True Dragon Alliance because of the hatred in his heart. He wants to push Lannister into hell. But I am different. I have no ill intentions toward you. I have no hatred toward Lannister. You help me today, and I will help you tomorrow. You reject my friendship today, and tomorrow. Ha ha, Tyrion, don't let down our friendship of many years. Uncle Finger chuckled. Are you threatening me? Tyrion clenched his fists. His eyes, one green and one black, of different sizes, flashed with a dangerous light. I'm trying to use sincerity to awaken our 10 years of friendship. Uncle Finger laughed. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and craned his neck to look around. What are you looking at? Uncle Finger asked, puzzled. I think I saw someone spying on us nearby, Tyrion said. No, there's no one in the garden. Uncle Finger's expression was natural. Are you sure? Tyrion was doubtful. Of course. Then I am relieved. Tyrion smiled. Relieved what? Before he could finish, a fist the size of a bowl came straight at him. Bam! It hit Uncle Finger right in the nose. Sour, astringent, bitter, numb. All kinds of feelings exploded in his heart at the same time, and tears immediately gushed out. Before he could cry out, another fist came at him like lightning and hit him in the stomach. Ugh, the acid in his stomach rushed up to his throat. Uncle Finger bent over and vomited. Bam, 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 bam. Tyrion did not let him go. He kept on punching and kicking him. Stop! An angry shout came from the maze. Then, a tall old man led 2 guards and rushed over from the corner of the maze. Tyrion, let go of the Duke. The old man's voice was thunderous. Bam, bam. Tyrion did not care. He kicked Uncle Finger with his sturdy leather boots. He scolded as he kicked. You arranged for someone to ambush me. How dare you say there is no one here? You are a liar. Uncle Finger lay in the snow, covered in mud. He held his head with both hands. His mouth was full of blood. He groaned, but could not say a word. Oh, Tyrion was attacking Commissioner Liu of Guanxi. The so-called ambush was just an excuse. Uncle Finger was afraid that he would attack, so he arranged for bodyguards to protect himself. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed, the blade reflected a cold white light under the moonlight. It quickly flashed in front of Tyrion's eyes. The dwarf quickly took a few steps back and shouted, Look at the sky, idiots! If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Hiss! Before he could finish, the faint moonlight in the sky suddenly disappeared. Complete darkness shrouded the maze garden. The pterosaur's roar seemed to be right next to his ears. Beep, beep, beep. The tall old man stopped the guards who pulled out their swords to attack the dwarf. He picked up the whistle hanging on his neck and blew it. After a while, a large group of guards from the Moongate Castle rushed over. I will let you fly sooner or later. Leaving Uncle Finger with an inexplicable threat, Tyrion climbed onto Tessa's back and leaped into the night sky before the guards could surround them. I beat up Little Finger. I can't stay in the valley anymore. Aegon just got married, so he has to stay here for at least 3 days. Let's go back to Winestop Castle first. Tyrion found Elaine and invited her. No, we're not going to Winestop Castle. Elaine climbed onto the dragon's back and sat behind the dwarf. She smiled strangely and said, We're going to the Old Town to play for 2 days. Why are we going to the Old Town? The dwarf was confused. The legendary woman, Rosie. I love her too, Elaine said matter-of-factly. The dwarf's mouth fell open. He was dumbstruck. After a while, he muttered, "What if someone recognizes us?" Elaine leaned close to the dwarf's ear and licked his earlobe. She whispered, "I will go into the city alone. After we negotiate the price, I will bring her to the tower. You can ride Tessa to pick us up. Then, the three of us can—" The dwarf's blood immediately rushed to his head. Little head. Elaine was reliable. The next night, the dwarf saw Rosie. Although her appearance and temperament were not as good as Sansa, Marjorie, or even the Dragon Queen, the dwarf felt that she had a special aura around her. The dwarf was full of energy. He had spent the most wonderful 2 days and 2 nights of his life. It was the same for Elaine. The despicable man and woman returned to Winestop Castle with a lazy expression on their faces. However, the moment they landed on the training ground, Aegon led a dozen soldiers to arrest the dwarf. "No way. I only beat up that bastard once. And you want to lock me up?" The dwarf shouted in disbelief. "Duke Baelish is dead. He fell to his death. Just like you said, he flew once," Aegon said coldly. Chapter 644. Between High Court and King's Landing, there was no complete waterway connection. Taking a boat from High Court, going up the Mander River to the Bitter Bridge, then leaving the boat and going ashore, taking the Rose Avenue that connected High Court, Bitter Bridge, and King's Landing. Yulun could not let the sea monsters climb onto land. Therefore, Aegon and Tyrion's plan was to end the battle quickly and take down King's Landing before Yulun's Iron Fleet completed the voyage. High Court, Old Town, Dorne, Stone Islands, Dragonstone Island, Blackwater Bay, and Blackwater River outside King's Landing. Also because of the sea monsters, Dorne gave up the plan of taking a boat from Sun Halberd City to Wind's End Castle, and then landing at King's Landing at Blackwater Bay. Dorne sent out 4,000 Sandor's cavalry to Wind's End Castle at night. In other words, Aegon would soon go to King's Landing, and his ministers, such as the Hand of the King, who commanded the ministers, had to be chosen before the expedition. Uncle Finger decided to find Tyrion because he had recommended himself to Aegon, but Aegon had rejected him. "Targaryen, I promised Tyrion to let him be the Hand of the King," Aegon said. But in fact, Tyrion was only one side. Aegon had his eyes on Uncle Finger's adopted daughter and the Valley Knights who were barely unified under Uncle Finger, but he was absolutely vigilant and distrustful of Uncle Finger himself. Perhaps it was because he had lived in seclusion in the Lone River since he was young and was raised by upright people like Clinton and Ashura. Aegon, who had just entered the mortal world, was naive and impulsive. He had not experienced the beating of reality, but his brain was normal and he was not stupid. After hearing so many guesses about Uncle Finger from Aunt Dany, whether he believed it or not, he would be vigilant against Uncle Finger. How could he let him be the Hand of the King? As a matter of fact, on their wedding night, after a hearty bout of yin and yang intercourse, Aegon began to complain to his wife about it. He told her how Uncle Finger lied to Catelyn and betrayed Ide, how he framed Tyrion the first time and instigated the war between the lion and the wolf, how he framed Tyrion the second time and messed up the situation of the 7 nations that Tywin had forcefully stabilized. Of course, Aegon was not an idiot. He hoped that his wife would be able to see Uncle Finger's true colors and not be used by him. However, he was also worried that Sansa would awaken Stark's stupid wolf's blood. Hence, when he spoke, he was very careful. He observed her body language, starting from the shallow to the deep and gradually progressing. Fortunately, he had met Sansa, who had been greatly developed by Uncle Finger. If it was a few years ago, Sansa might have reported this to Uncle Finger. Just like back then, when Ida had planned to secretly send her and Arya away from King's Landing, she had secretly told Cersei about this in the middle of the night, causing her father to lose his life in the chicken-pecking game with Cersei. Just like back then, when Cersei said that Ida had betrayed the kingdom, she had foolishly believed it and even wrote a letter to Robb, asking him to quickly come to King's Landing and surrender. Robb had almost gone mad with anger. Hence, Aegon would never appoint Uncle Finger as the Hand of the King. However, Uncle Finger did not know that. Uncle Finger was not stupid or arrogant. The main thing was that he did not expect the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, to pay attention to a small fry, and even analyzed him so thoroughly. Ever since Uncle Finger started his career, John Aaron, Robert, Ide, Erlu, Old Rose, Taoislang, Tywin. There were so many heroes, but none of them thought of him as a threat. Uncle Finger thought that he was still covered by the mist halo, but he did not know that the enemy had revealed the entire map, and he had nowhere to hide. He was crushed by the enemy's information advantage. Hence, when he heard Aegon's excuse, he did not suspect that Tyrion was the only obstacle to him becoming the Hand of the King. To be honest, Uncle Finger did not desire the position of the Hand of the King. It was just that the position of the Hand of the King was beneficial for him to do some things. For example, the Hand of the King commanded all the troops under the king. He could easily arrange for the heir Harry to die. For example, he could take advantage of the position and use the benefits of King Aegon to rope in the vassals of the valley. When Harry and Robert Arryn died, he would officially become the king of the valley. For example, just like when he was Robert's finance minister, he changed all the customs officials of the 7 kingdoms to his trusted subordinates. The Hand of the King, Baelish, was confident that he could secretly control Aegon's small court. For example, the Hand of the King lived with the king. The best foster father of the 7 kingdoms who followed Jon Arryn's example will be able to love his obedient daughter, Sansa, more easily. The Hand of the King was a ladder for Uncle Finger to do some things, not the goal. He looked for Tyrion. Although he was not confident that he could convince the other party, he also felt that him becoming the prime minister was the most beneficial for the dwarf. That was because the powerful Lannister was the target of his calculations. After Aegon ascended the Iron Throne, the broken Lannister would become the target of his protection. Uncle Finger's strategy was, other than himself, no other power was allowed to dominate. Whoever was powerful, he would beat them. Whoever was weak, he would support them. Only balance could maintain a long period of chaos. Unless he sat on the Iron Throne himself one day, chaos would be Uncle Finger's eternal pursuit. After much difficulty, Uncle Finger was sincere to Tyrion for once, but his good intentions were treated as ill intent. I can't keep the little devil. His hatred for me runs too deep, and he's too smart. After making such a decision, Uncle Finger grimaced as he gulped down a large bowl of poppy milk and fell asleep in a daze. That night, he did not sleep well. He was muddle-headed and not fully conscious. He swayed as if he was not sleeping on a comfortable feather bed, but was being jolted forward by a horse. He wanted to open his eyes to see what was going on, but his eyelids felt heavy. It was as if his heart was covered by a layer of heavy cotton that had been soaked in ice water. It was heavy and cold. The strange nightmare troubled him for a very long time, as if 10,000 years had passed. A blurry red light approached and dispelled the darkness that was heavy to the point of despair. Opening his eyes in a daze, Little Finger's consciousness gradually returned. In an instant, endless pain drowned him like a tidal wave. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. Ugh, Osweir, he moaned as he called out to his loyal servant. Huff, huff, huff. No one answered. There was only the sound of the strong wind and the fluttering of clothes. It was as if he was lying on the back of a megalosaurus and flying at high speed. Where am I? The snowflakes and a cold wind fell on his face. With a shiver, Uncle Finger woke up. The Eagle Nest, Moongate Hall? Suddenly, he saw the huge hole beside him where the wind and snow poured in. Uncle Finger instantly understood where he was. He was the owner of this majestic castle. Who are you? How did you bring me to the Eagle Nest without anyone noticing? Uncle Finger gathered the tattered and smelly sheepskin blanket around him. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see the person behind the kerosene lamp clearly. But he failed. It was a cloaked man. The thick cloak covered most of his face, leaving only a pale and dry chin. The chin moved. My dear, you don't even recognize me? It was a voice that only demons from hell could make. Regardless of gender, age, or age, it was like a blade rubbing against glass. It made people feel irritated and chills down their spines. Who are you? Lift the cloak, and let me see who's playing with me. Uncle Fingers supported himself and endured the pain all over his body. He moved back cautiously. He can still move. Mia, stop him from moving. The cloaked man pressed against his throat. His voice gradually became smoother and no longer stuttered. Immediately, a tall figure silently walked out of the darkness. It was a woman in her early 20s. She was close to 8 meters in height, with broad and thick shoulders. She had uneven and messy black hair, dark blue eyes, and rough skin. She was neither ugly nor beautiful, and was a very manly and fierce woman. "Mia Stone," Uncle Finger exclaimed. "Why are you here?" "All right, winter is coming. The eagle nest is sealed. You're the only one who stayed here to guard." Before he could finish his sentence, the tall woman raised a blunt hammer from behind her and smashed it on Uncle Finger's knee. Crack! Whoa! Uncle Finger hugged his knees and howled. Bang! Mia swung her hammer again and hit Uncle Finger's left arm. Like a sugar cane being snapped, a crisp sound was heard. Then, Uncle Finger's eyes started to roll back. The pain almost made him lose consciousness. Mia looked back at the cloaked man. The cloaked man nodded lightly. Maya took a few steps back with the weapon in her hand and disappeared into the darkness again. Uncle Finger's face was as pale as paper, his forehead covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. He glared at the cloaked man with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, "You! Who are you? Was it Tyrion who paid you to assassinate me?" The cloaked man looked left and right, as if he felt that the hall was not bright enough, which was why the other party had not recognized him yet. So he did not answer, and only focused on lighting the braziers in the cave wall. Then, she leaned over to Uncle Fingers, almost touching his face, and pulled down her cloak. Ah! The next moment, Uncle Fingers' face was distorted as he howled. Uncle Fingers' entire life of exclamations could not last as long as this one. His entire life of fear could not be compared to this one. Madame Stoneheart pressed her chipped face against Uncle Fingers' pale, handsome face and said softly, "Didn't you always want me? I want a 15-year-old virgin, Caitlin, not an old monster like you. You ruined my dream." Uncle Fingers screamed and regained his rationality and began to think like a normal person. "Caitlin, why aren't you dead?" He tried not to avoid the rotten touch and asked with a forced smile. "Dead, I died once. I was soaked in the river for a few days. The fishes ate my flesh, the crabs pinched my hair. Fortunately, the great King of Light took pity on me and let me live again." Madame Stoneheart's voice was like a roundworm pulled out from the stomach of an old beggar on the street. It was sticky and stiff, and it drilled into Uncle Finger's mouth. His stomach acid churned, and he felt like vomiting. The vomit rushed into his mouth, but Uncle Finger forced it down. "That's great, Caitlin. You're alive. That's great." Uncle Finger cried tears of joy. Sobbing, real sobbing. He was crying on the surface, but he was also crying in his heart. Even a person who died for a few days can be revived. This damn unreal world, as opposed to the real world of the City of Knowledge. How can people like us who rely on our intelligence live? Uncle Finger's scientific worldview, built by reading the famous books of the City of Knowledge, was collapsing. "Yes, it's great to be alive and see you again." Madame Stoneheart sighed. "Caitlin, listen to me." His arms and knees were broken. No matter how shrewd Uncle Finger was, he did not think that he could fool her with a few nice words. "There are some misunderstandings between us. I'll explain them to you one by one," he said hurriedly. "I wonder if Lalo increased her intelligence when she was revived. If not, as long as I give him a chance to speak, I might be able to fool her today." Chapter 645. Tell me. Madame Stoneheart really let him speak. "I'm saved." Uncle Finger secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression became calmer. "The matter of the Dragonbone dagger was my mistake. It belonged to Robert, but he never used it. I thought that Tyrion had taken it. I swear, other than this matter, I have never done anything to let you down. Look at Sansa. I was the one who saved her from Lannister's evil clutches. I was also the one who went back and forth and paid a huge price to make Aegon give up on Princess Elaine of Dorne and marry Sansa instead. Right, Since you've been revived, why don't you come with me to Moongate Castle to meet the young couple? The paleness and panic on Uncle Finger's face completely disappeared, leaving only a big, bright, gentle, and poetic smile. I've met Aegon before, Madame Stoneheart said. Ha! That's a handsome young man, isn't he? Let me tell you, he's not just a handsome young man. He's almost as brave as his father and as gentle as Princess Elia. He's really a rare son-in-law. Uncle Finger seemed to have completely entered the intimate mode of chatting with an old acquaintance and old lover. Aegon, not bad. Madame Stoneheart nodded. Her face that was covered in clotted blood and gaping wounds showed a rare expression of relief and joy. Sansa has had the most innocent fantasies of a handsome prince, a noble knight, and a legendary love since she was young. She had always longed for the sweet love described in stories and songs. But the cruel fate was like a knife, slicing her innocent little heart in two. Madame Stoneheart touched her cheek. Cut into this. It's all good now. All the misfortune is over. She has realized her childhood dream and has started a happy life. You can also start afresh. Uncle Finger raised a sincere smile, his voice as gentle as a lover's comforting. Yes, after killing you, she will have a happy future. Madame Stoneheart nodded. Uncle Finger's smile froze on his handsome face like rotten milk. Caitlin, I thought our misunderstanding had been cleared up. With my help, Sansa will secure her position as queen. We'll head south to King's Landing, then head north to destroy Freyr, eliminate Bolton, and recover Stark's Winterfell. Uncle Fingers said meaningfully. Oh, Littlefinger, I'm sorry. Madame Stoneheart suddenly sighed. She stretched out her slippery, catfish-like palm and caressed the man's blank face. Sorry, Madame Sir Exion apologized again. I apologize for my frivolity when we were young. I'm sorry. I apologize for my contempt for you from the bottom of my heart. Lisa was right. You have wisdom. Wisdom can change your status and create your destiny. She swore to me with a very serious expression that one day you will achieve something so great that I will regret it. I don't believe it. Now I really regret it. These words were completely out of Uncle Finger's expectations. Suddenly, he realized that he no longer knew the woman he had loved for decades. That was right. She was a ghost after resurrection. She was no longer the girl who stood among the flowers with her hands behind her back with a shy and expectant expression, bending down to kiss the boy on the grass. It's been so many years. Why are you still talking about it? He forced a smile with a trembling voice. Today you must die. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. My Sansa will never have a day of peace. Madame Sir Exion regained her cold expression. She looked like a ghost that wanted his life. If you want to kill me, you have to give me a reason, right? Uncle Finger felt so wrong that he started to cry. You betrayed I didn't. Uncle Finger immediately denied. Who told you? He's lying. Who in the Seven Kingdoms doesn't believe Sir Barristan's words? Madame Sir Exion sneered like an owl. Barristan? Uncle Finger was confused. Isn't he at Slaver's Bay? Did you get the wrong person? There's no need to quibble. Sir Barristan is the captain of the Kingsguard. No one knows better than him what happened at King's Landing that day. You betrayed I. This is another big misunderstanding. Uncle Fingers pouted and cried. I want to help AI, duh. I made an oath to you. Have you forgotten? But he didn't listen to me. Besides, I didn't betray him. It was Sansa. Sansa told Cersei about Ida's intention to send her and Arya away from King's Landing. That was why Cersei was sure that I'd wanted to fight to the death with her. That was why she made the first move. I promised to help I'd bribe the gold-robed man. I kept my word. But the man I bribed could be easily bribed by the enemy. Who could be richer than Lannister? That was why I tried my best. It was fate. I had no choice. Lady Stoneheart stared at Uncle Finger's aggrieved face. She found it unbelievable that he could make such a logical argument in such a situation. You poisoned Jon Arryn, she said. Uncle Finger was about to deny it out of habit, but suddenly he thought of Barristan who appeared out of nowhere. Maybe Caitlin had gotten solid evidence from one of the bastards. He could not deny it. Sigh. Uncle Finger sighed sadly. I love you. I love you madly. just like Lisa loves me madly. I confess to the 7 gods. I am guilty. I cannot refuse Lisa's love. I am guilty. I did not cheat on her. I loved you. She is your sister. You two look alike. I always thought of her as you. That was the truth. What was Uncle Finger thinking? Lisa's looks were not inferior to Caitlyn's. Her love for him was even more. Let's put it this way. Excluding the ancient people like Prince Flair and Jenny from the city of Barrenstone, Lisa was definitely the most infatuated woman in the world of power. However, Uncle Finger only placed his true love on Caitlyn, who subconsciously looked down on him. When Uncle Finger was at King's Landing, he often claimed that he took the Tully sisters' virginity. He was not lying. When he did Lisa, he really thought of her as Caitlyn. You disgust me. Lady Stoneheart was also disgusted. All right, Caitlyn was not wrong. Uncle Finger was a bootlicker, but she did not treat him as a spare tire. He was not a spare tire either. His status was too low. At least a duke's second son like Ide was qualified to be Miss Tully's spare tire. I'm sorry to disgust you. Uncle Finger smiled bitterly and said, I cheated on Lisa too many times. I exposed myself in front of John. Lisa had no choice, but Uncle Finger was too awesome. He could come up with all kinds of perfect lies easily. Lady Stoneheart was actually skeptical. The truth was not like that at all. Uncle Finger first lured Old Guy to discover Cersei and Jaime's secret affair. When Old Guy was halfway through the investigation, he poisoned him. Then, he used the same method to let Ide discover Joffrey's identity as a bastard, and let Ide discover it himself. Old Guy died in the middle of investigating the bastard. This way, Ide would be 100% sure that Lannister killed his good foster father to silence him. The war between the wolves and the lions would be inevitable. You killed Lisa, Lady Stoneheart said. You met Sansa? She betrayed me? Uncle Finger's pupils contracted as he hissed in disbelief. When Lisa was pushed down the moon gate, other than Littlefinger himself, only Sansa and Marillion were present. Well, Marillion was a handsome bard. When Uncle Finger was not around, Lisa used him to comfort herself. Marillion was driven mad by Uncle Finger. He confessed his crime to the nobles of the valley. Because Lisa was cold to him, he killed her out of jealousy. Uncle Finger's teaching skills were not inferior to Big Sparrow's. In other words, only he and Sansa knew the truth of Lisa's death. Now, there was a third person who knew. His little sweetheart, his little cotton-padded jacket, betrayed him. You think my daughter is a fool? Lady Stoneheart sneered. Uncle Finger was stunned for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! She finally finished her apprenticeship. My perfect successor. No wonder I was brought here without anyone noticing. It turns out that Her Highness, the Queen, helped. Lady Stoneheart looked at him coldly without any emotion. You have been hiding in the dark for too long. You can only see the bright world. But you don't know that in a darker place behind you, someone has been watching you. I have been watching you for more than a year. It is no wonder that you have today's outcome. More than a year. Uncle Finger put away his maniacal attitude and said in disbelief, Hajin is in chaos. The rebels either went to the King's Landing or went to the valley that was not affected by the war. The area has taken in many servants from Hajin in the past year. Right? 7-string Tom, who sings and plays the piano for you, is my spy. The kitchen helpers, the washerwoman in the laundry, the servant in the stables, and even your bodyguards are all my men. It is no harder for me to kill you than to kill a dog, Lady Stoneheart said. If that is the case, why don't you kill me? Instead, you watch me fuck your daughter every day. She is pregnant because of me. Are you planning to use her to make up for what you owe me? Littlefinger laughed. Uncle Finger was not an ordinary person. Knowing that he was going to die, he completely let go. Lady Stoneheart stared at him and said, I don't owe you anything. I didn't kill you because I heard that you planned to marry Sansa and Aegon. I am very satisfied with this marriage. Also, Sansa is not pregnant. She is lying to you. How can she not be pregnant? So many times. The smile on Uncle Finger's face disappeared. You were a good teacher. You even taught her how to make moon tea. Why? Does she not love me at all? Uncle Finger's face twisted as he roared hysterically. Lady Stoneheart nodded and said, Yes, that silly girl loved you. She was willing to learn from Cersei and give birth to a bastard child for the king. But she loved her mother and her family more. Stark and Tully's family cannot be tainted by her bastard child. I will not allow that bastard to haunt Sansa for the rest of her life like a nightmare. She deserves the best in the world. She should have a husband who loves her wholeheartedly and have children with her lover. She should not be burdened with guilt and live in fear for the rest of her life. Uncle Fingers said sadly, "Is my bloodline that lowly? But who in the Seven Kingdoms is smarter than me? I still fantasize that she can give birth to a beautiful and smart son. I will let you know when you die. Dany Rise has seen through all your thoughts and actions." Lady Stoneheart told him what happened in the cave that day. "Even if it is only for Sansa's safety, I will not let her lie to the smart Dany Rise. Is that woman a devil?" Uncle Finger muttered. "Perhaps the onlooker sees more clearly," Lady Stoneheart said. "But I did not do anything to her. Why did she expose me everywhere?" Uncle Finger complained loudly. Chapter 646. Back then, when Robert wanted to eliminate Dany Rise and Pycelle suggested hiring a faceless one. I was the one who stopped him because the price was too high. If I had known this would happen, I would have paid the Iron Treasury on credit. It's not my money anyway. Uncle Finger was truly wronged. He had traversed the Seven Kingdoms for decades and schemed against countless people, but he had never done anything to the Long family. He never had the chance. But that woman had a big mouth and lured this resurrected spirit to him. "All right, it's getting late. You should be on your way." Saying this, Madame Stoneheart turned around and said to the tall woman guarding the door, "Maya, leave this to me. You can go now." "Yes, madam." Maya bowed and left the hall with her hammer. Maya Stone East was the illegitimate daughter of Robert and Ide when they were still foster children in Arryn Valley. She only remembered her father's appearance and knew that she was an illegitimate daughter. Ugh, since her surname was Stone East, of course she was an illegitimate daughter. But she did not know that her father was the king. Other than her, everyone else knew. Due to her special identity, Maya's position in the valley was also special. If there were guests visiting the Eagle Nest, she would be the tour guide and lead them through the steep stone steps carved into the wall. Because of this, Maya had the chance to get to know Catelyn and build a good relationship with her. All the fresh food in the Eagle Nest was brought up from the valley by Maya's mule. Therefore, Uncle Finger was stuffed into a sack and placed on mule like a big pumpkin. He passed through several checkpoints and did not attract the attention of the guards. Of course, the more important reason why Uncle Finger could be brought into the main hall of the Eagle Nest was that winter had arrived. Most of the servants in the Eagle Nest had moved to the Moongate Castle. Only a few old people were left in the castle at the top of the mountain to guard the treasury. There was not a single person in the main hall of the castle. No one could hear him, even if he screamed himself hoarse. Uncle Finger guessed that he would be thrown down the moon gate by the spirit in front of him. He said angrily, "It's fine if you let Maya kill me. Why do you have to do it yourself and use such a cruel method? No matter what I've done, my love for you is so deep and true. Is your heart made of stone? Don't you feel anything?" Madame Sure Exian's lips curled into a mocking smile. She took off her cloak and said, "Your love for me is so deep and true. You even told everyone you met that you stole my virginity. Today, I will repay your love and make your dreams come true." Uncle Finger, who was yelling in anger, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He widened his eyes and looked at Catelyn, whose clothes were disappearing. He said in fear, What are you doing?" After taking off his clothes, there was no enchanting woman in the hall, but instead, there was a monster. His skin was as pale as frozen milk, without a trace of the luster of a living person. Half of his once thick red hair had fallen off, and the few strands of hair that remained were as dry as grass, grayish-white, like the bones of a dead person. Although she had been resurrected, the wounds on her body had not healed. It was like biting off an apple. The remaining wounds would not grow back, leaving only dry blood clots. Even the green fascia and white bones under the muscles could be seen. She had been soaked in the river for a few days, and her body was full of holes from fish and prawns. She was like a mandrill in human skin, but that skin was peeled off from a rotting female corpse that had been dead for many days. Uncle Finger was so scared that he almost fainted. He shouted, "No, Caitlin, you are not such a person. Don't." Madame Sure Exan did not let him have his way. She even held an oil lamp and showed her beautiful body to Uncle Finger. Uncle Finger supported himself with one hand and retreated with all his might. Madame Sure Exan made a sound as if she was laughing. She followed him easily. "Caitlin, don't be rash. Think of Ide, think of Sansa. You're the noble young lady of River Run, the elegant Duchess of Winterfell." Uncle Finger was completely flustered. He tried to provoke her with words as he moved toward the Moongate. The Eyrie spanned across 2 mountains, so the main castle in the center was suspended a few hundred meters in the air. The builders of the castle had even chiseled through the center of the hall to build a door, which was the Moongate. Jumping down the Moongate was like jumping off a cliff that was a few hundred meters high. Uncle Finger would rather kill himself. However, Madame Sure Exan had left her kindness and tolerance to Lalo. She could even kill an innocent person, let alone an enemy who had destroyed her family. She lifted his broken knee and dragged him back while Uncle Finger screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Then, she tore off his clothes and blanket. Ignoring his fierce struggle and pleas, she fed him a bottle of low-quality aphrodisiac concocted by the forest witches. After a while, she sat down on him. Oh no, Uncle Finger cried like a cuckoo or an old ape. He could only accept it helplessly. He closed his eyes and cried bitterly. The heat below could not warm Madame Sure Exan's heart. She looked coldly at his pained face and said, "Isn't this what you want? You are Ide's wife. Don't be like this." Uncle Finger broke down completely as he was pinned down by a demon who had crawled out from hell. He cried like a child. Ide. Madame Sure Exan's dry eyes could not shed any tears, only dark red blood oozing out. She laughed in despair and said, "Open your eyes and look at me. How can I meet Ide with this demonic appearance? My Ide, he is enjoying the glory and honey wine in the heaven of the gods, but I can't even go to the 7 levels of hell. The 7 levels of hell belong to the 7 gods, but I have to go to the hell of an alien god that I have never believed in. It's all your fault." Madame Sure Exan moved with all her might. Uncle Finger felt like he had fallen into a swamp made of worms and poisonous snakes. It was cold, sticky, and rotten. His body sank uncontrollably until it was above his head. Countless long worms burrowed into his skin through his pores, into his muscles, into his soul. He lay on the ground like a dead man, staring at the ceiling with his dull eyes. He muttered, "The scholars are right. We mortals need a real world without magic, megalosaurus, and gods." Seeing him like this, Madame Sure Exan laughed strangely. She was happy after getting her revenge, but it was like a bottomless pit had opened in her heart. No matter what kind of happy feelings were poured into it, they would immediately flow into the hole and flow to an unknown place. Instead, it was hatred, resentment, jealousy, and other negative emotions that stayed in her heart and filled it to the brim. She could never be happy. Every second of her time in the human world was torture. I should go back to hell. Sansa, goodbye, Rickon. I'm sorry, Bran. Where are you, Arya? Where are you? Madame Sure Exan bent down and hugged Uncle Finger tightly. Their bodies rolled, and the two of them rolled into the Moongate together. The cold wind howled, and the moonlight was bleak. The two entangled bodies were smashed into a pile of meat paste. The mountain peak was tall and seemed to hold up the crescent moon in the sky. On the west side, Alicia's tear was like the Milky Way. It poured down from the peak of the mountain, creating a cold river that ran through the valley plains. The waterfall rumbled, and the surface of the water shimmered. The moonlight shone like a silver ribbon that fell from the sky. Not far from a river, on a barren hill made up of rugged rocks and black soil that was dotted with snow, a few people squatted and chatted under a limestone rock that had been ravaged by the cold wind. Perhaps you still have a mission that you have yet to complete. Mir, Soros said in a low voice as he tightened his fur. Light King, what do you want me to do? Madame Sure Exion's dull eyes looked at the crescent moon that was like a blade in the sky and asked coldly. She was dead. She was resurrected. The Brotherhood without flags had long known of her plan. They also knew that she wanted to die. After they helped her kidnap Uncle Finger, they waited at the foot of the mountain for her to fall from the peak. Actually, Madame Sure Exion's predecessor, the Lightning King, had always wanted to die. He had died 7 or 8 times and was resurrected 7 or 8 times. But every time he was resurrected, he would lose some of his beautiful memories. The more he was resurrected, the more painful it was. He couldn't take it anymore. After he found Caitlyn's body, he gave her his kiss of life. He finally died, and she replaced him in this world. At first, she was glad that she had the chance to take revenge. But now, the mission of revenge was entrusted to her children. She longed for eternal sleep, but she couldn't do it. The red-robed monk and Meyer pieced her body together. When they held a farewell ceremony, she was resurrected. Soros wasn't sure if he could resurrect her. It all depended on Lalo. Lalo didn't want her to die. You are alive to fulfill the mission that the Light King gave you. The red-robed monk comforted the Holy Son. Madame Sure Exion was the Holy Son of the Red God Church. My uncle also has a mission. Can you resurrect him? Jamie with messy hair asked. The kidnapping of Uncle Finger was done under his guidance. The captain of the King's Guard was actually a bandit here. He died too long ago. Plus, his body is in Baylor Cathedral. Soros shook his head. The Holy Mother is so biased. Why did she resurrect that bastard Big Sparrow instead of my uncle? He was one of the few good people in our family. Jamie curled his lips. He scolded the Holy Mother, but no one scolded him because they were all believers of the Red God. Let's go. It's almost dawn, Lemon said. Everyone got up and was about to leave when Madame Sure Exion suddenly saw ahead. There was a hole, and white brain matter flowed out of the hole onto Uncle Finger's handsome face that had died with his eyes wide open. Resurrect him. Soros was troubled. He is different from you. You're like a piece of wood that broke into pieces after falling. He's like a pile of cow dung. His rotten flesh is everywhere. You can't make a whole person. Madame Sure Exion looked around and pointed at the dogs pulling the sleigh. The head is intact. Can you put on the dogs? I'm afraid not. Soros' face was pale as he hesitated. They sewed my son's head on the Demon Mountain's neck. Is the great king of light inferior to a scholar? Madame Sure Exion's voice was like a hurricane from the ice purgatory. I'll try, the red-robed monk said helplessly. Jamie shuddered and said with a trembling voice, Why do you have to do this? You've already killed him. Madame Sure Exion said coldly, I need a companion on the way to hell. Why don't you accompany me? Jamie did not say anything and quickly went forward to untie the sled dog. I want a bitch, Madame Sure Exion said again. Jamie's body stiffened, and he moved even faster. Lemon cut off the dog's head. Jamie hugged Uncle Finger and pressed his head against the dog's neck. The blood quickly solidified in the cold night, and the head stuck to the neck. The night is dark. Everywhere is dangerous. The day is bright, full of prosperity. Soros finished chanting, but the corpse was still a corpse. No, the red-robed monk said helplessly. I'll do it. Madame Sure Exion took a step forward and said with a hoarse voice, The night is long. I need a companion. Holy Lord of Light, please help me. Soros' face twisted. How dare you distort the King of Light's teachings? Is this heaven? The dog's paw twitched a few times. Uncle Finger opened his eyes and said blankly, Why is heaven so cold? Soros, Jamie put away his frightened expression and shouted at Uncle Finger, You dog, you started the civil war of the 7 countries and murdered my son. You still want to go to heaven? Woof, who are you? Suddenly, Uncle Finger looked down and saw his current appearance. He howled, Oh no, Mother of Mercy, I fell into the 7 levels of hell and became a dog demon. Chapter 647. Littlefinger is dead. Tyrion was confused. Aegon saw that his shocked and confused expression did not seem fake. He frowned and said, "You really didn't do it? Then who did it?" Tyrion came back to his senses. He raised the chain in his hand and said, "Untie me. I just came back from the old town. Princess Elaine has been with me all this time." Aegon glanced at his cousin. Seeing her nod, he said, "We're at first. The vassals of the valley are furious. They are all shouting that they want to put you on trial." Soon, the dwarf Elaine and Aegon flew to the valley and landed at the Moongate Castle's drill ground. Just like a few days ago, the main castle was packed with nobles and knights. The former venue of the wedding banquet was now the trial hall. Because of the special relationship between the dwarf and Aegon, King Aegon wanted to avoid suspicion. The judges were Queen Sansa, Bronze Yohn, and a few other vassals of the valley. The midget entered the hall and observed his surroundings. He was surprised to see that among the people in the valley, there were many who were laughing and chatting, followed by those who had solemn expressions. There were even fewer people who were glaring at him angrily, and there were 0 people who were heartbroken. Oh no, there was still one person who was mourning for Uncle Finger's death. Queen Sansa was dressed in plain clothes that hugged her graceful waist. Her pink cheeks were filled with grief. Her eyes were red and swollen like pink peaches. Her hazy blue eyes were filled with tears. She looked like a little white flower swaying in the spring rain. She really looked like a young widow. Oh no, she had lost her father, not her husband. For some reason, second brother, who had been working tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights, looked up at this moment. The dwarf quickly looked away from the queen's full breasts and bowed. "Tell me first, why do you think I killed Littlefinger?" He was calm and took the initiative. In the past few years, he had been put on trial twice. Catelyn had captured him, and Lisa had tried him for sending assassins to kill Bran at the Eyrie. At King's Landing, Cersei and Tywin had tried him for murdering Emperor Joffrey. Both trials were extremely unpleasant. The judges were all crazy women who wanted to put him to death. In the end, the trial changed from a civil trial to a martial trial, a trial by martial arts. This time, even if Sansa went crazy, he was not afraid. First of all, on the way here, he had already figured out Aegon's attitude towards Uncle Finger's death. We all know what kind of person he is, so we won't have to worry about his death. Secondly, he had witnesses. No one could ignore the testimony of the Dornish princess. Bronze John glanced at Sansa. After seeing her nod, he said, "First, you have a motive. King Joffrey seems to have been the one who framed you. And on the night of King Aegon's wedding, you had a conflict with Duke Baelish. You beat him up, and before you left, you told him to fly once. In fact, Duke Baelish fell from a moon gate and flew once." "Ha!" Tyrion shook his head and chuckled. "When I said fly, I wasn't talking about the moon gate. Throwing from the moon gate wasn't enough to vent my anger. I have a pterodactyl. I can lift that bastard up a few thousand meters and throw him down onto my sister's balcony. Her beautiful face will be covered in Littlefinger's filth. That will be the real pleasure." The hall burst into an uproar. Some people roared with laughter, while others cursed. Bronze John did not comment, and continued, "Duke Baelish's guard was killed by a crossbow, and we all know that you are an expert in infiltration and assassination with a crossbow. In terms of using a crossbow, my talent is indeed dazzling and cannot be hidden. How many allied dragoons have died under my Tyrion pterodactyl crossbow? For this, the queen even rewarded me with tens of thousands of gold royals for the invention patent. Even King Aegon said that it was good when he used it. Cough, cough, so you admit it?" Jon glanced at the embarrassed King Aegon and felt a little awkward. "Admit what? I haven't been in the valley for the past few days. Princess Elaine can testify for me." The dwarf pointed at Princess Dornan and said. Under everyone's gaze, Elaine looked hesitant. "Your Highness?" Tyrion asked nervously. "You can't drop the ball at a time like this." Elaine glared at him, and her expression became even more conflicted. "Why are you hesitating?" The dwarf shouted. Just as he shouted, he suddenly realized that Elaine was the heir of Dornan, the unmarried virgin princess. If she announced that she had a threesome with the dwarf in front of everyone, It was true that the people of Dornan liked to fool around, but they also believed in the seven gods. They could fool around without being afraid of others saying anything. However, it was a little insulting to admit that they were fooling around in front of so many nobles. Thinking of this, the dwarf immediately shouted, "Elaine, tell us. Let's go to the old town to find Rosie, the real Rosie in Rosie's dream." On the sunny beach of Green Pavilion Island, the three of us had a perfect 2 days and 2 nights. Tell them. Rosie? 7 gods above. Rosie, it's so convenient to have a dragon. I've always wanted to sigh. Not to mention Rosie, even Princess Elaine is a top-notch beauty. She actually had a threesome with such an ugly and deformed little devil monkey. Holy Father, why is this world so unfair? What's unfair about it? The dwarf has a pterodactyl. Just like on normal days, no matter how ugly or old we nobles are, we're still more loved by women than the handsome commoners. A pterodactyl knight is obviously of a higher level than us ordinary knights. Sigh. I also want to become a pterodactyl knight. Ere Harry thought in his heart. I'm thinking, isn't it impossible for a dwarf? How is he going to deal with 2 women, even though they are more stimulating to any man than an aphrodisiac? Sigh, you don't understand. The Dornish people are very, it must be Princess Elaine and Rosie. Then the dwarf rubbed his penis and cheered them on. I see. The hall seemed to have exploded. The knights and nobles were all excited. They didn't care where they were and discussed loudly. Hearing everyone's words, Elaine's face turned pale and then red. She glared at the dwarf who was looking at her guiltily. Then she shrunk her neck and lowered her head in shame. Silence, silence. Bronze John shouted with all his might. There was no table or hammer. After a while, the hall changed from a noisy market to a quiet library. John said angrily, "Everyone here is a noble gentleman. Why are you talking like a street bumpkin? King Aegon and Queen Sansa are still here." Everyone lowered their heads and humbly listened to him. Bronze John nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the dwarf and said, "Tyrion, tell us the details of what happened in the past 2 days." Everyone, "John, you old bastard. Why don't I use Tessa to carry you to the old town and you try it yourself?" Tyrion cursed. Old John wanted to nod and agree. "All right, hurry up and untie me." Tyrion raised the shackles on his hands and said impatiently, "This is a farce. Who doesn't know who you are? When Jon Arryn died, you didn't do anything. It was just Pinky. How many people were cheering in their hearts? Ask yourselves honestly, do any of you care about his life or death? Who wants to take revenge for a little upstart from the Five-Finger Peninsula? Tyrion, you are insulting the nobles of the valley." Bronze John shouted angrily. "Jon, are you Pinky's vassal?" Tyrion mocked. Bronze John's face flushed red, and he snorted. "At least he is the protector of the valley." Of course, Jon was not Pinky's vassal. No one here was Uncle Finger's vassal. Robert Arryn was still alive. He was the Duke of the Valley. If the nobles of the valley admitted that they were Uncle Finger's vassal, it meant that they had betrayed Duke Robert. Those who could take revenge for Uncle Finger were either his vassals or his relatives and friends. Unfortunately, Uncle Finger did not have any. This was the so-called foundation of the nobles. This was also the reason why everyone had always looked down on Uncle Finger. Without Little Finger, everything he had built up would be destroyed in an instant. And in this world, it was not difficult to make a normal person disappear. Just like Uncle Finger, he was kidnapped by a group of bandits. But if you killed Tywin, Kevin, and Lannister, you would still be a giant. Tyrion, Duke Baelish is my godfather. You insulting him is the same as insulting me." Sansa rebuked angrily. Tears poured out of her eyes, but she forced herself to maintain the dignity of a queen and did not cry out loud. The nobles felt pity and respect for her. Even the dwarf was stunned. He thought that the best goddaughter of the Seven Kingdoms was really devastated by the death of the best godfather of the Seven Kingdoms. He glared at Aegon. "What are you doing? You have been married for a few days, and you still haven't let her see Pinky's true colors?" Aegon shrugged helplessly. "Sigh, my cute little wife. She is very smart and believe my words, but she is too kind and benevolent. She only remembers the kindness of others and forgets their evil. Pinky is dead. Are you sure? Dragon Queen was shocked when she received the news. I am 100% sure. The people of the valley found Pinky's corpse at the foot of the mountain. It was a horrible sight. It was a pile of rotten meat. Even his head was taken away by a wild wolf. But from the protector of the valley ring on his severed finger, we can tell that it was Pinky. All right, his clothes and the mimic bird badge are still there. Marvin said. Who is the murderer? Danny asked again. We suspected it was Tyrion, but Marvin's eyes wandered as he told her about Tyrion and the other two. Now that the people of the Seven Kingdoms know, Prince Dowling will be furious. Danny's mouth twitched. Then she remembered that she was also partly responsible for this. That Rosie, she was also a pretentious little bitch like Sansa. Other than Sansa, Pinky was not liked by anyone else. After many investigations to no avail, Tyrion suggested that his death be blamed on Cersei. Marvin said, That's really, Your Majesty, there is something you need to pay attention to. Marvin's expression turned serious as he reminded her, I realized that Sansa Stark is not simple. Not long after Pinky's death, she became the new protector of the valley and Robert Arryn's guardian under Bron's Yohn's suggestion. Also, she is far more popular than Pinky. The valley is almost under her control. Perhaps. A person flashed across Danny's mind, Madame Stoneheart. Because her loyalty to Catelyn had been transferred to Sansa, Brittany was willing to be the captain of Aegon's Kingsguard. Brittany was the bridge between Sansa and Lady Stoneheart. I see. Danny suddenly understood everything. Lady Stoneheart's heart was as cold as stone, but her brain was still there. The marriage with Aegon, the alliance between wolves and dragons, was the best choice for Sansa and Stark. Also, Prince Aegon's goal has changed, Marvin added. Chapter 648. In the plan that Aegon and Tyrion agreed upon, after the marriage, the Knights of the Valley would immediately head south to King's Landing and help Aegon obtain the Iron Throne. After that, they would command the world and sweep through the factions that refused to submit to them, finally taking down the entire Seven Kingdoms. Uncle Finger had no reason to reject this plan, but after Uncle Finger's death, Sansa would ascend to the throne. As the queen, the protector of the valley, and the queen of the Northern Territory, she would have a huge say. Moreover, Aegon was still young. He was not an experienced and decisive king who had been on the throne for many years. He would be easily swayed by pillow talk. Sansa wanted revenge. The valley and the river Gienlands were neighbors. After leaving the Moon Mountain Range and walking north along the King's Road for 1,000 kilometers, they would reach the Frey family's river delta city. Her grandfather's rapid-flow city could be put aside for now, but she would not let Walder Frey, who killed her brother and mother and massacred many nobles in the Northern Territory, go. I do not deny that I want revenge, but what's wrong with vassals avenging the queen? Queen Sansa said confidently. No one could refute her. That was because Aegon was the king. They were his vassals and the queen's vassals. They should fight for her glory and avenge her. Moreover, the Frey family is a famous nouveau riche in the Seven Kingdoms. They have the most abundant food and wealth in the river Gienlands. We have 3 dragons. We do not need to mobilize our entire army. We only need a light cavalry of 2,000 men. We will definitely win in half a month. Even Tyrion was convinced by this reason. Sigh, Aegon actually found such a clever wife. Aunt Dany sighed. Your Majesty, Sansa Stark is not a kind person, Marwyn said worriedly. This is a good thing. With a good wife, the husband will be safe. Sansa will let Aegon truly gain a foothold in the Westeros, the Dragon Queen said in relief. Aunt Dany truly hoped that Nephew Gu would be able to resist plots. Erlu, the child of prophecy, Cersei, Yulun, assassins and schemes, and even the other ghosts and three-eyed crows outside the Great Wall. There were still many trials waiting for him. With Nephew Gu at the front, not only would she be able to relax, but the stable boy Simba would also be able to grow up peacefully. We're here, Mong City. Dragon Queen pulled on the reins, and the little silver horse began to accelerate rhythmically. Ding ding, dang dang dang. Dozens of bells behind her head played a triumphant tune. This was the Dothraki Sea, home of the centaurs. Looking around, the vast and empty plains were like a carpet, spreading out in all directions. It was flat and vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were no hills or mountains, no trees, no cities, and no standard roads. There was only an endless grassland. The wind blew and the clouds surged, and the slender grass that was half a man's height swayed like waves. The Dothraki Sea lived up to its name. It was indeed a vast ocean, an ocean of grass. Hurana grass was the main grass species on the grassland. During the rainy season, summer, it was green and glistening. The grassland was truly like a green ocean, undulating with waves. When it was close to the dry season, autumn, the Hurana grass would begin to bloom. The small red flowers would dye the grassland into a surging sea of blood. When the dry season came, winter, the flowers would fall and the seeds would sprout. The entire world would turn into a thick bronze color. Dragon Queen was currently leading 500 cars, wandering in the dark green and ancient yellow ocean. Other than the Hurana grass, there were small lemon-yellow flowers, large leaf grass that was as dark as indigo, blue, and orange grass. She even saw grass with rainbow-colored spots. This was an ocean of grass. The centaurs were like fish, and the Khalasars were like schools of fish. They lived in the Dothraki Sea. Finally, we're back. Aggo gazed at the tall V's Dothraki horse gate in the distance, and let out a long and deep sigh. This time, we will conquer this place. Ricardo patted the steel scimitar at his waist and announced loudly. Xiao Gu was stupefied and didn't say a word. We have to hurry. The Battle of Meereen is the main event. Don't waste too much time in Horse King City, Kue Luo said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Danny on Little Silver's horse smiled faintly. As the Alliance army gradually approached Meereen, she finally decided to make a move against the centaurs. She wanted to unify the Dothraki Sea and be crowned the Heavenly Khan of the Great Plains. 500 elite horsemen stepped onto the main road, which was covered in broken grass and brown soil. They slowed down as they approached the Horse Gate. Horse King City's full name was V's Dothraki. Although it was called a city, it was actually a long-term settlement near a mountain range and a lake. The grassland settlement had no city walls, no castles, and no tall towers. But it did have a very peculiar city gate. Although Horse King City had no city walls and was ventilated on all sides, the centaurs had formed a rule that everyone knew. Anyone who entered or left Horse King City had to go through the Horse Gate. The Horse Gate was made up of two huge bronze steeds standing on their hind legs and leaping high into the air. This was the action that would appear in any movie, TV show, or picture that involved steeds. The two horses raised their two front hooves, and their hooves met in the air more than 30 meters above the road, forming a pointed arc standing in front of the Horse Gate for Rael. Danny actually experienced a peculiar sense of beauty. Standing in front of the Horse Gate in particular, looking out at the endless rows of yurts in the distance and the purple goddess mountain in the distance, the Horse Gate was like adding a frame to a grassland landscape painting. Dragon Queen is here. The number one Callie of the Sea of Grass has come to Horse King City. Danny Lilith has brought Khalasar back to Horse King City. Before Dragon Queen had even stepped through the Horse Gate, the passers-by on the roadside had already recognized her. Their cries of surprise were like a string of firecrackers going off into the distance. Horse King City was not closed off, on the contrary. It was very tolerant of foreign merchants. The centaurs would wantonly attack the cities, towns, villages of other races, plunder their wealth, and kill the people in the cities. But in the Sea of Grass, as long as it was a merchant group heading to Horse King City to do business, the centaurs would never provoke them. Merchant groups from the Barren Land, Yisya, Shadowlands, and the Jade Sea all gathered here to buy and sell goods. There were also many merchants who brought specialties from the Western world. They came from Khal, Pintos, Slave Bay, Volantis, and other city-states. There were even many Westerners. Miraculously, the centaurs, who had no concept of finance, had actually turned Horse King City into the center of trade between the East and the West. It was the quills of the land. One of the most important reasons was that Horse King City was very safe, but there were no taxes. Yes, the centaurs only accepted gifts and did not have jobs like tax officers or customs. There were many people who came here to do business, especially after Danny sealed off the sea trade. On the dirt road from the Horse Gate to the center of the city, there were caravans driving carriages and camels, causing Danny and the rest to slow down. But the dense ringing of bells from Dragon Queen's braids was much more effective than the sirens on the streets. It was like a tiger clearing the streets. Merchants from all over the world, regardless of whether they knew who the Dragon Queen was. But since they came to Horse King City to do business, they had to understand one thing. The longer the braids, the more bells on them, the louder they were, and the more they were not to be trifled with. Danny's thick silver hair was braided into dozens of braids that reached her chest. They were not too long, but there were too many bells on them. Gold, silver, copper, and iron. They were colorful and shiny, dazzling people's eyes. Oh my God, why does she have so many bells? Are they fake? A man wearing a tiger skin vest exclaimed. You came from the deep mountains, right? You don't even know her. A female warrior beside him said with disdain. Her cheeks were inlaid with red jade, and her breasts with gems were exposed. She was a warrior from the city-state of Kalen. I come from the skeletal mountains in the east. Why? You are indeed a barbarian from the mountains. The red jade female warrior sighed with an expression full of superiority and began to tell him about the Dragon Queen's great achievements. According to the standard of a normal centaur, killing a famous person will give you a bell. Her bells are probably enough to fit a carriage. In the end, the red jade female warrior concluded. Hiss, that's terrifying. Under the respectful gazes of the merchants and centaurs, Danny rode her little silver horse through the Horse Gate first, with the Blood Alliance guards and Luo following closely behind. After that, there were 500 roaring warriors wearing Dothraki vests of the same color and emblem. All of them were strong and had arrogant expressions. Behind the Horse Gate was not a bazaar or a yurt, but a long avenue of the gods. The so-called Avenue of the Gods was a road full of ruts and withered grass. On both sides of the road were statues of gods and heroes that the centaurs had plundered from various city-states. There were statues of gods that had been worshipped by the declining cities but had long been forgotten, as well as stone statues of kings sitting on thrones. There were also all kinds of monsters from the Shadowlands. Black iron dragons with jeweled eyes, griffins with ferocious roars, scorpion-tailed beasts with lion bodies, and scorpion-tailed beasts with raised tails. There were even devil statues that were deformed and terrifying, yet extremely lifelike, causing the timid to be intimidated by them. Most of the statues were made of stone and metal. The faces of the people had been battered by wind and rain for thousands of years, and had long become broken and blurry, making it impossible to identify their origins. Where's my steel statue? It was still there the last time I saw it. Danny suddenly asked in surprise. Go ask Dosh Kaling. It's very likely that the news spread and it was dragged away. Luo looked around and comforted her. But don't worry, it's always the centaurs who rob others. It should still be hiding somewhere in Horse King City. Speaking of Dosh Kaling came. Before entering the bazaar, a large group of people walked along the Avenue of the Gods to welcome them. They were Dosh Kaling, the overseers of Horse King City. Some of them were as old as rotten wood and carried long carved crutches. Every step they took seemed to be the last of their lives as they struggled and trembled. There were also tall and strong middle-aged women who strode forward with their heads held high and without the slightest hint of timidity, as if they were all female calls. There were also young women in their teens and 20s who looked curiously and enviously at the Dragon Queen, who was on Little Silver's horse and smiling faintly. There were 45 Dosh Kaling in total, followed by several times as many eunuchs and slaves. They had all been Khaleesi at one time. When their husbands died and the new Khal elected a new Khaleesi, they would be sent here to be in charge of the vast Dothraki Sea. After the call died, his wives wouldn't be tainted by any centaurs and would stay in Horse King City as wise men. Whenever the calls of the grasslands wanted to make an important decision, they would come to Horse King City to ask for the Doshkaling's advice and ask them to divine good or bad fortune. Apart from the fact that they couldn't leave Horse King City, the Doshkalings still had a lot of status and power. "Danny, Liz, have you come back to join us?" The oldest of the old women shouted sternly as she stepped forward. "No, I've come back to rule over you." Chapter 649. Rule Us. It was a hunchbacked, emaciated old centaur with only a single black eye left. Call were all centaurs, but Calixi came from all over the world. Blonde hair, blue eyes, silver hair, purple eyes, red hair, brown eyes, green hair. There were even a few black girls. But the leader of the Doshkalin was an old centaur woman. "It's not impossible. You have the right to replace me and become the leader of the Doshkalin." The one-eyed old woman thought for a moment and nodded. "No, you've misunderstood. I'm not a Doshkalin. I don't just want to rule you." Danny waved her hand and looked at the people around her. She said loudly, "I want to rule everyone. Everyone within sight and beyond will kneel before me." "You, how dare you?" the old women shouted angrily. The one-eyed old woman looked at Danny with her dark eyes and said sternly, "You're not a call. You're not a man. How dare you dream of becoming a steed that rides the world? I'm Calixi. I have 20,000 roaring warriors under me. I'm stronger than any man. Why can't I become a steed that rides the world?" Danny said calmly, "You're not the one in the prophecy. You're not even a centaur." The one-eyed old woman said loudly, "I'm not a centaur, but ever since I married Khal Drogo, I have the same rights as a centaur. Just like them." Danny pointed at the people in front of her. They were all Doshkalin of other races. They weren't originally centaurs, but after they married the Khal, they became Doshkalin like you. The one-eyed old woman was speechless. She was stunned for a while before saying, "No woman has ever been a Khal. There's a first time for everything. Don't the zebra people next door have a female Jaha, equivalent to Khal? Also, the zebra people's first Jahada, Khal of Khal who rides the world's steed, Zanya was a female warrior." Danny said. Unfortunately, she was playing the lute to a cow this time. The one-eyed old woman might be very intelligent and had experienced many things and people. She even had some understanding of the zebra people next to the Bone Mountain, but she had never heard of Zanya. Seeing the old woman's doubtful expression, Danny understood that the old woman probably did not know about the zebra heroes from thousands of years ago. Sighing, she turned around and looked at her roaring warriors, asking loudly, "Are all of you truly loyal to a female Khal?" Kue Luo was the first to draw his scimitar. "Long live Calixi! Long live Cow of Cow!" The lackeys behind him immediately knew how to answer. He also raised his scimitar high into the sky and shouted, "Long live Calixi! Long live the Khal of Khal!" Their voices were uniform, and the sound waves overflowed into the heavens. The group of old women were shocked, and then they retreated a few steps. Danny rise equals the first female Khal. It had become a fact that everyone knew. As long as Danny's Khalasar sincerely recognized her identity as a Khal, the Khalasar on the prairie would also recognize her. Does it sound ridiculous? Just think about the formation process of the Khalasar, and you'll understand. The Khalasar were not a race, and their boundaries were very blurry. Different Khalasars could seamlessly merge and expand infinitely. "Do you know what you're facing?" the one-eyed old woman said eerily. "Of course. All Khals will challenge me. I can't refuse." Danny nodded. "Tonight, at the foot of the Mother of Mountains, we will seek enlightenment from the gods. Whether there will be a steed that rides the world, we'll know tonight," the one-eyed old woman said. No matter what major matter the centaurs wanted to do, they would always go to the Mother of Mountains to seek divination. This was their tradition. Danny nodded, watching as Dosi Kalen left, surrounded by eunuchs and slaves. "Let's go and find a place to set up camp." She waved her hand and urged her horse forward. "Calixi, let's go to Khal Drogo's palace." "That's your inheritance," Ricaro called out. "All right, After walking along the Avenue of the Gods for 4 to 5 kilometers, the statues on the roadside gradually decreased. Then, an extremely exaggerated market appeared before their eyes. The layout of Horse King City was extremely simple. There was only one main road, the Avenue of the Gods. It started from a horse gate and went north all the way to the foot of the Mother of Mountains. The Avenue of the Gods was divided into 3 sections: front, middle, and back. The 2 sides of the front section were piled with statues that the centaurs had robbed. The middle section was the market, and the left and right sides were the market in the west and east respectively. The back section was where Dosi Kalen lived. The market in the west was occupied by merchants from the free trade city-states. It was a huge square, surrounded by mud brick huts and livestock pens. In the middle of the square were many vendors and rugged aisles. The market in the east was similar. Merchants from Asha, the Barren Lands, and the Shadowlands traded there. Although centaurs were primitive, in Horse King City, everything from the east and the west could be bought. For example, Dorn's wine and Slaver's beige dragon paper. The wide streets were paved with withered wild grass and brown soil. Wildflowers grew freely here and there. Danny rode through the market in the west of the city, looking for Drogo's yurt. Perhaps the land in Horse King City was not worth much, but the buildings were very spacious. The total area was roughly 5 times the size of Mirene. It was said that Horse King City could accommodate all the centaurs in the Dothraki Sea. Well, it could only accommodate them, but it could not support them. After circling around a few streets, Danny stopped and said awkwardly, "I don't remember the way. Do any of you remember?" Because of their special status, and because of the previous declaration, many vendors, slaves, and centaurs looked at them curiously along the way. There were also bare-bottomed centaur children chasing around Danny's silver pony, making her very uncomfortable. "I'll lead the way," a few centaurs said in unison. In the end, Ag rode forward and led the group forward. The buildings in Horse King City were too strange. There were carved stone tents, grass-woven palaces as big as the castles of Westeros lords, 2-story wooden buildings, and palaces that were simply surrounded by thorny fences. Danny even saw a few miniature pyramids made of marble. There were too many styles, too strange. Many of them were new and had no urban planning at all. But the centaurs could not be blamed. They did not study architecture at all. All the buildings were built by slaves. Today, they captured a Gith and built a pyramid. Tomorrow, they captured a loiner and built a castle. The day after tomorrow, we're here. Ag stopped in front of a deep wooden hall. Danny really found its shadow in the original owner's memories. Logs as thick as her waist were nailed to the ground side by side, forming a 12-meter-tall wooden wall. It was only 10 meters wide, but more than 50 meters deep. It could accommodate a few hundred people at the same time. The roof was a canvas curtain, just like a small convertible car. It could be hung up to block the wind and rain. It could also be opened to welcome the sun and morning dew. Around the hall, there were hundreds of roundhouses. It was like a shack dug out from a grave. There were even weeds and wild flowers growing on the grave. Someone has taken over the Call's palace. Ag walked into the hall and found a centaur to ask. He then pointed at the dragon queen on the little silver horse and said a few words to the centaur. Not long after, a 30-year-old Call, called Daco, personally came to explain to Danny. He was a Call who had risen in recent years. He gave 10 boxes of gold medals to the Dosh Callan to get the palace. When the Call died, his Khalasar was divided. His palace in Horse King City was taken over by the Dosh Callan, and the Dosh Callan would distribute it to the Calls who needed it. If Danny had obediently returned to Horse King City back then and joined the old Dosh Callan, she would have received a large portion of the demolition fee. "I know you, Drogo's Callie She, slave Bay's Dragon Queen." Khal Daco looked at Danny with a serious expression and said, "You don't have many people, so I can invite you to my palace to rest. But if you want me to move, you have to get the Dosh Callan to give me a new palace." "All right, give me a place." Danny nodded and said, "After all, the entire Horse King City would be hers in 2 days." Seeing that the Dragon Queen was so easy to talk to, Daco also let out a sigh of relief. He arranged for people to give Dany more than 20 tomb rooms. Then he invited Dany and her Blood Alliance guards to the Wooden Palace to drink. If two Khalaisars met in the Sea of Grass, one of them would definitely fall if one of them didn't take the initiative to avoid the other. But in Horse King's city, all the centaurs were blood brothers. They belonged to the same Khalasar and were of the same race, so there would be no conflict or vendetta. With the Megalosaurus in the sky and the shapeshifters' animal companions on the ground, she wasn't afraid that the centaurs would learn from the Westeros and lose their moral integrity. However, Dany didn't want to sit on a brick bed and drink with a centaur, so she declined and said, "I still have to give the Dosh Callan some gifts later." Daco nodded and said, "Your declaration at the entrance of the market has already spread. I also know about it." Dany's interest was piqued. She sent the centaur minion to set up camp while she and Dakota chatted in the shadows of the wooden hall. "Do you think I'm qualified to become the steed that rides the world?" she asked. Daco didn't directly answer this question. Instead, he said with a complicated expression, "I thought you would never come to Horse King City again. Only centaurs would come back. I thought that even if you came back, you would ride a dragon and flaunt your prowess to the Goddess Mountain. I didn't expect you to follow the rules like all the other calls. You rode a horse with a Khalasar and passed through the Horse Gate, taking the path of the gods. If you want to break the rules, you have to follow the rules first. I know the rules very well." Dany smiled faintly. "Yes, you know the rules very well, so you have a chance to become the steed that rides the world. Those who don't follow the centaur's traditions, no matter how strong they are, will never be recognized by the centaurs." "Only a chance?" Dany raised her eyebrows. Daco raised his big fist and shook it. He smiled coldly and said, "Actually, the biggest rule of the centaurs is this. You are the wife of a Khal. You didn't marry anyone else. You have owned and nurtured the purest Khalasar from the start. You follow the centaur's traditions. All of this can only give you the status of a centaur and the status of a Khal. In Horse King City, I will recognize you as my brother. Because of a number of bells in your braids, I will invite you to sit at the best table, drink the strongest horse milk wine, and eat the crispest roasted horse meat." Dany opened her mouth. She really wanted to say, "Don't take advantage of me. How can a normal person be qualified to be called my brother? But if you want to become the Khal of Khals, you must defeat all Khals, their Blood Alliance guards, and their heirs without relying on any external power. You must not use any dragons, magic, witchcraft, or powerful steel weapons. Under completely fair conditions, you must defeat all Khals, their Blood Alliance guards, and heirs." Khal Daco shook his head and sighed. "If you want the centaurs to be convinced, you must defeat us using the centaurs' methods. But you obviously can't do that. Hearing you say that, I have an idea." Dany raised her small white fist and shook it at the centaurs, saying, "I don't lack this." Chapter 650. If one did not have any ambition for the centaurs, Khaleesi's identity would be worthless. But if one wanted to rule the centaurs, Dany Khaleesi's identity would be the first step to her ascension to the position of the Khan of Heaven. Don't think that ordinary centaurs could be casually chosen as the Khal's Khaleesi just because they did not marry. In reality, after the Khal married his wife, he would return to the Horse King City and get a marriage certificate from the Doshi Karen. After getting the approval of the Doshi Karen, the Khaleesi would be the real Khaleesi, and Dany was the Khaleesi who was approved by all the Doshi Karen and was the most promising one, especially when she had accomplished a feat that few centaurs could do, eating a wild horse's heart alive. The heart that had just been taken out of the wild horse's abdomen was still beating. It was full of strong muscles. She had to bite it with all her might until her cheeks hurt. Then, she had to chew it slowly before swallowing it. With every bite, her face would be covered in hot horse blood. That taste, Dany was rejoicing. Fortunately, all the hardships were eaten by her predecessor. Now, she had picked up a big bargain. When she brought the gift to the one-eyed old woman, she received her without any hesitation. Yes, Dany and the old woman were old acquaintances. Leg's prophecy and Drogo's decision to lead Khalasar across the narrow sea to attack the Westeros were all approved by the one-eyed old woman. This was an empty tent made of blue canvas. It was about 100 square meters. There was a huge fire burning in the center. There were 4 to 5 eunuchs busily working in it. Just as she opened the leather curtain, Dany smelled a strong, strange smell of blood and herbs. She raised her head and looked around. She saw various herbs placed on the boards nearby. There was myrrh, saffron, acanthes, diospyros, sourgrass leaves, mugwort, and so on. Obviously, this old woman also held the position of true Mongolian doctor. The old woman used her one eye to size up Dany and her Blood Alliance guard's waist and back. She nodded and said, "Very good. You have taken off your weapon." Mother Goddess Mountain was the holy mountain, and Horse King City was the holy city. Under the Mother Goddess Mountain, Horse King City strictly prohibited metal weapons. After the newly returned call reached his palace, he would unload his weapons and give them to the slaves in the palace to store. Only then would he be able to move about in the city. Before Dany saw Dosi Kaling, she also followed this rule and left her sword and dagger in the camp. "I'll go bring the gifts in." Dany smiled and turned to the Blood Alliance guard. Soon, the centaurs lined up and walked in with large wooden chests on their shoulders. Dany's 500 centaur roaring warriors set off first and headed straight for Horse King City. When they got close to Horse King City, she rode on a megalosaurus while her Blood Alliance rode on a pterosaur and chased after them. At the same time, the megalosaurus and the pterosaur were carrying gifts that weighed several tons. "Gotcha!" The box opened, and the golden light and the bright red bonfire reflected each other. The one-eyed old woman remained calm and unmoved. After the centaur left, another centaur came in and placed down a wooden chest the size of a luggage bag. When it was opened, another wave of golden light shone out. Box after box. The entire curtain seemed to be draped in a layer of gold. The old woman was finally moved. Almost 10 boxes of gold, 500,000 gold royals. It was equivalent to half of the old woman's life savings. But this was not the end. Immediately, another centaur came in carrying 10 boxes of orbs, 10 boxes of different colored gems, 10 sets of jewelry made by famous masters, 10 colorful diamonds the size of egg yolks, 10 bundles of the finest silk, 10 thick dragon bones, pterosaur, 10 rolls of pterosaur skin the size of bed sheets, 10 jars of pterosaur medicine that could cure the gray plague, and 10 jars of fine wine from the world's top 10 wineries. A total of 100 centaurs came in with 100 gifts. They started to place the gifts in front of the bonfire in the old woman's tent and spread to more than 10 meters outside the tent. Every time the centaurs placed the gifts down, they would loudly announce the names and approximate value. The one-eyed old woman who thought she had seen the world was shocked, and her mouth was wide open. The eunuchs and other Dosi Kaling who were alarmed also came out to watch the show. Every time a gift landed, the crowd would let out a series of exclamations. In terms of wealth, the Dragon Queen was definitely not as rich as the Iron Treasury. But in terms of extravagance, if she claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Other people were extravagant because they took out their money to show off. She was extravagant because she did not treat money as money. In fact, Dany never let go of any opportunity to use her money. For example, buying food to save the world or bribing the old Dosi Kaling. Well, centaurs did not have the concept of bribery. They accepted gifts openly. Receiving gifts was a centaur tradition. In the end, the Dragon Queen even personally brought out a tin box the size of a tea box. There were a total of 10 boxes on a tray, and they were all filled with cinchona bark. The one-eyed old woman was almost dizzy. She looked around at the other Dosi Kaling who had quietly gathered at the entrance and loudly said, "This is a divine medicine found in the island of Immortal's Calixi's blessing. It can drive away many kinds of demons, including the Pale Mare." After verification, Dany was surprised to find that perhaps it was because she grew up in Sosros, known as the home of plagues. The cinchona tree in this fantasy world had also started to become fantastical. It had a powerful effect on all plagues with symptoms of malaria. Wow, is it true? It can even cure the pale mare? It shouldn't be wrong. She even took out Calixi's endurance to cure the gray plague before. The gray plague is said to be incurable. The blood plague can at least be endured. If it can cure the gray plague, it can definitely drive away the pale mare. Oh gods, is she the medicine goddess? The appearance of Calixi's blessing almost made the crowd explode. Centaurs were actually not afraid of the gray plague. Because the symptoms of the gray plague were too obvious, they could run and leave the victims far away. But the blood plague was like an influenza. It was very difficult to detect, and it followed them like a nightmare. Many times, if there were not a large number of deaths, it would be impossible to confirm that the pale mare had entered their tribe. The one-eyed old woman recovered from her daze. She first ordered the eunuch slaves to move all the boxes to her treasury, a private house next to the tombs. Then she waved her hand to drive away the onlookers who had gathered around. When everyone left, she sat back on the first seat by the bonfire and sighed. If you have the ability, it's not impossible for you to become a steed that rides the world. Did she relent? The effect of giving gifts was so good. No wonder it was impossible to stop people from going through the back door. Even Tang Xuanzang had to give the purple gold alms bowl to Ananda when he went to the Western paradise to obtain the Buddhist scriptures. Even Buddha was like that. What can mortals do? I have the ability. Danny immediately said, I have heard of your deeds at Slave Bay. To be able to go against the world, you do indeed have the ability. But to become a steed that rides the world, you need more than just the ability to command troops and govern a country. The old woman slowly said, Don't worry, I have the ability to fight a war. I also have the ability to govern a country. I don't lack the ability to fight against 100 people. Even my ability to earn money. Have you seen it just now? It's my specialty, Danny said confidently. The one-eyed old woman's wrinkled face was a little distorted. If you're willing to make 2 solemn oaths to all centaurs, I will lead the Dashikal forest and issue a summon to all cars. What kind of oaths? Danny asked. First, according to the custom of the centaur cars, they will use swords to fight with blood and flesh. There will be no magic, dragons, or coward's armor during the competition. No problem. Danny nodded and agreed. Are you sure? Otherwise, why would I come all the way to Horse King City? There's a world war waiting for me in Mirene, Danny said. The old woman stared at Danny's face with her dark eye for a while before reminding. Do you know why the zebra people always have female Jaha, but the centaurs never have female cars? Because the zebra tribes are connected by blood, the eldest daughter of the family naturally has the advantage of being the successor. But we use the strength and wisdom of the cars to gather our people, forming a huge khalasar that does not differentiate between bloodlines. The zebra tribes are small, but there are many of them. Our population is larger than theirs, but the number of cars in each generation is less than half of theirs. The khalasar is several times larger than their single tribe. The zebra people are bullied by the natives, but only the centaurs bully others. The centaurs roam the continent, and no one can bully us. If you have the guts, go and say that to the Valeglia people, Danny complained in her heart. Before the Age of Bleeding, a century after the great cataclysm of Illyria, the centaurs had never set foot in the Khal forest. They had always been obediently herding around Horse King City, and at most, they would go east and bully the small countries in the mountains. But Danny had to admit that the centaurs were indeed more domineering than the zebra people. Looking at the statues on both sides of the Avenue of the Gods, there were thousands of them. This meant that thousands of cities and towns had been destroyed. Tywin had once despised the free cities for being too cowardly, and even offered tributes to the centaurs every year. He believed that as long as everyone worked together and gave the centaurs a ruthless blow, destroying 1 or 2 khalasars, the centaurs would naturally not dare to take another step towards the west. It seemed reasonable, but Tywin did not understand the centaurs well enough. It was not that the centaurs never lost, and they had been wiped out many times. For example, when the 3,000 Unsullied defended Kohor, half of the centaurs were wiped out. The Call's son, the Blood Riders, and Casco, these leaders had all died in battle. The centaurs also cut off their braids and surrendered to the few hundred remaining unsullied soldiers. But did the centaurs ever stop spreading Tekoa? This was mainly decided by the centaur system. Fear would be engraved in the genes and passed down from generation to generation. But the genes of fear would be born in the Call who died in battle and could not be passed down. The newborn Calls were the bravest and most fearless of death, and his Khalasar would definitely be brave and fearless as well. If everything went according to Tywin's plan, the free cities would be the first to collapse, because fighting in the wild with the centaurs was much cheaper than defending a city. The old woman continued, "Perhaps the Call will not always be the strongest among the Khalasars, but to become a Call, one must defeat countless strong challengers. Even the Call's son has to go through dozens of life and death battles to inherit his father's position. A woman's blade skills may be stronger than 10, 100, or even 1,000 men, but there will always be 1,001st men who will defeat her. Therefore, the centaurs have never had a female Call, and the strongest warriors will only be men. Today, I will change this." Dany smiled faintly. The old woman sighed and said, "The second vow, unless you marry another centaur or find a centaur lover and give birth to a centaur bloodline child, you cannot pass the position of Call to your son. The centaurs acknowledge you because you are the Call's wife, but your child." At this point, the old woman's ugly face trembled, and she said with great regret, "What a pity, what a pity. If Drogo did not die, if he could successfully send Leg to Horse King City and hand him to me, everything would be so much simpler." Chapter 651. The old woman was truly regretful. Leg had received her personal blessing and prophecy. Yes, the prophecy that Leg would ride the steed of the world was made by this one-eyed old woman. Then Leg died in the original work. She even predicted that Drogo would win the battle and successfully cross the Narrow Sea to help her son win the Iron Throne. Drogo died before he could even win the battle. He died just as he left the Horse King City. The one-eyed old woman was a forest which relied on guesses to make her prophecies. "There's nothing to regret. I promised you 2 oaths," Dany said. Seeing her so calm and collected, the old woman couldn't help but be bewildered and asked, "Are you really sure? If I'm not sure, why would I come all the way here to die?" Dany laughed. "You can't use any magic. You can't use that kind of sorcery that causes fear just by looking at it," the old woman reminded. "It seems that you know me quite well. Since that's the case, Targaryen, you should know about my reputation as a man of my word, right?" The old woman nodded and sighed. "Actually, I've been troubled by the prophecy of ride the steed of the world. The Horse King City is huge and can accommodate all the centaurs. When the city was first built, it was prepared for this prophecy. One day, all the centaurs will gather in Horse King City, and a Call of Calls will be born from the many Calls. He will lead the centaurs to rule this world, which is to say, he will ride the steed of the world. I thought he was your child Leg. Then I thought he was Jaco's son Jango. But they sigh. Because of the blood plague, almost all the centaurs have returned to the Horse King City to seek refuge. It seems that half of the prophecy has come true. But I don't know if I should give you my blessing, because my blessings always bring misfortune." The old woman sighed bitterly. "At least you have some self-awareness. But this old witch might not be a complete muggle. Her prophecy, could it be that a person without any supernatural power could make a prophecy?" Before leaving the one-eyed old woman's tent, Dany asked, "Where's the steel statue?" "The one with the king's head and the megalosaurus torso." The old woman was stunned for a moment before she reacted and said, "There was a merchant who stole at night. His hands and his servant's hand were chopped off by my servant. However, there were still people who stole it the next day. The 3rd day, the 4th day, I had no choice but to move it here and bury it under my tent." Dany lowered her head and looked at the solid mud on the ground with a strange expression. "If you want it, then go ahead and dig it out. Steel weapons are definitely more practical than statues, The old woman said nonchalantly. I thought you would treat it as a treasure, Danny said strangely. I've asked all the blacksmiths, and none of them could do anything about it. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't give it to you. The old woman said honestly. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Danny led the centaurs to deliver gifts to all the Dashkalans. It wasn't as much as the one-eyed old woman, but everyone still had a share. In just one afternoon, Danny had given out at least 8 million gold royals worth of gifts, and that didn't include Calixi's blessing and Calixi's tenacity. The centaurs had to be direct. The more rustic it was, the easier it was to remember, and the easier it was to let them understand Calixi's capabilities. Just like Old Godmother, it was easy to understand and easy to promote. After tossing and turning until dusk, the eunuchs of the Dashkalans began to run around the city to inform the call of the centaurs. The first female call of the centaurs, Danny Lizzie Calixi, would be issuing a challenge to the call of calls. Tonight, at the foot of the Mother of Gods, the Dashkalans would be seeking enlightenment from the gods. Also, the centaurs believed in the horse god, but the horse god was only in charge of the Night Kingdom. To put it simply, the horse god was only one of the gods, just like how the Chinese believed in Yama. But Yama was only one of the gods that the Chinese believed in. But then again, the gods that the centaurs believed in were not systematic. They didn't even have proper names and titles, which was equivalent to the simplified version of the 7 gods. There weren't any real gods either. Just think about Drogo's death and you'll understand. There weren't any priests with supernatural powers in Khalasar. Well, there were many priests who healed people and divined for the calls, but they were all fakes. But like the followers of the 7 gods in Westeros, the centaurs were also very devout. After receiving the news from the Dashkalans, all the calls brought their wives, children, Blood Alliance guards, and Khalasar bandits to the foot of the Mother of Gods. The northern wind blew, causing the withered grass to sway. A full moon hung in the sky like a silver plate, spreading a layer of white frost over the grassland, causing the surrounding stars to dim. The night sky was exceptionally lonely. Fortunately, there were tens of thousands of torches on the ground like brilliant stars, making up for the lack of stars in the full moon. In the vast centaur city, there were countless torches lit up everywhere. Then, the torches converged into streams on the streets of the market, and the streams converged into a surging river at the Avenue of the Gods in the center. The river of torches was vast and mighty, mixed with the shouts of people and the neighs of horses, gushing into the foot of the Mother of Gods. The Dashkalans had built a sacrificial altar at the foot of the mountain, specially used for sacrifices and prayers. But unlike the Huaxia people, the centaur's sacrificial altar did not have high stairs. Instead, it was dug into a pit that was even lower than the ground. It was about 20 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. The priests held the ceremony at the bottom while the centaurs watched from above. The rules of the centaurs were very simple. The hierarchy was orderly, and the strong were respected. The number of bells represented the strong and weak. Whoever walked like a string of wind chimes in the wind would occupy the best position. Danny had more than 70 bells. She had no idea how each bell came about. It was all calculated by the 2 centaur maids. Because Calixi had too many bells, and they were all colorful, they looked very gaudy. When she sat at the best position at the side of the sacrificial altar, there were centaurs who objected, saying that the bells on her head were fake, including Danny. There were a total of 27 calls today. They went down to the pit with their Blood Alliance guards and sat on the high-back rattan chairs. The other centaurs were on top of the pit. According to the length of their braids and the number of bells, they were either standing or squatting. Inside the sacrificial altar, the so-called center position was just a chair that was placed on a small slope, half a meter higher than the others. Beside the calls, only the Blood Alliance guards were holding torches. But because her position was facing the entrance of the sacrificial altar, there were 2 large pots of burning whale oil beside her. The red light illuminated the sky. The smoke and the smell of burning was very strong. She was not afraid of the heat, but her white and tender face was already blackened and oily from the smoke. Even so, it still attracted the jealousy of the Calls. But looking at the situation now, on a full moon night in the wilderness, there were 27 chairs under the mud wall. Every chair was occupied by a bandit leader with a tilted head. Beside the bandit leader were 3 ferocious-looking men holding torches. Danny sat at the head of the table. Beside her were 2 burning whale oil torches. It was really like the classic scene of the Devil's Night Gathering in old Hong Kong movies. And her position seemed to belong to the Devil's sect leader. At this moment, a group of white-clothed, chivalrous men would suddenly fly into the sky and shout, "Devil die!" and stab her with their swords. No wonder a group of little devils coveted her position. So, it was the sect leader's throne. She is very famous, but she has only risen for 2 to 3 years. How could she have so many bells? Mozokul complained. The old Call was in his 60s, almost 70. Among the Calls who were changing rapidly, he could be considered as one of the best. But he had been a Call for close to half a century, and he did not have half of Danny's bells, so he started to say weird things. Yep, after losing a battle, only the braids would be cut, but the bells would not be removed. So, age was also an advantage. You said that Calixi's bells are fake? If this was not the foot of the goddess mountain, even if you grew 10 heads, they would not be enough for me to chop off. Kalalo was furious. A Call has to have a Call's identity. You can't be like a normal centaur, casually killing someone and giving yourself a bell, right? Pono, who was on Danny's left, sneered. Ever since they parted at the Raza River, this was the first time Danny saw this great enemy of hers. His braids were longer, and he had more bells. There was a domineering aura around him. Other than that, he did not change much. He was a muscular man in his 30s, almost 2 meters tall. Danny only glanced at him and the Blood Alliance guard beside him as if she was looking at a dead man. She did not say anything. Yep, it was enough to have underlings to talk. After not seeing you for a few years, Pono, you have become ignorant, a ghost said with a gloomy face. He is a frog at the bottom of the well. He can only see the grassland. Xiaogu said blankly, "Little bastards, you are courting death." Pono's Blood Alliance guard reached for the scimitar at his waist, but he touched nothing. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves and walk forward, he saw the old woman walking down from the opposite side. Thus, he was unable to advance or retreat. He could only stand there with a red face and shout, "Little bastards, just you wait." They called him Little Bastards because in the past Drogo Kalasa, their age and status far exceeded Ago, Ricardo, and Xiaogu. At that time, Ago and the other 2 were only 14 years old. They could barely be roaring warriors. A cold, killing intent flashed across Pono's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, how am I a frog at the bottom of the well?" Ricardo glanced at Danny. After receiving her signal, he immediately took 3 steps forward and shouted with his loudest voice, "Khaleesi's bells are made of different metals. Do you know why? She is a woman. She likes to be beautiful." A scarred Call shouted, "Ha ha ha!" The Calls in the pit, the Blood Alliance guard, and the centaurs above the pit roared with laughter. Ricardo did not get angry. He waited for them to laugh. When the laughter stopped, he laughed coldly and said, "Only a winged dragon knight is worthy of a gray iron bell. A small-scale battle is worth a bronze or silver bell. Only by conquering a large city like Marine, New Jis, or Tolos is worth a gold bell. Killing a god is worth a black iron bell. Think about it. What level are you at? An old fellow like Mozo is barely worth a gray iron bell. Pono, you are now the strongest Call on the plains. You can add a silver bell. As for the others," Ricardo waved his hand and rounded up the remaining people. He said with disdain, "I'm not targeting anyone. I am saying that everyone here is trash in front of Khaleesi. You are only given a bronze bell because you are Calls and cannot embarrass the centaurs. As for the rest of the Blood Alliance guard, they are barely enough to give us a string of bells of different colors. Little bastard, how arrogant. I want to break his neck. Dosi Khaleesi, did you hear how this little bastard insulted us? Swords and blades are not allowed at the foot of the Mother of Saints Mountain. Blood cannot be spilled. I want to smash his head into a shit door." Centaurs had explosive tempers. After being mocked by Ricardo, the 104 centaurs in the pit all roared and cursed. The centaurs above the pit were also in an uproar. The scene was about to explode. A group of old women stomped their feet and shouted, but they were unable to quell the riot. Chapter 652. Whoosh, 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 a gust of wind blew from the ground, and the hundreds of torches at the bottom of the pit suddenly burst into flames, almost touching the braids of the centaurs who were looking down from above. After a series of exclamations, the flames shrunk down and twisted into a lasso, wrapping around the Blood Alliance guards who were cursing out loud. However, the ring of fire moved with the centaurs, so they only felt a burning sensation, but did not burn them. Red flames rose from the brazier beside Calixi, forming a clear wall of fire, protecting her and the 3 Blood Alliance guards in the center. The centaurs' almond eyes trembled in fear, their sharp voices breaking as they shouted. The tip of Bono's nose was only an inch away from the ring of fire, and his thick nose hair seemed to have been burnt. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and he did not move, growling. "Danny Alice, this is the Horse King's city, the holy land of the centaurs at the foot of the Mother of God mountain. What are you doing?" Dosh Kalen also looked over with a sharp gaze, as if he was about to scold her. Danny did not want to argue with the old woman, so she snapped her fingers before they could do anything. All the bright red rings of fire turned into green smoke and dissipated into the night sky. She smiled and waved her hand. "Don't be so agitated, but my Blood Alliance guard have spoken the truth, and the truth is always so hard to accept." Everyone's anger surged, and I was worried that you would do something rash and get hurt by me, so I used the ring of fire to cool everyone down. These words sounded like fallacious logic and heresy, but the ring of fire just now proved that if they were rash, they would be the ones getting hurt. The terrifying fire magic did indeed make them feel as if they had fallen into a cold abyss, and they immediately woke up. Calixi spoke the truth that did not sound like the truth at all, but the truth was always so hard to accept. Ugh, this was what she said, and it was the truth. The group of cars almost vomited blood. The one-eyed old woman stared with her black eyes, stomping her walking stick and shouting, "This is the holy land of the centaurs." Danny interrupted her. "Yes, this is a place of worship. Of course you can use supernatural powers." The old woman's face turned red from choking. Indeed, a place of worship should be praying to the gods, and it definitely involves supernatural powers. Calixi's fire witchcraft is not against the rules, but as a high priestess, she doesn't seem to know any witchcraft. Well, it was very awkward. Among all the people present, Danny was the most qualified to go on stage to offer sacrifices. "Call, remember that we are all brothers of the same bloodline at the foot of the goddess's mountain. This old woman is going to start arranging the altar, so don't quarrel anymore." She could only muddle through like this. Old Call Mosso muttered, "We don't want to argue either," but Danny Lilith lied about the number of bells. A true centaur would never falsify the number of bells. She brought the customs of the cunning people of the land of the setting sun, Westeros, to the holy city. She is not qualified to challenge the call of the call. There was only one purpose for tonight's sacrifice, to seek revelation from the gods and see if the call of call would be born. In other words, should the king of call challenge that Danny suggested be held? In theory, any call could request to challenge the call of calls as long as he wasn't afraid of death. But there was a prerequisite. Danny had to obtain the right to challenge the call. Originally, this qualification had already been recognized by Dosh Kalen and all the calls. But now, because of the number of bells, her qualification was being questioned. Just as old Mosso said, centaurs were true to their word. They saw the number of bells and the length of their braids as a symbol of glory, and they would never lie. "How did you make so many bells in just 3 or 4 years?" The one-eyed old woman frowned. She was also complaining in her heart. "I was already prepared for you to issue the challenge, so why are you still causing trouble?" Ago said, "Dosh Kalen, you don't know how hard Calixi worked. Cough, cough. I didn't work hard. It was just a coincidence, a coincidence. Danny coughed lightly and laughed. Hard work was also ruined by some little fresh meat. She didn't want to be labeled as someone who didn't know how hard she worked behind the scenes. Just now, the little brat beside you said that a black steel bell represents a god. But you have 7 or 8 black steel bells on your head. Could it be that you defeated 7 or 8 gods? Bono felt that he had caught a huge flaw and laughed proudly. Don't be so surprised. Ricardo looked at him with disdain and counted with his fingers. Immortal, Rat Chef, Crab King, Loach King, Balerian, Red Dragon of Sheep Eggs, Bat Demon, Spider Demon, and Three-Eyed Crow. They were either defeated or killed by Calixi. There were 10 steel bells in total. You can imagine how high the quality of the bells on Calixi's head is. Yes, the bells were prepared by Jichi and Eri, and Ricardo had an affair with the 2 girls. Thus, he knew the origin of each bell better than Danny. However, what he said was the truth, and there was not a single centaur or dosi Karen who believed him. This centaur is crazy. A call pointed at Ricardo and said, "What's he talking about? Bat Demon, Spider Demon, Three-Eyed Crow. I've never heard of them. He must be lying. I've been to all the cities in the Ursos continent and witnessed the temples of many gods. But I've never even heard of the names of most of the gods he mentioned." Old Maso said with absolute certainty. The centaurs discussed among themselves, expressing their disbelief. But this time, they didn't mock him wantonly. However, there were a few calls who had just returned from the upper Rhone River. They exchanged glances with their blood riders, their expressions grave. Turning to look at Danny, his gaze also became uncertain and uncertain. Fortunately, the one-eyed old woman also knew about the changes in the Rhone River. She asked with a trembling voice, "You really killed the Crab King? How could it be fake? The crab shell that can cover this hole is right at Astapor Pier. Too many people have seen it." Ricardo said, "Ah, the rumors are true. She really killed the Crab King." A call immediately cried out involuntarily. The old woman looked deeply at Danny. She didn't pursue the matter of the bells and immediately arranged for people to start setting up the sacrificial items. The other centaurs, including Bono, all frowned in contemplation, silently acknowledging the quality of Danny's bells. Compared to a deity, all of their bells were as worthless as horse dung. Soon, the eunuchs in charge of serving the old woman brought over a large bronze brazier, big enough to fit a fat pig. Then, the eunuchs threw bundles of light purple hay into the brazier and lit them up. Smoke rose in spirals, rising into the air towards the full moon. In an instant, the rich smell of grass filled the entire hole. Danny frowned. This smell, before she could understand the effects of the grass smoke. A fat eunuch with a big belly held up a bison horn that was half the height of a person and blew a long, low sound. The group of Dashkalins each held a bronze bell, shaking it to produce a strange crisp sound that resembled the chirping of birds. They chanted ancient prayers and danced around a huge brazier in a barbaric and solemn ritual dance. Under their painted leather vests, their buttocks swayed back and forth like pickled cucumbers, glistening with sweat. Danny looked at the scene in front of her and smelled the fragrance of the grass. Her consciousness was dazed for a moment before she reacted. There were no fluctuations of magic or soul power. This smoke was a hallucinogen. Damn it, she had underestimated this group of Dashkalins. They also had their own protective skills. Perhaps the altar was designed to look like a pit to make it easier to inject the smoke. The smoke gradually dissipated. Perhaps the old woman smelled it every day and had high resistance. She was the first to wake up from the trance state of God summoning. Her chanting gradually lowered and finally stopped the ritual dance. She retreated to the side and became completely silent. Only the one-eyed old woman was left facing the extinguished fire and the bronze brazier. She closed her black eye and looked into the future the thoughts of the centaurs present. Even Agu and the other 2 were stunned. They widened their almond-shaped black and white eyes, holding their breaths as they waited for the old woman's prophecy. In this large hall, filled with thousands of people, Danny could actually hear the chirping of birds a few hundred meters away from the sacred mountain. She could also hear the soft sound of the womb lake lapping against the embankment. She raised her head and looked around. Even Bono and the old fox Mozo were clenching their fists, looking nervous. This was the Dashkalen's protective skills too strong, or were the centaurs too naive and gullible? Just as her thoughts were running wild, the old woman suddenly opened her single eye and looked at her in shock. The old woman's lips were trembling, her eyes filled with fear, as if she was extremely afraid of Danny. I saw her face. It's you. The old woman's body was trembling, her withered twig-like right hand pointed at Danny. Danny was also stunned. This didn't seem like an act. Or could it be that this veteran actor was a god of acting, completely immersed in the role and even believed it herself? It's her. A few of the oldest old women stepped forward and pointed at Danny. There's an extra? However, the atmosphere was very good. Danny gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, her body leaning forward with a serious expression. She was trying her best to look like she was riding the steed of the world. Her horse is as swift as the wind. The Khalasar behind her covers the entire land. She will lead the centaurs to defeat the darkness, bringing an endless long. Now, what am I saying? The one-eyed old woman shouted with her sharp voice for a while, then suddenly froze, her expression filled with doubt as she muttered to herself, "That's not right. Why is her prophecy different from the other steeds of the world?" Because her voice was too soft, other than the wind god Danny, who could hear her words in the wind. Everyone else thought that she was chanting. Danny almost couldn't maintain her serious expression. However, she was also getting more and more curious. That old woman really didn't seem to be faking it. After thinking for a while, the old woman decided not to mention the prophecy anymore and directly announced, "Calixi is riding a horse. She will become the steed of the world. She is riding the steed of the world." All the Dashkalens pointed at Danny and shouted together. The expressions of all the Khans changed. The centaurs on the pit first looked at each other, then shouted, "Riding the steed of the world. Calixi, riding the steed of the world." Their voices were like the waves of the sea, spreading outwards. In an instant, the foot of the goddess mountain was filled with shouts of "riding the steed of the world." It's here again. 2 kilometers away, in a tavern in the market east of the city, a zebra man boss who had lived in the Horse King city for almost 5 years grumbled, "The centaurs are crazy about riding the steed of the world. They come here almost once a year. Maybe it's different this time. I heard that it's the Dragon Queen." A customer beside him said, "Oomph, I saw her a few years ago." At that time, the centaurs were all cheering for her unborn son, calling him the steed of the world. But now, the zebra man boss said disapprovingly, "Rumble." At this moment, there were horses galloping in from outside the door. Countless knights were galloping along the street, shouting, "Tomorrow morning, by the palace lake, the first female call will challenge the call of calls. The sacred lake will be open to everyone in the Horse King city." Chapter 653. On the night of the full moon, on the summit of the forbidden city, a sword from the west, flying immortal from the heavens. Danny wanted to do the same too. However, while she could use a sword from the west, the centaur call couldn't do the same. Furthermore, even with the light of torches and tens of thousands of centaurs spread out, they couldn't see the call's battle on the arena clearly. Therefore, the call's challenge could only be chosen in the morning when there wasn't any poetry or mood. The centaurs used mud and wooden planks to build a 4-meter-tall arena by the womb lake overnight. The 15-meter-long square arena was surrounded by green mountains, blue lakes, and lush grasslands. It could be considered a place with excellent feng shui. Last night, after the old Dashkalen prophesied Danny's identity of riding the steed of the world, she went up to the altar and made 2 oaths to all the calls, Blood Alliance guards, and Casco. One of the oaths forbade her from wearing tile steel armor, but she could use tile steel swords. Therefore, Danny, who walked up to the thunder arena of life and death under the golden red morning light, was dressed like a centaur. She wore a dothraki painted vest that revealed her two round and firm arms, thin and loose olive green silk pants, and leggings that revealed 5 shell-like fingernails. There was also an exquisite golden belt on her waist that was filled with the rich aura of a caul, made up of dozens of small golden medals. There were a dozen silver braids on her head that reached her shoulder blades, and a string of small bells made of gold, silver, copper, and iron swaying with every step. She held a broadsword that was as tall as her shoulder in each hand. She was a very valiant centaur female warrior. Dong! The two swords and their scabbards were inserted an inch deep into the mud arena. The centaur girl Dani held the hilt of each sword with one hand and looked down at the calls in the first row of the arena. I won't be the call of calls, who agrees and who disagrees. Ding ding dang dang. The morning breeze blew, and the delicate little finger-sized bell on her braid made a sound. Her voice was faint, but it somehow reached the ears of the people around her. The one-eyed old woman with a walking stick said sternly, "Dani Rise will accept the challenge of any call, Blood Alliance Guard, or Casco. She will either become the call of calls that everyone acknowledges, or her blood will spill at the foot of the Mother of Saints." This was the real way to ride the steed of the world was born. It wasn't that the old woman had predicted that she would be crowned king immediately. The biggest rule of the centaurs was, the bigger the fist, the harder it was, the more everyone would be convinced. The Dash Kalen's prophecy was only a blessing, a recognition of his qualifications. The steed of the world could only be born from the cruelest slaughter. There were 26 cars, 78 Blood Brotherhood guards, more than 300 Cascos among the 26 Kalasars, and even a normal roaring warrior with a braid that reached his waist and more than 10 bells could challenge Dani in the arena. They won, but they could not become the call of the call. Dani defeated everyone and was automatically crowned as the call of the call. All the centaurs in the Sea of Grass pledged their loyalty to her. This was the fastest and most prestigious way to become the call of the call, but no one had ever succeeded. There was another method that took more time, which was to swallow all the Kalasars in the Sea of Grass and naturally become the only call. Unfortunately, the Kalasars could run, such as Old Call Mozo. When Drogo was still alive, Old Mozo had always kept an eye on Drogo's Kalasar, deliberately avoiding it. After Drogo died, Bono became the strongest call on the plains, and he began to avoid Bono's Kalasar. Go, you go. Amidst the silence of the calls, the white-haired call Mozo said to his Blood Alliance guard. Gogo was a short and stout centaur in his 40s, his brown skin covered with white scars. Clang! Dani pulled out the sword on her left with her left hand. The dark red blade reflected a bewitching red light under the sunlight. The blade was 3 fingers wide, 4 feet long, 2 meters, and the hilt of the blade was the open mouth of a black dragon. Even though it was made of steel, it weighed 12 pounds, a standard 2-handed heavy sword. But she just stood there, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand easily. She raised the blade and pointed it at the Blood Alliance guard Gogo, who was walking up the stairs step by step. Gogo was dressed almost the same as Calixi. Leather sandals, silk pants, a belt strung with bronze medals, a black furry chest open, and a huge Iraq scimitar at his waist. The blade of the scimitar was as wide as a palm. It followed a cruel arc for 4 feet, and the blade of the scimitar gradually narrowed. When I cut off your little head, I will take a golden bell from your braid and tie it to my head. Gogo cracked a mouthful of black and yellow rotten teeth and walked towards Dani with a sinister smile. There seemed to be a red thunderbolt flashing in front of everyone's eyes. When they looked carefully, Calixi was leisurely taking 2 steps back, her long sword slowly sheathed. And 3 steps away from her, Gogo's smile froze. A line of blood flowed down from the top of his bald head, forehead, nose, mouth, lower abdomen. Gogo was split in 2, his innards falling to the ground. Crash! The sound of a warm water bag falling to the ground could be heard. Following that, a piece of the corpse's blood vessels let out a horrifying chee-chee sound. Ah! The The centaurs below the stage let out a suppressed cry. Centaurs were used to seeing life and death, but Gogo was a Blood Alliance guard. He died too quickly. Masawa, your blood of my blood, is already dead. Why aren't you coming up to accompany him? Danny shouted. The old centaur's face paled, then turned red. He did not look at Calixi's starry eyes, and only gave a signal to his left and right. The remaining two centaurs immediately pulled out their blades and cautiously walked up the wooden platform. They followed the rules and did not rush up together. The tall and skinny centaur guarded the last step of the platform, and a large middle-aged man with dark red braids of a different race went up first. With Gogo as an example, the red-haired centaur was much more vigilant. His eyes stared at Danny's shoulder without blinking. He slowly approached and then increased the speed of his slash. The curved blade brought out a snowy white ribbon under the sunlight. Zung! Calixi unsheathed her sword. The blade and sword clashed, letting out a clear, buzzing sound. Oh gods! This time, the centaurs below the stage reacted even more intensely, as though a bucket of cold water was poured on boiling oil. They widened their almond-shaped eyes, looking at the place where the blade and sword clashed in disbelief. The shiny curved blade, forged from coerced steel, had a bean-sized dent. This was nothing. The centaurs also knew the power of Alleglia steel. But the dark red braid's Blood Alliance guard slashed with both hands, while Calixi used one hand to block with her milky white greatsword. She pulled out a milky white greatsword with her right hand. It was also 4 feet long, but it was wider, close to 4 fingers. The sword hilt was the mouth of a white dragon head. Obviously, the white sword was heavier, but she still used one hand to block the violent slash of the Blood Alliance guard. What did this mean? All the centaurs present knew. The strength of her one hand was stronger than the opponent's 2 hands. But the centaur's almond-shaped eyes widened in doubt, looking back and forth between the dark red braid's Blood Alliance guard and Calixi. His size was probably 3 times her size. Why are you in a daze? Danny laughed lightly, her body turning half a circle. The greatsword in her hand was as nimble as a dagger, nimbly bypassing Arak's curved blade. Like a delicate willow leaf, it lightly slid past the centaur's neck. Zung, zung, zung. The snowy white sword was dyed red. The headless neck spurted out a 2-feet-high blood mist. Under the rising sun, the centaurs felt an indescribable poignant beauty. Without waiting for the eunuch to come up and collect the corpse, the tall and thin man standing on the steps, with his eyes bloodshot, roared, and like a crazy demon, the machete in his hand slashed out a silver net of knives, covering Danny's head. Finally, the Blood Alliance guard who used all his strength was not instantly killed. The two of them clashed for 7 to 8 rounds. While the tall and skinny centaur was panting heavily due to the accumulation of lactic acid in his muscles, Danny used a steady speed to slash through his net of blades, and also slashed open his chest. Below the stage, old Emosua's face was pale, his expression panicked. Since the Blood Alliance guard had died, it was time for him to take the stage. Actually, the truly brave cows would be the first to go up, and after he died, the Blood Alliance guard would come out to avenge him. You used magic. The muscles on his cheeks trembled. His voice was dry, as though he had swallowed ash in his throat. Coward! Ricardo mocked loudly. Coward! Agu and Xiaogu also shouted. A woman can't have such strength. Old Emosua's face was distorted as he roared. Strength isn't magic. Magic can increase strength. Everyone knows that. The one-eyed old woman said coldly. Everyone knows. The Dash Carlin shouted together. Everyone knows. All the centaurs shouted together. Old Emosua's lips trembled as he turned to look at Bono for help. Everyone knows, Bono said coldly. Old Emosua's face alternated between green, red, white, and yellow, like a lighted lantern. If you're not the second to go up, you're my grandson. The old centaur glared at Bono and said this before climbing up the stage with his blade. Then, with just one move, Danny knocked the curved blade out of his hand, breaking it in two like a wooden stake. Old Emosua didn't die completely. He dragged his bloody intestines and crawled to the side of the stage, shouting, "Bono, come up!" Bono closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Old Su'a screamed wildly, dying with his eyes open. The eunuchs began to collect the corpse, burying it in the yellow soil to cover the bloodstains. Danny raised her white sword and gently blew off the blood on the blade. She looked up at the Khans and said indifferently, "Who else?" The Khans frowned, but no one answered. "Call of Call." Ricardo raised his curved blade and shouted, "Calixi, Call of Call." Kue Luo and the rest led the 500 centaurs to shout together. Below the stage, the Khans' expressions were ugly. They were all eager to give it a try, but they also looked at the people around them. Everyone stared at each other with angry almond eyes, looking at each other awkwardly. Bono sighed and whispered a few words to the red-eyed centaurs behind him. Immediately, 15 centaurs walked out and shouted at Danny, "I'll challenge you." Danny frowned. "Who are you?" A middle-aged centaur in his 40s stepped out and said, "We're the sons of Kal Mos." "Okay." Danny nodded. She pulled out the other red sword, one in each hand, and pointed at the sons of Emosa. "My time is precious. Come up two at a time." Did I hear wrong? She wants to fight two at once. Too arrogant a woman. Even Khal Drogo didn't dare to be so arrogant. She's courting death. Does she think she's invincible just because she defeated that old thing, Su'a? The centaurs discussed animatedly. Their expressions were furious and filled with righteous indignation, as though Danny's actions had insulted all of them. But the result was just so cruel. Su'a's sons were like wheat in a field, their lives reaped by a whirlwind of blades. In the last round, that woman even took on 3 at once, killing one with each step. After 3 steps, there were 6 pieces of corpses on the ground. The stage was covered in blood, and the throats of those below were dry. Chapter 654. How could she be so strong? She's only one person, and such a petite woman at that. Bono also lost the calmness of having everything under his control and cried out in disbelief. Danny wasn't petite at all. She was almost 175 meters tall. Although she wasn't a King Kong Barbie, she still had well-proportioned muscles, completely different from a skinny woman. "Bono, come up." Danny directly called out names this time. "Bono, come up, Bono, come up." Ricardo immediately called out, "Bono, come up." Ago, and the others also called out, "Bono, Bono." The rest of the call hurriedly followed. "Call Bono, call Bono." Casco of Bono's Casa led the roaring warriors to cheer for his call. Bono's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Taking a deep breath, he took a few steps forward and stepped onto the first step of the stage. Crack, crack. He gently twisted his neck and moved his joints a few times, which actually made a series of crisp sounds. An inexplicable pressure emitted from his body that was as strong as a lone wolf, causing the cheers of Call Bono to abruptly stop. "Did you know? That time at the entrance of the Red Wasteland, your action of letting Kaholo send Leg to Horse King City was really out of our expectations." Bono walked up one step at a time, and as he walked, he sneered at Danny, who was on the stage. "There has never been a Calixi who secretly sent Karakaka away the night before the Call's death. You set a precedent. Your plan was almost perfect, no matter how much we feared that little bastard of yours. As long as he didn't leave Horse King City, the centaurs couldn't harm him. Unfortunately, Bono had already walked up the stage and stood in front of Danny. Looking at the faint, mocking smile on her face, he didn't know what was going on, but he still laughed arrogantly. It was me who sent people to keep an eye on Drogo's movements. It was me who discovered Kaholo leaving the camp at night. It was also me who personally led people to stop Kaholo. It was also me who completely killed the 500 elite knights protecting your son. In the end, it was me again. I called Jake to clean up the mess because I didn't want your son's blood to stain my hands." Bono laughed maniacally. "Bono, you're courting death." Ricardo's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted nothing more than to charge up and hack down with his blade. Agu, Kue Luo, and the hundreds of roaring warriors brought by Danny were all agitated. Their faces were red, and their eyes were blazing. Only Xiao Gu remained expressionless. Not bad. You even know how to use psychological warfare. Danny nodded. Her lips gently opened and closed, and her voice traveled along with the wind into Bono's ears. She was the wind god, and this kind of skill could not be considered as witchcraft. It was like a fish swimming in the water, and it was an instinct of the wind god. Therefore, she did not violate the oath of not using magic. Idiot, you bunch of brainless centaurs. How would you understand the despicable and filthy nature of us Westeros? Do you remember whose tent Jake's wife, Lilith, gave birth in? Danny said to him. Bono was one of the rare wise centaurs. Upon hearing this, his expression immediately changed. He exclaimed, "Impossible, you tisk." A red line seeped out from his sturdy neck. Idiot, you dare to play tricks with us Westeros. Danny, who was beside Bono, mocked him lightly. Just as Bono was thinking about the possibility of swapping children, Danny appeared beside him like a bolt of lightning, as if there was wind beneath her feet. With a swing of the great sword in her hand, a sword light as bright as the moonlight streaked across his throat. The strongest call in the sea of grass, who had been acting tough for such a long time and had even used psychological warfare, lost his head before he could even make a move. Westeros, good, treacherous, he spat out his last words with difficulty. The scene before Bono's eyes changed. In the end, he saw Dragon Queen's crystal-clear feet, and then his own legs and butt. He saw his own torso falling down. The head that fell to the ground blinked twice. With a heart full of resentment and regret, it fell into the deepest darkness. Eh. The centaurs who were watching let out an unclear cry of surprise, followed by earth-shattering boos. He shook his neck, twisted his waist, moved his wrists, and even said a bunch of words that they didn't understand. In the end, after so much preparation, he only appeared for a second. The centaurs who were looking forward to an unprecedented battle were disappointed. Bono, that idiot, in a battle of life and death, he's still daydreaming. Khal Moro cursed. Perhaps that woman said something to him. Khal Jimmo frowned. No matter what she said, wasn't Bono the one who spoke first? He's a disgrace to the Khal. Khal Zek shook his head with a bitter smile. Moro, Jimmo, Zek, you three come up together. On the arena, Danny first took care of Bono's 3 blood guards. Then with 1 slash or 2 slashes, she cut all of Bono's adult sons into 2 pieces. After wiping off the blood on her sword, she began to pick her opponents again. This time, for the first time, she was going to challenge 3 Khals at once. Not the sons of Khals. But this time, no centaurs scolded her. They were like statues, trying their best to widen their almond-shaped eyes, showing the shock and anticipation on their faces. Arrogant, you're looking for death. Even Drogo doesn't dare to say that to me. The 3 Khals who were called out seemed to have suffered the greatest humiliation in their lives. They were all furious. Even if 2 Khals met on the battlefield, if one had a blood guard and the other didn't, they would still fight one-on-one Khal against Khal. Or the Khal would let his blood guard fight in his place while he stood on the side to provide support. This was the Khal's honor. Danny, Liz, are you humiliating these 3 Khals? Even the one-eyed old woman couldn't stand it anymore and scolded loudly. No. Danny smiled and shook her head. You have a high chance of success. Don't underestimate your opponents. The old woman advised. No, you're mistaken. Danny held a large sword in each hand that was disproportionate to her body. She waved the sword in front of the Khals below the stage and said, I'm not targeting those 3 Khals. I'm humiliating all 24 Khals here. They're like weak little hens, hiding below the stage and clucking. They don't dare to stand on the stage and have a glorious battle with me. Whoosh, the scene exploded once again. The centaurs were in a clamor, but this time it was different from the one-sided scolding Danny for being arrogant. There were many centaurs who weren't from Erkalisar who were cheering loudly. There were even disorderly but exceptionally grand chants a call of calls and riding the steed of the world. On the other side, the 24 Khals below the stage were all furious without exception. They pulled out their swords and rushed up the stage. At the last step, they were stopped by the eunuchs of Doshkalen. Danny smiled proudly. Centaurs are so naive. With a little provocation, they all came out from behind the meek shield. Even though she had won every battle and her battle record had surpassed that of the godly sword Yakuza, there was a limit to a person's energy. The warrior of the seven gods taught her brilliant swordsmanship. The divinity of the Song of Power gave her the strength of a human. The divinity of the wind god made her steps light and swift like the wind. However, her stamina didn't exceed that of a god. She was a demigod. Her stamina was much stronger than a normal person, but there was a limit to it. If a demigod had unlimited energy, why didn't Aunt May go to the docks to carry bags? Normal people would be out of breath after swinging their swords 10 times with their maximum strength. She only felt a little tired after cutting more than 30 people in half. And this was the demigod of this world. After eliminating 2 calls, Mozo and Bono, Danny had already killed 35 people. 2 calls, 6 Blood Alliance guards, 2 of their sons, and the ambitious Casco in each of their Khalasar. If the adult Call son didn't stand out to avenge his father, how could he win the loyalty of the Centaur warriors in the Khalasar? There would always be Calls in the Khalasar. If they couldn't inherit their father's Khalasar, would the new Call let them go? The Call's wife was usually safe. If the Call died, he would only be sent to the Horse King city to be a Dash Khalasar. However, the Call's sons, other than the young ones, usually wouldn't survive. They would either become kings, new Calls, or ghosts. The Call son was really the most dangerous job in this world. After all of Bono and Mozo's adult sons died, their Casco in the Khalasar stood out again. Casco was the Call under the Call. Leading a Casco tribe meant that he had the right to challenge Danny. Just like Bono and Jacko in the past, they were ambitious. They hoped to inherit the Khalasar of the previous Call and become the new Call. Defeating Danny, who killed the Call, was the fastest and most effective way. As time went on, Danny killed more people. Everyone was sure that she was exhausted, and the number of Casco and non-human warriors who stood out to challenge her would increase. There would be hundreds or even thousands of them until she was defeated and died. This was also the reason why it was difficult for the steed of the world to appear. Therefore, she provoked the remaining 24 Calls into the arena. If it didn't lie down horizontally, they wouldn't be able to leave. With the Call challenging her, Casco and the other normal centaurs had to queue up and wait. Wait until they were completely terrified, because the following battle completely shattered the centaur's worldview. The 24 Calls were chosen by her like concubines, 3 at a time. Her 2 swords danced like the wind. The red and white sword radiance shone brightly, as though they had transformed into a red and white dragon under the sunlight. As swift as he's shooting down the 9 sunsets, as graceful as a deity riding a dragon. The blades of the 3 Calls were also sharp. Whenever their blades clashed, there would be a crisp sound similar to that of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, shaking the surroundings and lingering at the foot of the Mother of Saints. Unfortunately, not only did Danny's swordsmanship combine speed and strength, her swordsmanship was even more extraordinary. Every move was like an antelope's horn. Every style was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies. Every time the trio entered the arena, including Agu and the rest, they were all worried for Danny. This was because she was at a disadvantage in the beginning. Her 2 swords were almost unable to block the swift attacks from 3 different directions. But every time, after she blocked 5 or 6 moves, she would use her superior swordsmanship to kill one of the Calls. The encirclement was immediately broken. Even though it was 2 against 1, it was as though she was attacking 2 people with her 2 swords. When the 24 cars fell into pools of blood, Danny held her sword and looked around at the foot of the Mother of Mountains at noon. The centaurs were either depressed, hateful, fearful, or respectful, but not a single one of them made sound. Now I am the Call King. Who dares to object? She laughed loudly, her laughter wild. Call a call. The one-eyed old woman was the first to shout loudly. Call a call. The old woman of Dash Colleen shouted together. Call, call. Danny's Commissar shouted excitedly. Call, 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 call. The continuous shouts were like waves, surging violently in the endless sea of centaurs. Chapter 655. After that, Danny sent the 72 blood guards of the 24 cars on their way to the afterlife. To Danny's surprise, after she killed all the cars, the one-eyed old woman seemed to be buying time for her. The eunuchs cleaned up the arena at a much slower speed. By the time she finished off the 72 blood guards, the sun was setting in the west, and it was almost dusk. Then the Dash Kalen immediately announced, "That's all for today. If you want to challenge again, you have to wait until tomorrow." Tomorrow? The centaurs were not afraid of death, and a few of them were eager to try. But when they heard that tomorrow, they looked at the woman on the arena. She had not eaten lunch from dawn to dusk, but she did not show any signs of fatigue. It was obvious that after a night's rest, she would be able to kill 100 people again the next day to recover her energy. After all, they were the leaders of the tribes, and they still had basic intelligence. Come to die tomorrow? So, other than Danny, the 26 colossus, a total of more than 300 cascos, stood up one by one, offered their scimitars, and declared that they would give up the right to challenge Khaleesi. In other words, they acknowledged her identity as the Call of Cars. When the one-eyed old woman shouted 3 times in a row, "Is there a warrior who wants to challenge the Call of Cars?" and no one answered, she simply walked up to the high platform and knelt on the yellow soil soaked in blood. She placed her walking stick beside her, lowered her head, and kowtowed 3 times to Danny, saying, "You have fulfilled the ancient prophecy. The Horse King city has finally met its true master. You are the steed of the world, the great Call of Cars, the king of the Horse Kings." Behind the old woman, dozens of Dash Collins prostrated themselves on the ground and surrounded Danny in a semicircle. Their faces were solemn, and their eyes were filled with fervor as they shouted, "The king of the Horse Kings, the Call of Cars." The Dash Collins' actions were like dominoes. Tens of thousands of centaurs and bizarre merchants gathered at the foot of the Mother of the Mountains, knelt on the ground one by one, and shouted in unison, "The king of the Horse Kings, the Call of Cars." At the foot of the mountain between heaven and earth, and even the grasslands of the Dothraki Sea, it was as if they were all shouting one name, Danny Rise, the Call of Cars. The sunset in the sky was washed away by the sound waves, revealing the last bright red light of the sun. It shone on the face of the only woman standing proudly with 2 swords at the foot of the goddess mountain. She became the first woman to unify the Dothraki Sea after the centaurs left the skeletal mountains. Right at this moment, 5 dragon roars resounded from the west. Some were loud and clear, while others were sharp and shrill. The grassland was vast and flat like the tranquil surface of the sea. The fiery red sun was like a bright red stage curtain hanging at the end of the world. It felt so close yet so far away. 5 black dots flew out from the red sun. The black dots grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into 5 megalosaurus that were flapping their wings with all their might. There is a gigantic black dragon, a white dragon with silver scales, a green dragon that shone with emerald light under the setting sun, a golden dragon that shone with golden light, and a red dragon the size of a horse. The 5-colored megalosaurus all came to the grassland, to the Horse King city, to the mother of dragons' coronation ceremony of the Horse King. Kala calls. Blackie roared at the sky. It pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks, shaking the soul. SSSS. The other 4 dragons stretched their necks and roared together. The 5-color dragons circled around Danny's head like a colorful crown. She held the hand of heaven and earth, crowned herself as the king with the 5 dragons as the crown. At this moment, all the creatures on the grassland, including the beasts and the people, were fearful and subdued. Yes, for this moment of glory, Danny had put in a lot of effort. When the calls in the morning were angered by her, and went up to the arena. She felt that she was in the bag today. Hence, she summoned the 5 Megalosaurus to help the dragon mother show off. They only roared a few times in the Horse King city to let the centaurs know how powerful she was. Then, they flew back under the sunset. As for whether the 5 dragons' temporary departure from Slaver's Bay would cause their home to be stolen. First of all, Dany's pterosaurs were not fewer than the Alliance army. Secondly, from the time she came to the Horse King city yesterday afternoon to the time she became the Call of Calls, it had only been 30 hours. The ravens had probably just reached Tolos, and the news had not reached Borash yet. Moreover, before she went to the Horse King city, the shapeshifters had already figured out the situation in the city. They knew where to raise messenger crows and had been monitoring. The centaurs were very honest. Even Bono did not intend to lead the enemy into the Horse King city. But after Dany appeared, a few merchants in the western continent released the ravens. You seem to want to help me? Your eunuch wants to prolong the time between the duels. That night, the centaurs held a funeral for the 26 calls. 26 bonfires. Smoke and dust danced in the air. Heat waves rolled, and the flames lit up the sky, casting mottled shadows on the faces of Dany and the old woman who was one step behind her. Great Call King, you have already killed all 26 calls. Other than helping you, what other choice do I have? The old woman said helplessly. She was a pure centaur, the Dash Kareen of the centaurs. She was a priestess and a wise one. She had to be responsible for the future of the centaurs. If Dany unfortunately failed, the 26 colossus who lost their calls would fall into a super chaotic battle for the position of call. The centaurs would not die, but their vitality would be greatly damaged in this winter. What's with the prophecy of riding the steed of the world? You don't have supernatural powers. How can you make a prophecy? After becoming the Call King, Dany began to speak fearlessly. If the Emperor had to be careful when he spoke, then what was the point of being the Emperor? The one-eyed old woman's shriveled face turned red. She was not sure if it was her face or the light from the crematorium in the distance. Great Call King, I don't have wizard powers, but I can prophesy. I can see some illusions in the process of praying. In that case, the one-eyed old woman might have supernatural talents, and it was a prophecy type. Dany fell in a deep thought. Have you tested your magic talent? She asked again. The old woman said with a conflicted expression, Great Call King, the centaur's attitude towards witches. Don't come into contact with witches, and don't let witches touch you. This was a commandment that everyone knows among the centaurs. But the centaur's Call King was the strongest witches in the world. This has to be changed. There are so many people who know witchcraft in the world. How can we keep hiding? The change starts with you. I know the zebra people's moon chant secret technique. You could try it later. Dany said, Great Call King, I don't agree with your words. The old woman said solemnly, The zebra people have moon chant, but their achievements are not more brilliant than the centaurs. My prophecy is not accurate. I know this. But I don't rely on prophecies to manage the huge Horse King city, but more reliable wisdom and experience. You are not wrong, but the times are different. The future. Dany pondered for a moment and said, In the era of magic's decline, the wisdom of a normal person might be able to surpass the power of the Megalosaurus, but the future will enter a period of rapid development of magic. Seeing the confusion on the old woman's face, she sighed helplessly and shook her head. Forget it. In a few years, when a long night falls, you will naturally understand. The appearance of the Megalosaurus caused the tide of magic to surge. Without a doubt, the demigod Megalosaurus's ability to drive the tide of magic was stronger. When all 5 of her dragons became demigods, the world's magic wave might return to the level of the Leglia's era. If a Megalosaurus became a true god, then Dany was very active. After completing the Call's funeral, she immediately began to gather her troops and head south. At the foot of the Mother of Saints Mountain, beside the Womb Lake, near the Call's crematorium, Dany gathered the 317 Cascos and more than 80 Dosh Karens together for the first Dothraki assembly. Everyone sat on the ground, surrounding and uniting around Dany. Weren't there only about 40 Dosh Karens? How did it become more than 80? The extra ones were the wives of the 26 calls who died today. Some calls had more than one wife, so there were more than 30 widows this time. The widowmaker Danny. It was quite awkward to talk about it. During the day, Danny had just killed their husbands and many adult sons, and at night, everyone sat together for a meeting as if nothing had happened. She stood in front of the fire, trying not to look at the few old women with sorrowful eyes behind the group of old women. She faced the Cascos and said, "I can tell you clearly that the long night is coming, and Horse King City is too far north. It is not suitable for winter. We will go south in winter. If it wasn't for the war at Slave Bay, we would be at the lower reaches of the Rhone River, or in the vast land of strife," said a Casco. "In the past, we could go south to avoid winter, but not this time." Danny shook her head and asked, "Do you know about the long night?" The one-eyed old woman said, "That is the prophecy of the red-robed monk and the Asian wizard. If the long night comes, what plans do you have for winter?" Danny asked again, "What plans do the centaurs have? If it's cold, we will go south. If we lack anything, we will rob." In the front row, a Casco with a scar on his left eyebrow shouted. Danny looked at him carefully. He had a square face, 34 or 35 years old, with a braid that reached his hips and more than 20 bells. He was a fierce general. Well, it was too easy to judge a centaur's fierce general. As long as he was in his 30s, with long braids and many bells, he would definitely be a fierce general with both intelligence and courage. Without intelligence, he wouldn't be able to live to 30 years old. Without strength, he wouldn't be able to grow such a long braid and earn so many bells. "I have a plan." Danny decided not to guide impatiently. The centaur's brain circuits were different from hers. "Great King of Call, please speak." The old woman said, "The allied army is besieging my city of Serene. I want to lead all the roaring warriors south. First, I will destroy the alliance of mercenaries and slave hunters near the Raza River. Then, I will go to Serene and test the allied army's elephant soldiers. Let's see if they're stronger than the centaur's 100,000-strong cavalry." To Serene, to Serene. The centaurs immediately became excited. They clapped their hands and hit the ground while howling loudly. Danny pressed down with both hands and waited for the howling centaurs to quiet down. Then she said, "After cleaning up the Raza River, I hope to build a Khaleesi city at the edge of the Red Wasteland. When I was young, I went to the Red Purgatory. It was hot and desolate. It couldn't support too many centaurs." The one-eyed old woman said, "Hee, it is now the Purgatory. When the long night comes, the once hot and dry Purgatory may become a paradise." The old woman frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Great King of Call, what do you plan to do?" "Actually, it's not much different from before. The old woman and your eunuchs will continue to stay here and manage this holy city. As the King of Call, I will lead Colossus south. I will race horses on the south bank of the Raza River and build pastures. The center of the pastures will be Khaleesi City." Chapter 656. After listening to Danny's plan to build the city, the one-eyed old woman immediately advised, "Great Cow King, centaurs cannot stay in one place for long. The life of the milk people in stone houses is too comfortable. It robs us of our courage and wipes us of our strength. When the long night comes, you will not say that." The Cow King had a lot of power. Once Danny made the decision, the centaurs immediately took action. First, she had to count the population and establish a household register. Then Danny found that she was invincible. Counting only the 26 colossus around Horse King City, there were about 500,000 centaurs and 200,000 roaring warriors. The ratio of soldiers to civilians was frighteningly high. Almost every citizen was a soldier. 200,000 howling warriors. Danny could sweep the world with them. Then she ordered that according to the size of each colossus, a quarter to half of the people would be offered to the Cow King. A total of 317 colossus survived. They all had their own colossus. Using a country analogy, a colossus was equivalent to a country, and colosses were the counties that formed the country, while colosses were the judushi of the counties. Some colosses only had 1 or 200 roaring warriors, such as Dany in the past. Khaleesi was also a colossus. Her colossus tribe was newly formed and only had about 60 young warriors. Some colosses had been passed down for several generations and had 2,000 to 3,000 roaring warriors, such as Pinocchio in the past. His father was Zhuge's father's colossus. He and Zhuge had inherited their father's colossus. He himself was the strongest colossus under Zhuge. With 3,500 roaring warriors, he was stronger than many of the colossus in the prairie. In Slave Bay, in Dany's colossus, the colossus system was replaced by the Chiliarch system. The title of colossus was still retained, but their status was greatly weakened. Every Chiliarch was considered a colossus, but they only had 50 direct guards. But Dany was able to complete the reform because her colossus were too small and there were too many centaurs in Horse King City. It was difficult to complete the reform in a short period of time, and she had to take her time to conquer the south. It was also a centaur custom to take people from the colossus to fill the colossus. In every battle, Khal would lead the roaring warriors to charge at the front. His caste would definitely suffer the greatest losses. If there were no reinforcements, after a few times, Khal would become a commander without an army. Similarly, if a certain cozy caste suffered too many losses, Khal would use newly captured centaurs to replenish his losses. Now, King Khal had taken a quarter of the people from Khas Jr. and half from Khas Sr. In just one night, she had about a third of the centaurs. In other words, there were an additional 70,000 caste people. She had brought 500 roaring warriors from Slaver's Bay, all of them reserve centurions and Chiliarchs. 200 of the youngest warriors with the longest braids and the most bells were chosen from the 70,000 caste warriors. 700 centurions were in charge of 70,000 roaring warriors. Among the 700 centurions, there were 70 acting Chiliarchs. They were temporary and could be replaced by braver and smarter centurions or even decurions at any time. Among the 70 acting Chiliarchs, there were 7 captains. Dany, Agu, and Kue Loashu were captains, while Ricarlo and Jogo were true captains. The remaining 2 10,000-men squads were temporarily represented by King Khal. If there were centaurs who were promoted based on their contributions, Dany would personally bestow them the position of captains. Afterwards, Dany chose the weakest 27 out of the 317 castes. Casco was old and frail, while Cass was the weakest. Of the 27 castes, 10 were left behind in Maong City to carry out King Khaw's mission of digging deep, accumulating food, storing charcoal for firewood. Even if they knew that the night was coming, Maong City could not be given up. The other 17 castes were scattered across the grasslands, informing the other colossus about Dany becoming King Khaw. Although 26 colossus came to Maong City, the grasslands were vast, and there were still an unknown number of tribes. Just like that, Dany brought a total of 360 castes to the south, plus the 70 Chiliarchs under her, making up the number of heavenly cycles. King Khaw was still wondering if he should create captains with the number of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in the future, and then name each army with the 108 Devil Stars. For example, Leader Star Dany would lead the 10,000 Leader Star army. With such a strange thought, Dany rode Blackie and left Maong City in the wee hours of the morning. Before leaving, she left the one-eyed old woman a moon singer inheritance, a copy of the Pegasus Bible, a glass candle, and a set of magic net communication keys. The one-eyed old woman did indeed have the talent of a transcendent, and she was very powerful. She was very compatible with the Zebra people's moon singer meditation technique. Moon singers were different from shadow binding knights. Blood witchcraft was a compulsory course for shadow binding knights, but it was an elective for moon singers. Furthermore, the Pegasus Bible established a correct view of the world for the Dash Colossus. Dany felt that the old woman would not go down the wrong path. When the old woman learned witchcraft, even if she was thousands of miles away, Dany would be able to control Maong City through the glass candle. Serene, the queen's study. 7 gods above. 200,000 howling warriors. Even the knights of the 7 kingdoms added together do not have that many, right? Old Yimont was on the verge of collapsing, as if he was about to faint again. Now I am completely at ease. With this world-conquering force, the Alliance is bound to lose. The old man's face was glowing, completely free from the shadow of the army approaching the city. Dani lowered her head and flipped through the documents and intelligence she had accumulated in the 2 days she was gone. She said absent-mindedly, "I told you long ago that we will win this war." The God Turtle Dam had been completed and was beginning to store water. Even if the Alliance could invite a true god to descend, they would not be able to escape this disaster. The 200,000 howling warriors were only trying to expand their victory by wiping out the hundreds of thousands of Alliance soldiers who had surrounded them. She wanted to make everyone suffer in one go, or even beat them half to death. This was the first time the countries of the world had formed an alliance to encircle Slave Bay. It would also be the last time. You have only been gone for 2 days, and you have already become the Cow King. Is it so easy to be the Cow King? Old Yamant calmed down and asked with a frown. Easy. Chui Luo shook his head repeatedly. His face showed a complicated expression of respect and disbelief. He recounted the process of Dani becoming the Cow King in detail. You challenged 143 Centaur warriors in a row, and most of them were the strongest cow and blood guards in Colossa. Other than Khaleesi, who else could have done it? He asked in the end. Old Yamant was once again dumbfounded. Your Majesty, you are too rash. 1 against 3, and you did not even wear your armor. The old man walked around the desk in a panic and went to Dani's side to check carefully. He even asked repeatedly, "Dani, are you injured?" This is the most terrifying part. Khaleesi's skills are amazing. Her 2 swords are like thunder, unstoppable. Her defense is like a giant shield that covers the sky, and not even water can get through. She fought dozens of battles with fewer people, and she was not injured at all. 2 days had passed, but when this matter was brought up again, Chui Luo's expression was agitated, and his voice was trembling. Your Majesty, you have reached the highest level of swordsmanship, divine transcendence? De Xiong asked in shock. No, I'm the same as Hatter, the Whip of Dugu. I have broken through divine transcendence and entered a divine realm. Dani looked up at the golden sunlight shining in through the window and said softly, "You can call me Sword God." Sword God? Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Old Yimont looked conflicted. He began to suspect that Dani was bragging out of habit. It's not exaggerated. Dani shook her head and said seriously, "Previously, I was indeed only at divine transcendence. But think about it. Who were the 100 or so centaurs that I killed? They were the strongest of the hundreds of thousands of centaurs on the prairie. Did I not gain anything from fighting them to the death? Actually, it was because I broke through on the spot and consolidated my divine transcendence realm that I asked to fight 1 against 3. After the battle, I directly condensed the divinity of Sword God." Dani really was not bragging this time. Every generation of Sword of Dawn had almost reached or directly reached divine transcendence realm. Otherwise, they would not be able to become Sword of Dawn. Not every generation of Daen had a Sword of Dawn. Only people with extremely strong swordsmanship were qualified to use the Dawn Sword and receive the name Sword of Dawn. After thousands of years, how many Sword of Dawn had appeared? And Westeros worshipped the Path of Knights. The Daen family was not the only family of knights with good swordsmanship. Among the 7 divine positions of the 7 gods, only Warrior lived up to its name and was close to perfection. In the state of Warrior, Dani gained countless experience as a swordsman. Her swordsmanship theory had already surpassed the limits of mortals. More than 100 Cars, Blood Alliance guards, Co, and Call Sons were all experienced babies that helped her turn her theory into real strength. She was also a demigod and could condense divinity. Divinity was equivalent to the deification of a certain profession. Was swordsmanship not a profession? Naturally, Danny could be called Sword God after condensing the divinity of swordsmanship. What kind of realm is Sword God? How many can you take on alone? Cora asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment and said, if 3 cars work well together, they can already injure me. But after every battle, I use holy healing to secretly heal my injuries. Against 4 cars, I'll be heavily injured. I might be able to win against 5 cars, but against 6, I'll definitely lose unless I wear tile steel armor. Even if I wear tile steel armor, 8 cars can still hurt me. Armor prevents piercing, not blunt blows. Seems not too strong. De Xiong frowned. Very strong. Those are cars, not normal soldiers. Kue Luo glared and emphasized. Not extraordinary enough. Old Yamant said softly. Indeed, she was not extraordinary enough. She was already a sword god, but she still could not take on 10. Unfortunately, the gods of this world were not extraordinary at all. Arthur Dayan, known as the best swordsman in the world, was beaten to death by 3 people. If she could really be like the sword gods in Eastern fantasy novels, with sword aura, sword light splitting, and sword will splitting the air, why would she specially create a pair of white and red swords? Her magic black sword from before was left in Mirene. In wuxia novels, having no sword was better than having one, and everything could be a sword. But in this world, 2 swords were better than one, and a sword was better than being empty-handed. A sword god without a sword might die at the hands of a normal person with a sword. That was the reality. That was so awkward. That's because I didn't use magic. With tile steel armor and a magic sword in hand, I'm truly a match for 10,000 people. That's right. You still have magic. De Xiong nodded. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. With a hesitant expression, he asked softly, Your Majesty, about that mist in the garden upstairs, the raven transformed into a little elf. Can my father be resurrected into a fire elf? Chapter 657. Little Fog was a new life. She was full of curiosity and desire to explore everything in the outside world. Therefore, she was different from Ah Fu, whose heart was dead. She did not want to be a corpse in Danny's sea of consciousness. She needed sunlight. She enjoyed the feeling of bathing in the breeze, and she enjoyed playing with flowers even more. In the morning, she woke up on the top of an apple tree. When the Dragon Queen practiced her swordsmanship, she stood on the persimmon tree and sang a gentle and moving song. In the morning, Little Fog's crystal-clear little wings flapped quickly in the sun. Like a diligent little bee, she carried a small apple-sized kettle and watered the flowers and weeds. When she encountered pests, she would also point her finger at them and shoot out a thin line of fire, accurately hitting them. At noon, she would leave the pyramid and chase the birds and butterflies in the sky. In the afternoon, she turned into a raven and joined the army of shape-shifting animal spies. She circled above the marching army of the Western Allies. In the evening, she returned to the Great Pyramid. Little Fog was like a little sparrow, chattering about her day's experience and the intelligence of the Allies to the Dragon Queen. At night, she would patrol around the pyramid before returning to the small wooden house hanging on the treetops in the garden to rest. Many times, Danny needed to pass a message to her subordinates or issue an official order. Little Fog would also act as the Queen's messenger, dictating the Queen's orders or holding a scroll of imperial edict to the target person. Not to mention Cora, even the people in Mirene City knew that the Dragon Queen had caught a tree elf on the opposite side of the Sosros continent. Except for those close to her, no one else knew the true origin of Little Fog. Sosros even had King Kong, so it was not surprising that a tree elf appeared. At first, everyone was amazed by Little Fog's delicate appearance and cute image. But in this world where Megalosaurus and giants were common knowledge, the fantasy of the little elf had not only grabbed the headlines for 4 or 5 days. Everyone was used to it, except for those who really knew the details of Little Fog. For example, Old Yamant had always suspected that Danny was bragging. Little Fairy was not created by her at all. It was a pet found in the rainforest when she was looking for the pterosaur, just like how she said she had a 30-meter-tall gorilla as a pet. At first, Xiong had the same doubts as Yamant. However, Dragon Queen was able to take on 26 cons by herself. Creating a fire sprite didn't seem to be any harder than that. The souls of the children of the forest are different from those of ordinary people. If our souls do not enter the divine kingdom, they will quickly disintegrate and dissipate into the world. But in a strange way, they are preserved forever. At this point, Danny looked hesitant, and her tone became uncertain. Perhaps eternity also has a time limit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 3,000 crows left. But your father's soul is definitely not as resilient as a child of the forest. There's no doubt about that. Unless my fire creation ability is upgraded a few more times, otherwise, your father's soul might really be destroyed by me. How long do we have to wait? Will my father's crow die of old age? Big Bear asked nervously. Your father's crows won't live as long as the children of the forest. They'll only live as long as normal crows. John's raven father was lucky to have met John before his consciousness dissipated. Otherwise, he would be no different from an ordinary raven. When will your life creation ability be upgraded? Will be too late? Big Bear asked worriedly. I'm not sure. Danny could only guess that there were 2 ways to upgrade her fire creation ability. One was to find more children of the forest crows and turn them into fire sprites, increasing her experience and understanding through practice. The other was to kill Sheep Egg and sing her Song of Fire. Fundamentally speaking, fire creation was an attribute of the Song of Fire. Comprehending the Song of Fire would definitely enhance this attribute. Even Danny herself could vaguely guess why Lalo and Sheep Egg coveted her body bloodline to obtain the special Song of Fire attribute of fire creation. Yamant looked skeptical. He asked tentatively, if you can even revive the dead, then you're no different from the Holy Mother, right? Isn't the Holy Mother me? Danny complained in her mind, but her lips curled into a smug smile. The Holy Mother can only revive devout believers who have just died and whose bodies are still intact. I, on the other hand, can make souls start new life. In theory, I'm more advanced than her. Danny, you're the chief bishop of the 7 gods. Don't blaspheme the Holy Mother. Old Yamant's mouth twitched a few times as he advised her nervously. Old man, I'm also a deity now. Danny grinned. 200,000 roaring warriors, in groups of 40,000, went down the Raza River from the south of Horse King City. The Alliance army was not blind, deaf, or stupid. Everyone knew what this meant. 400 kilometers west of Serene City, in a narrow man-made cave on a hill near the sea, the highest commanders of the Alliance army's east and west armies were gathered together. Jenny was sitting at the head of an oval conference table near the inner cave. War god Yuan Kai, commander of the East Army, and triangular-faced Siberio, commander of the West Army, were on her left and right. Under the 2 commanders of the East and West armies, there was the Prince of Ragged Clothes who had changed into steel armor, the King of Long Nose who commanded 5,000 elephant soldiers, the commander of the 3 Sisters Alliance Fleet Shuego, the commander of the 3rd Fleet Zero, the commander of the 2nd Fleet Zanetti. There were about 20 people here, and they were all here for one thing. Maddie Danny. Everyone. Danny Rise has been crowned the King of Call. The centaurs who should have been our helpers have been subdued by her. 200,000 troops are approaching the Raza River. What do you think? War god Yuan Kai asked first. 200,000. That's more than the Alliance army. How are we going to fight? Zanetti said in despair. We've lost. There's no hope. Chuegu sighed and said helplessly. Before the centaurs arrive, let's disband the Alliance army and go back to our homes to stop our losses. And then? Zero raised his eyebrows and asked in return. And then what? Chuego was confused. Why do we form the Alliance army? Zero straightened his back and stared sharply at Prince Reese, who had accused him of being a spy. He said sternly, this war has nothing to do with glory or money. It's only about our survival. Quills, Volantis, Reese, Mir, Tarosai, and the cities of the Jade Sea are all slave countries. It's not just for the slave trade. In these cities, the ratio of slaves to free citizens is as high as 4:1. Our wealth, rule, and superior living conditions are all built on the bones of the slaves. Without slaves, it's like a house losing its foundation, a forest withering its roots, and a river losing its source. Our glory will become a thing of the past. Either Danny Rise swears to give up on the plan to free all the slaves in the world, or we give up our current position as rulers. Otherwise, our conflict with her will never be resolved. Escape? Where can we escape to? If we don't get rid of her this time, when Slave Bay regains its breath and leads the mother of dragons guards to sweep through the cities, what city walls can stop the Megalosaurus? How many guards can stop 200,000 roaring warriors? When that time comes, what will happen to us? Are you willing to be like the nobles of Guise in Myreen's labor camp, losing your wealth and status, going to the mountains to mine and cut wood, and planting potatoes in the fields every day? Chuegu said helplessly. I understand what you're saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent millions of gold to participate in this war. But against 200,000 roaring warriors, tell me, how do we win? Yes, we don't have the advantage to begin with. Now that we're weaker than them, our chances of winning are close to zero. Prince Chui Ji's words hurt our morale, but it's our only choice. The others were like loofah vines exposed to the sun in June, listless and without any fighting spirit. War God Yuan Kai also frowned. He was the commander of the East Army and should be overseeing the Raza River. The reason why he traveled thousands of miles to participate in the alliance meeting was because he was the main target of the 200,000 roaring warriors. He looked at the expressionless prince in rags and king with long nose, then carefully checked Jenny's expression. Her clean little face was solemn, but there was no trace of panic. She seems to have a trump card? With a thought, War God Yuan Kai said softly, Lady Jenny, the vanguard of the centaurs will enter the Raza River in 20 days. And the East Army is made up of the Jade Sea slave hunters, pirates, bandits, and mercenaries. The composition of the soldiers is messy and weak. Plus, there are only 40,000 of them, and they won't be able to withstand a single charge from the Roaring Warriors. On the night that Danny Rise became the Cow King, a group of pirates ran out of the camp. I noticed them in advance and caught them and beheaded them in public. Only then did I manage to stabilize the morale of the army. Even so, I can feel that the people in the camp are anxious and the mercenaries are looking at me strangely. The closer the centaurs are to the Raza River, the higher the possibility of a mutiny. I wonder if Lady Jenny has a solution? Prince in Rags glanced at Jenny and said, Give up on the East Army's plan. Either go down the river and force their way into Slaver's Bay, or go through the secret passage in the mountains and meet up with our West Army at Myreen City. Grazdan's pupils contracted. He was sure that Jenny still had a trump card. Then, what was the trump card that could deal with 200,000 centaurs? None of the people present were fools, and like War God, they guessed that Valeglia still had a trump card. Chuego was about to ask, but he suddenly saw Jenny's cold and inhuman eyes. He shuddered and turned to the head of the mercenaries and muttered, If we don't have confidence, how can we appease the soldiers? You guessed right, I am hiding something from you. Jenny finally spoke. Her expression was cold, but her attitude was honest. I have a secret method to deal with Danny Rise, and I can even kill her in one strike. But there is a condition: the secret cannot be leaked out. Zanetti frowned and looked at the mercenary leader, asking, Does Prince in Rags know? He is a believer of the great Balerion and is completely trustworthy. Jenny said indifferently. Everyone's expression was complicated. They were happy that Valeglia had such amazing methods, but also annoyed that their status was not as high as a mercenary's. Lady Jenny is right. Trigri glanced at Zero from the corner of his eyes and sneered. Some people are in the Allied army, but their hearts have flown to Myreen. No matter how careful Lady Jenny is, it is not excessive. As expected, a bite from a dog will bite into the flesh. Zero could not suppress his anger, and the ruby on his nose trembled. He growled, You are the one who betrayed the alliance, but you maliciously accuse me. Last time, when New Guys fell, Your wife personally confessed that you were the one who leaked the secret. Chui Ji's expression was ferocious as he interrupted. That was Danny Rise's scheme. She wanted me to be the scapegoat. Luckily, I asked Zanetti to help me collect the letters of the Alliance's commanders and new guys. And through the comparison of the handwriting, I was able to confirm that you were the traitor. Idiot, shut up! Jenny shouted angrily. I already said that spies are the animal companions of shapeshifters. Danny Rise purposely schemed to cause internal strife between the two of you, and now you are really doing as she wished? Chapter 658. After the fall of New Guise, the Allied army carried out a vigorous rectification and elimination of traitors campaign. They believed that there were two possibilities for the military secrets of the Allied army to be exposed. First, the Allied army commander had a big mouth and spread the contents of the high-level meetings everywhere. Second, there was a traitor in the Allied army's upper echelons. The rectification targeted the first possibility. The elimination of traitors targeted the second possibility. In the operation to catch the traitor, the thing that shocked the Allied army the most was the conflict between Chui Gu and Zero. Their positions were too high. One was the representative of Queers, the commander of the Third Fleet. The other was the representative of the Reese, Tarosai, and Mill Sisters Alliance. They controlled almost a quarter of the Allied army's logistics fleet. If even those two betrayed the Allied army, what hope did the Allied army have? The operation to catch the traitor almost destroyed the morale of the Allied army. Fortunately, Jenny found out that the Dragon Queen was the real spy. She helped the two commanders, who were already in prison, to unify their thinking. The Allied army's higher-ups were united against a common enemy. Speaking of which, how did Chui Gu and Zero get involved? Remember the Second Dragon War in Serene? That was when Benny was ambushed by the Dragon Queen and destroyed by the Dragon Slayer Horn. After that incident, the Allied army suspected that there was a traitor. War God Yuan Kai's suspect was Chui Gu. Chui Ji's way of getting to the top was unreasonable. There seemed to be the shadow of the Dragon Queen behind him. His wife, Linny's, and White Knight Garth were siblings. This relationship, War God Yuan Kai secretly found Zero and told him his suspicions. He also asked Zero to ask his old friend when he went to Astapor to redeem the captives. Chapter 524. Zero remembered his mission and really went to find Danny and Tyrion to ask for their opinions. Damn it, he just happened to find the two smartest and most cunning people in Slaver's Bay. They were also plotting against him. They intended to send the winged Dragon Knight captives, who had a positioning system on them, back to the Allied army. Zero naturally returned to New Guise with the answer. Chui Gu is suspected to be a traitor. Danny also knew that Zero suspected Chui Gu. On the night of the surprise attack on New Guise, she had deliberately arranged for Danny C. to go to Chui Ji's house to put on a show. The letter that Danny asked Chui Gu to copy was written by Danny, who asked Scholar to imitate Zero's handwriting and style. At the time, Chui Gu only felt that the handwriting was a little familiar. Later, he secretly found Zanetti, who was from Zingi's and could be considered a local, and asked him to help him collect the letters and documents of the commanders of the Alliance. Finally, Chui Gu found the scapegoat Dragon Queen had arranged for him, the real traitor in the Alliance army, Zero. Zero was an old acquaintance of the Dragon Queen, a friend who had gone through life and death together. This was the reason why Zero had betrayed Saudi Arabia. In the beginning, Chui Gu remembered what Danny C. had said. You two aren't the only spies in the upper echelons of the Alliance. She didn't immediately report Zero. This was not a very smart decision, but it was a very safe one. Thinking about Chen Yongren, if he was as calm as Chui Gu after discovering Lu Jiaming's identity as a black cop, he would not have been shot in the head. But Zero took the initiative to drag him down with him. After Zingi's fell, the commanders of the Alliance army who had escaped death started to look for the reason for their failure. Without thinking, even an idiot would know that there was a traitor in the army. Then, the first person Zero thought of was Chui Gu. He only needed to find Linny's to scare her, and Chui was exposed. But from Chui point of view, Zero betrayed the Alliance army. Now that he was worried about being exposed, he naturally used him as a scapegoat. How could he tolerate this? He showed his cards. He directly revealed the cause and effect of the matter to the public. Dragon Queen framed him and made him fill in the hole for the real traitor. Speaking of which, it was quite logical. So, he and Zero were both arrested. Then, War God Yuan Kai was implicated from Zero, and Zanetti seemed to be Chui accomplice. Then, they investigated Grazadin and Zanetti. The entire upper echelons of the Alliance army were panicking. It would be strange if their morale was not low. If not for the sudden outbreak of the Blood Plague and the frequent activities of the shapeshifters, who knew how far the rectification and elimination of traitors' movement would have developed. Later on, although the two of them were rehabilitated, they still had a deep grudge against each other. They even suspected that the other was a traitor because they were traitors themselves. That's it. Ginny did have a trump card, but she didn't trust US and didn't say in public during the meeting. But don't worry, Your Majesty, I will continue to follow up on this matter. After the meeting, they returned to the flagship of the Third Fleet. Zero was in the captain's room. He spoke softly to the petrel that landed on the table. The Ragged Prince is a believer of Beleriand. He knows Ginny's secret. The Long-Nosed King seems to know something as well. I suspect that it has something to do with the elephant soldiers. I suggest that Your Majesty invest more espionage resources in the elephant soldiers. Also, the East Army is about to make a strategic shift. After the meeting, they returned to Jean Island. Without telling his wife, Chui spoke to a raven in his study. They weren't traitors, but after being locked up as traitors for a period of time and being coerced by Danny multiple times through the raven, they really became traitors. First of all, they were both wronged and had resentment in their hearts. They blamed the Dragon Queen for being cunning and secretly hated their allies for not trusting them. Secondly, Danny had both of them on the hook. Chui was able to rise to the throne because the Dragon Queen rode a dragon and burned Prince Reese to death. But the Dragon Queen was able to accurately locate the locations of the princes because of Linus' guidance. Linus was Chui's wife. Chui benefited the most from the deaths of the princes. Zero didn't have anything on him, but the Dragon Queen knew his house number. Last time when she went to Curus Raging Flames City, she purposely avoided Zero's mansion and the warehouse at the docks. If he didn't agree today, she might correct her mistake tomorrow, burn Zero until he was penniless. Lastly, and most importantly, benefits. The Dragon Queen promised them wealth and status. When the Alliance was first formed, the Dragon Queen's promise wasn't worth a single copper coin. Because in the beginning of the war, in everyone's hearts, she was bound to lose. What was the use of a loser's promise? But the Battle of Tauros, the Battle of Marine, the fall of Zingis, the Blood Plague of the Eastern Army, the departure of the Centaurs of the Northern Army, and the daily attacks of the Dragon Queen. The Alliance wasn't made of iron, and it was even more impossible for everyone to have an iron will. After going through this series of events, how could they not be discouraged and depressed? How could they not be shrouded in a shadow? Horus, outside the holy church where Danny received the inheritance of the great wizard. In the sea of lava, black pillars of smoke rose from the endless dark red sea. The seawater boiled, and white steam rose from the surface. I understand that there is a traitor among the higher-ups of the Alliance, so I only told you the secret. At the edge of the cliff, the hot sea breeze mixed with the smell of sulfur fluttered Jenny's cloak. Her porcelain doll-like face was illuminated by the red light surging from the bottom of the sea. What do you want to do? The prince in ragged clothes was drenched in sweat as he asked with a hoarse voice. He was an old noble of Pentos, a descendant of Valeglia, and even a branch family of Belarus. After the great calamity, he still believed in the ancient god of Valeglia Beleriand. So, after seeing Jenny, he completely gave up on all contact with the Dragon Queen. But he was still a normal person, and he was not used to the high temperature and high magic radiation of this cursed land. Under this sea, there is still the earth fire of the 14 fire peaks. Ginny opened her arms and embraced the entire world. Her voice was loud and her expression proud. Do you know what this means? It means that I can rebuild a core of the magic net at any time in Oris, in the holy church by the sea. Its power is 100 times, 1,000 times greater than on Dragonstone Island. Core of the magic net? What's the use of it for the upcoming Battle of Myrene? The prince in ragged clothes was confused. Hee, in an information war, I can seal off all the glass candles in the world and turn all the wizards in the world blind and deaf. In a magic war, I can— Ginny's voice stopped abruptly. The fervent look on her face suddenly turned into regret. Unfortunately, the gods have sealed this world. The power of the magic power tower cannot be transmitted out, so it cannot provide me with unlimited magic power on the front lines. Even if we can obtain an information advantage, it's already good enough. The prince in ragged clothes said excitedly. Coincidentally, Yulin contacted us at the King's Landing. Perhaps we can send a team of pterosaurs to the Westeros and seal off the magic net on Dragonstone Island before taking down Aegon. Ginny's eyes lit up. She nodded with a smile and said, "Good idea. If we take down Aegon, we might be able to threaten her. Even if she wasn't threatened, sacrificing him before the final battle would still cause her to go crazy. And then my little baby will be able to make a grand entrance." Boom! Before she finished speaking, the steaming sea of smoke suddenly exploded with a splash that was 40 to 50 meters tall. The gray clouds in the sky seemed to have been blown away, revealing a thin layer of sunlight. The prince in ragged clothes widened his eyes and knelt on the ground. He muttered with a trembling voice, "Balerion above, so big." Big? No, this is still in its infancy. Wait until I build the magic crystal tower and inject magic power into its body. At that time, even Dany Rise's 5 little worms will not be enough for it to chew on. Ha ha! Valeglia is indeed powerful, and Balerion is indeed powerful. She actually has such a powerful weapon. No wonder 200,000 centaurs could not move her. The prince in ragged clothes was excited. When Dany received the report and began to think hard about what other powerful weapon Ginny could bring out, something happened in the Westeros. Tomon I was dead. Tomon was 10 years old this year. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was a chubby little fatty. His personality was as harmless as his body. He was gentle and shy, liked to read, and loved to play with cats, dogs, and other small animals. The past 2 years had been quite difficult for Fat Tomon. First, his mother was arrested by Despero and paraded through the streets. Then, his wife drank moon tea and everyone knew about it. The people of King's Landing did not think that Marjorie was wrong. Instead, they thought that he was incapable and could not satisfy Holy Mother Marjorie. He was still young and didn't know much about the matters between men and women, so no one would gossip about him. However, his mother suddenly locked his wife up and even killed his father-in-law's family. Not long after, it was revealed that his own biological brother, Emperor Joffrey, was killed by his wife. Oh no, she was still his sister-in-law at that time. Now, Tomon was finally free. He had completely jumped out of the mud pit of King's Landing and returned to the embrace of the Holy Mother. That was what Despero said. Blackie and Dany did not agree with it. This morning, the maid waited outside the king's bedroom for a long time. When she did not hear Tomon I's call, she went into the bedroom with White Knight Matron. She was shocked to see that the king's face was swollen and purple. There was a black blood scab at the corner of his mouth. Sir Meryn put his hand under his nose to check if he was breathing. There was no need to. His body was stiff and had no temperature. There were also livor mortis below his neck. The Red Keep immediately fell into chaos. Cersei almost broke down. She hugged her son's body and cried. She was heartbroken, just as she ordered the Demon Mountain to slaughter the attendants in the Thoman Palace. Her cousin, Sir Devon, reminded her that the dead might not necessarily be unable to be resurrected. It was better to leave the attendants for interrogation and go to the Great Sage Hall to invite the Great Sparrow. Since the trial, Cersei returned to the Great Cathedral of Baelor for the first time. When she arrived at the great cathedral, she found that there were more believers praying to the seven gods. There was also a long queue in front of the marble square. There were people in gray clothes, nobles in brocade robes, and knights with swords on their waists. Circe had just woken up. She was still in her pajamas. Her clothes were messy, and her hair was loose. She was barefoot. She carried Tomon and galloped over on her horse. She only stopped when she reached the stone steps of the podium. She did not wait in line. She carried her fat son, who was almost 100 pounds, and squeezed through the crowd like a crazy woman. She shouted, "Chief Archbishop Despero, help!" Despero was at the door of the Holy Mother. She pressed her hand on the head of a sick little girl and treated her. She did not know what illness it was. Anyway, the holy healing spell did not have any side effects. "Your Highness!" Circe's face was distorted like a crazy demon. Despero was so scared that she almost could not recognize her. "Chief Archbishop, the Holy Mother is merciful. Please save my son." Circe no longer had her usual fierceness and pride. She knelt in front of Despero. She was as fragile as a reed flower in winter, crying and begging. "Ah, King Tomon, King Tomon." Despero did not see the person in Circe's arms. They also saw Tomon's bruised and swollen face. Hesitation flashed across the old sparrow's face. He was about to ignore them, but when he saw Circe's miserable state, he remembered the doctrine of Mother of Mercy. He sighed and said, "Let's go to the inner hall." Despero saw a few white knights coming from afar. He said coldly, "Demons are not allowed to enter the sacred place." In the end, only Circe and Sir Marin entered the great cathedral. Dani then knew that Tomon was dead. Despero did not fool Circe. Despero prayed to the Holy Mother. Although Tomon I was a bastard, he was usually obedient and kind. Every month during the festival, he would come to the great cathedral to pray, hoping that the Holy Mother would show him mercy and give him a miracle. Despero was not just being kind. If the seven gods could resurrect a king, it would mean, however, the Holy Mother could not resurrect a dead person whose soul was nowhere to be found. Tomon might believe in the seven gods, but he did not even have the 50 faith points of a devout believer. He was far from the 200 faith points of a saint. In other words, he could not open the gate of faith. His soul could not enter the space of faith of the seven gods. "This is fate. He has been dead for too long," Despero said regretfully. Chapter 659. Centaurs had a custom. If a child died before reaching the age of taming a horse, he would not be qualified to enter the night kingdom of the horse god. Just like back in a red wasteland, Dani's Kosh tribe had babies and old people who died. The old people had grass horses to ride and could follow Khal Drogo into the night kingdom. Babies could only be buried in the ground and did not even have the chance to reincarnate. In fact, in Westeros, there was a similar custom in the teachings of the seven gods. When a child died, his family would quietly bury him and let a stranger take him away. They would not be like an adult who would keep his corpse for 7 days, not the first 7 days of the Celestial Empire, which represented the seven gods, and invite guests to pay their respects. He is a child. Not long after his death, his soul was taken away by a stranger. He can no longer return to the mortal world. This is his fate. The Holy Mother gave an explanation and went offline. Not to mention that Tomon's soul had entered the world of death. She did not have the title of God of Death, so she could not get him back. Even if Tomon was as devout as the Great Sparrow, and his soul broke free from the pull of the world of death and entered the kingdom of seven gods, the pool of faith, Dani could not revive him. She did not have much divine power left in her Song of Water. It was barely enough for her to cultivate with the Rhone River. Reviving someone was a luxury. Perhaps, one day in a few hundred years, she would be able to sing her own song of water and develop the divinity of life and fire to the limit and obtain the title of stranger. If she could fully master the song of ice and fire, the law of life and death, she might be able to revive someone without the need for a corpse. The Great Sparrow shook his head and sighed. "Your Highness, King Tomon is still a child, and his faith is still uncertain. What request does the Holy Mother have? I agree, Cersei said anxiously. He thought for a while and tried to turn the Holy Mother's words into the teachings of the seven gods. The Holy Mother's only request for the mortal world is to be devout, merciful, and kind. He then explained, if the king is an adult, his soul may enter the Holy Mother's kingdom. But he is still a child, and his faith in the seven gods is not mature. He has not experienced a complete life. The stranger should bring him on a new journey, which is reincarnation. If he had just died, perhaps he could have asked the Holy Mother for mercy, but now... Big Sparrow bent down and looked at Tomon's collar. He frowned and said, the corpse stinks. He has been dead for more than a night. With Tomon's death, the great Templar bell once again rang throughout King's Landing. The people of the Seven Kingdoms were first shocked, and then they began to guess who had murdered their king. The deformed little devil monkey continued to work hard and sneaked into the Red Castle to murder his nephew. Cersei muttered. There were quite a few people who believed it. After all, the dwarf had killed his father, his uncle, and publicly stood on the side of Aegon VI. He had the motive and ability to rebel against the Iron Throne. This was revenge. The River Bend nobles who were loyal to hiding Tyrell were taking revenge on Lannister. It could even be a revenge plotted by Queen Margaret, who was locked up in the **** residence. There were quite a few people who believed the rumor that spread among the nobles, because after Cersei returned to the Red Castle, she went to the **** residence and beat the emaciated Margaret half to death. If Yulun and Ser Devon had not stopped her, Margaret would have died that day. His wife and mother had done too many bad things. Tomon could not take it anymore and drank the medicine to kill them. This reason was widely spread among the people of the Seven Kingdoms. The thoughts of the people were simple. If they were in Tomon's position, they would have jumped to the Red Castle to be killed, even if they ate bread and cheese every day. Yulun was ambitious and wanted the Iron Throne, but King Tomon stood in his way. Sansa muttered. He had the intention of inciting internal strife between Cersei and Yulun. Even Tyrion and Dany had this suspicion. It was not that they had forgotten about Arya, but it was obvious that if Arya really went to the King's Landing, the first person she would kill would be Cersei and not the innocent fat Tomon. Only Yulun would kill Tomon and protect Cersei. How to put it, they were not wrong. Tomon was actually murdered by Arya and Yulun. Arya went down the mountain. She left the House of Black and White, but she did not betray the sect. Instead, she accepted a mission, go to the City of Knowledge and kill Dr. Wargrave. The Faceless could no longer stand the scholars' big mouths, especially Dr. Wargrave. He had been particularly active recently and had created a large number of classics that could be passed down for thousands of years. He was hailed as the first literary hero of the Seven Kingdoms by countless writers and opera singers. Because the Dragon Queen had been busy fighting in the past 2 years, there were no more works that could be passed down in Slaver's Bay. Some people thought that although Dr. Wargrave had imitated the style of the Dragon Queen, he had surpassed her and was qualified to be called the first literary hero of the world. Wargrave's works became popular culture, and his criticism of the Faceless in his works became the mainstream of public opinion. The Faceless reputation and business took a nosedive. Now, even the naked children on the streets began to imitate the characters in the plays and treated the Faceless as demon-like villains. The children subconsciously thought that the Faceless were vicious, cruel, inhuman, betrayed the gods, and devoid of human ethics. What future did the Faceless have? Children were the future. What made the Faceless even more hateful was the appearance of the anti-Faceless special mutt. In the past 2 months, several Faceless who were on missions had their pants bitten by fierce dogs that suddenly rushed out and exposed their identities and were arrested. Arya did not go directly to the Old Town because her Reaper's Bible was not complete and could not avoid the special patrol dogs of the City of Knowledge. That's right. Arya became a demon assassin and practiced the Reaper's secret technique that Uncle Jaqen had painstakingly found in the City of Knowledge. Jiakoin was very selfless because his mother had always whispered to him, "For the future of the Faceless, you can't steal the Reaper's secret technique. You must make it public and let this meditation technique become the basic skill of the Faceless." After returning to Bravos, the good boy Jiakoin did not hide anything and wrote down the Reaper's meditation technique that Fire Demon Hades had left in his mind. When the 108 runes of the meditation technique appeared, it caused a great sensation in the Black and White House. After careful observation, they were 100% sure that this was a magic inheritance on the same level as Valeglia's fire witchcraft. Moreover, it did contain the power of cold and death. Perhaps it could really be, as Fire Demon Hades said, condensing the Song of Death? The Faceless were in high spirits. Of course, the Faceless were not magic idiots. They had a good understanding of the transcendent world and knew that some of the meditation techniques had great side effects. For example, the Shadowbinder was afraid of light. For example, the unorthodox necromancers would turn themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost. Moreover, Fire Demon Hades had clearly said that practicing this meditation technique would turn people into the evil god of death. They did not know what the evil god of death represented, so they let the trainees learn it first. Arya was a trainee, so she became a guinea pig. Arya had a high talent and was able to learn it quickly. When I run the meditation technique, my mind will feel like a basin of cold water has been poured over it. My heart will be as clear as ice, and I will not be surprised by anything. Arya told the kind people. Hearing this, the Faceless were overjoyed. Wasn't this the realm that the assassins dreamed of? But the bigger surprise was still to come. The City of Knowledge raised dogs to guard against the Faceless, so the Black and White House naturally did not lack anti-Faceless special dogs. Recently, in Arya's training course, the Fierce Dog Alley Challenge had been added. In other words, there were 18 pairs of fierce dogs with different degrees of sensitivity to smell and murderous aura. They were divided into 18 levels. Under the premise of not disturbing the fierce dogs, they had to kill the puppies in the kennel next to the fierce dogs to pass the level. Well, the kind people decided to use the 18 Fierce Dog Alley as the last test for the Faceless. Originally, Arya could only pass 2 levels, but since she started practicing the death meditation technique, her breathing, body odor, body temperature, murderous aura, and emotional fluctuations were all weakened. Her assassination skills rapidly improved, and in just half a month, she passed the 17 Fierce Dog Alley. She said that she still needed more experience, and the benevolent man agreed. Arya also became more resistant to the cold. It had already begun to snow in Bravos, but she could soak in the frozen river for a day and a night. Moreover, when the magic power was running, her speed and strength would also increase. Well, this was very scientific. Deviant ghosts were clearly transformed from barbarian babies, but their speed and strength were beyond that of mortals. More importantly, Arya did not show any obvious side effects. Just like before, she was still cold and emotionless, like a death god who only knew how to kill coldly. This was exactly what the Faceless wanted the trainees to be. How could the above not make the Faceless ecstatic? No longer hesitating, all the Faceless began to learn the death meditation technique. The death meditation technique and the original face-changing skill of the Faceless were combined to form the sacred text of the Black and White School, the Death Bible. While happy, the Faceless was also very regretful. The effect of the death meditation technique was super powerful, but the inheritance they received was not complete. There was only magic power, but no magic skills comparable to the death god. For this reason, they also deliberately looked for a master who was proficient in magic array to restore the magic pot where the Fire Demon Hades lived. The array master not only did not find any flaws, but also marveled at the unusual seal runes in the magic pot. He only said, "This kind of array was passed down from ancient times and has been lost for thousands of years. I didn't expect to see it today." Hearing this, the Faceless treasured the magic pot even more. In order to gather the power of faith, They also placed it on the altar of the temple. The faceless and believers who entered the black and white school would pray to it. Even Arya would kneel in front of the altar twice a day in the morning and evening. She would hug the magic pot and pout her mouth as she leaned over. She would kiss it a few times and recite a magic spell. Faceless ones are all. Not everyone was qualified to kiss the magic pot. Arya was the first to master the Death Bible and also the strongest. She could be regarded as the senior sister of the black and white school. Now, the senior sister had returned from her training and began to take revenge. She had Arya's revenge notebook. Cersei was on the death list, but Tommen was not. Arya's original target was indeed Cersei. Dorne's princess Arya had a son and a daughter. The daughter, Rhaenys Targaryen, once had a black cat. Every Targaryen yearned for the megalosaurus from the bottom of their hearts. Rhaenys was no exception. But at that time, the megalosaurus had long gone extinct. The little girl placed her longing for dragons on her little black cat and named it Balerion. When the King's Landing fell, the little girl was so frightened that she hid under her father's bed, wearing only a nightgown and hugging the cat. In the end, she was found by Tywin's knights and was dragged out to be slashed 50 times. She died, but her cat lived on until Arya followed her father south to the King's Landing. Arya often chased the one-eared demon cat in the Red Keep. The cat was very demonic and very human. It was also familiar with all the passages and secret passages in the Red Keep. When Arya returned, it became even more demonic. Chapter 660. An ordinary cat only had a lifespan of about 10 years, but the one-eared black cat had lived for a long time. Some of the older guards of the Red Keep called it an old fart, because he had seen it during Aerys' reign. According to the lifespan of a human, the black cat was at least 120 years old, but it was still as fast as the wind. Some people jokingly called it the real king of the castle, because it ran wild and did whatever it wanted. Once, when Robert invited Duke Tywin to a banquet, the black cat jumped on the table and snatched a roasted quail from Tywin's hand. The one-eared black cat had done many things like jumping on the king's table, bullying Tommen's pets, and scaring the maids in the middle of the night. But other than Arya, who practiced the water dancer, caught it for a while, no one could do anything to it. This year, Arya returned from her studies. When she got close to the Red Keep, she saw her old friend again. This time, Arya caught it with just a thought. Arya easily returned to the Red Keep. When Ide was the prime minister, Arya lived with him in the Red Keep's prime minister's tower. She skillfully found the Queen Dowager's palace. But when she opened her poison claws and was about to send Cersei on her way, a pair of dark eyes with extreme malice stared at her. She had been discovered. She saw him, the husband of the Queen Dowager Regent, Uluin Greyjoy. She saw him staring at her with a cold smile. She felt a great terror that made her soul tremble from his eyes. She stepped back in fear. Then she saw his eyes change. The cold, murderous intent and piercing sarcasm disappeared and turned into a meaningful look. "Get out! This is the Queen Dowager's palace." He roared at her, then turned his head and said to the Queen Dowager, "This is the one-eared black cat that always bullies Tommen's kitten. It usually goes to the king's palace in the east, but today it seems to have taken the wrong path and came to our bedroom. Maybe I should tie 2 anti-faceless dogs to the fireplace. At least they can keep this annoying black cat away." Queen Cersei glanced at her indifferently and muttered. She then continued to remove her makeup in front of the mirror. "Uluin must have seen through my disguise just like the Dragon Queen, and he seemed to be able to heavily injure me. So why did he let me go?" With a head full of questions, the one-eared black cat jumped out of the window. Then, she remembered Uluin's words. Tommen was in the east, Cersei, Matron, Island Pine, Rafe Sweetmouth. Meow, the cat's cry was filled with sinister killing intent. Because the soul of the cat was muttering a list of names of the Grim Reaper. She went to Tommen's bedroom. Standing on the balcony, she saw Tommen sleeping soundly in the inner room. She saw White Knight Meryn Tran guarding outside Tommen's door. Marlon Tran was armed to the teeth, his eyes sharp, and 2 dogs crouched beside him. There were also 4 guards with red capes and lion helmets patrolling back and forth in the corridor. The one-eared black cat stared at Matron for a while. Then, it jumped lightly and landed silently in Tommen's bedroom. If it was before she learned the Grim Reaper's Bible, Arya would have hesitated because of the conflict between good and evil in her heart. But now, she did not feel much. If her heart was as clear as ice, she would not be shocked even if the sky fell, let alone the child of her enemy. She did not bite him. Instead, she put her purplish-black paw into Tommen's mouth. Fat Tommen even licked her paw. Meow. Seeing Tommen's red face slowly losing its color, the black cat's mouth cracked open as if it was smiling. This was just the beginning. Tommen was dead, and Matron, who was responsible for protecting him, was thrown into prison by the furious Cersei. That night, Arya stood in front of Sir Matron, who was wearing a prison uniform with another face. She threw down 2 bronze keys and unlocked his shackles. She also returned Matron's knight sword to him and said, "I am the disciple of water dancer Cilio. I am here to spar with you." Cilio was once the chief swordsman of the Sea King. He died under Matron's sword. It was not that his swordsmanship was bad. It was just that he was Arya's swordsmanship instructor at the time. He only had a wooden sword for practice. But Matron was wearing a full set of white knight armor. In fact, Cilio's wooden sword had killed a few golden robes in a 1 versus many situation. He had also stabbed Matron many times, forcing him to retreat. But the wooden sword could not break through his defense. The golden robe were not wearing full armor. They were hit in the throat, cheeks, and other vital points. After that, Matron only managed to hit him once. The swordsmanship master, who was comparable to Arthur Dane, died in an abnormally sullen manner. Today, Arya successfully avenged her master. She stabbed the sewing needle that Jon gave her into Matron's heart. The White Knight did not even have time to draw his sword. In a naked battle without armor, the highly agile water dancer had too much of an advantage. Back then, Cilio was able to crush Matron in swordsmanship. Arya had already surpassed him. The she-wolf girl handcuffed Matron again. She even took out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it into the wound on the corpse's chest. Not long after, a piece of news spread from the Red Keep. For failing to protect the king, Sir Matron was killed as an apology. Arya continued to work hard and prepare to kill Cersei. She was not afraid of Yulin. As long as she was not in the animal form of shapeshifter, she was not even afraid of the Dragon Queen. Because she had cultivated the Reaper's Bible, her strength and mentality had changed. Then, Arya hit her head on a metal plate. After Tommen died, his body was placed in the Great September of Baelor. Cersei had a mournful expression. She held the coffin in a daze for the entire night. On a side note, the Great Sparrow did not refuse to treat Tommen's wounds. He also did not refuse to collect Tommen's body as a king. Because the one who crowned Tommen as king was the Great Sparrow himself. In the middle of the night, the king's landing was plunged into the deepest darkness. In the Great September of Baelor, only a few candles on the altar burned quietly. Under the statue of the stranger, Archbishop Matthew led a few nuns to recite the Book of the Stranger, praying that the stranger would treat the underage King Tommen well. The hall was vast and empty. The candlelight was not enough to drive away all the shadows. The one-eyed black cat sneaked in the darkness outside the candlelight. Its footsteps were light and silent. It was already close to Cersei's coffin. "Bastard! How dare you?" Archbishop Matthew suddenly turned around. His eyes were shining with golden light. The dark and empty Great September of Baelor was filled with white light in an instant. Meow. Ow. The black cat seemed to have been electrocuted. Its black fur stood on end, and it fell backward. At that very moment, Arya, who was inside the black cat, felt a tremendous divine presence. It was as if a gigantic palm was crashing down on her. The pressure was even greater than that of the Dragon Queen she had met at the River of the Trident. Back then, Blackie had just learned magic, and it was still far from its current level. The next moment, Her soul shattered, and she left the cat's spirit state. Cough, cough, cough. In a small inn on Steel Street, Arya, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, felt like she was hit in the face by a wooden club. She fell backward with pain in her 7 orifices and blood in her throat. In an instant, her ruddy face turned sallow. She was severely injured and fainted in a daze. At the same time, in the great September of Baylor, Cersei looked around and asked, "What's wrong?" "That cat." Archbishop Matthew was also at a loss. He said hesitantly, "I felt an evil consciousness enter the great September. I thought it was a demon. He thought it was the demon mountain or Yulun sneaking in." Well, the people of the 7 kingdoms knew about Yulun's blood sacrifice. They knew that he was an evil wizard. I didn't expect it to be just a cat. Archbishop Matthew had a conflicted look on his face. He felt the evil prying eyes approaching and subconsciously used divine judgment. Using Blackie's warrior's soul, he cast the true dragon's roar. This skill was not prepared for shapeshifters. It was mainly used to exorcise evil spirits for believers. At first, Dany only gave the big sparrow and the other saints the holy healing skill. Not long after, she derived the holy light skill from the holy healing skill. However, later on, whenever the big sparrow encountered any difficulties, she would pray to the Holy Mother and ask for help. If he could do it, Dany would design a divine art and teach him. After all, he would pay for it. If he could not do it, Dany would ignore him. He knew better and did not bother the Holy Mother with this problem. For example, Big Sparrow asked the Holy Mother if there was any divine art that could make rice grow in winter. The Holy Mother could not be bothered with him. In short, the priests were also transcendents. After Blackie usurped the position of the 7 gods, the priests of the 7 gods were no longer the pseudo-transcendents that were despised by the transcendents. Now, if a priest of the 7 gods went to the transcendents gathering, he would not be rejected. In fact, all the priests of the 7 gods who received the divine art were high-level devout believers. They were all big shots among the transcendents. Even the high priest of the Black Goat could become one of the top 3 in Volantis. Wasn't Blackie 10 times more powerful than the Black Goat of Korhor? Why was his high priest not a big shot? This was also the reason why Yulun was not worried about Cersei spending the night in the Holy Church. Fine, they were all noobs. They had defeated the powerful Arya in one hit, but they did not understand what happened. 7 gods, Sister Daphne is dead. Matthew and Cersei were looking at each other speechlessly. Just as the atmosphere was awkward, the monks and nuns outside the Holy Church exclaimed. It was actually Arya who had suffered a vicious blow and had broken free from the cat spirit state. The one-eared black cat covered its head and rushed out, but the cultivators and nuns swarmed over to stop it. Then, a nun named Daphne met with tragedy. Her arm was hit by a claw, and she died in less than 3 minutes. Ah, there's poison on the cat's claw. This poison. Archbishop Matthew's expression changed. Cersei quickly went over and looked at the 3 light purple wounds on the nun's right arm. Then, she looked at the nun's swollen face. It was exactly the same as Tommen's in the coffin in the Holy Church. This, Tyrion, Cersei's beautiful face twisted into a demon's. She gritted her teeth and said, "The one-eared black cat killed Tommen, and now it wants to kill me. That dwarf is so ruthless." Why Tyrion? Archbishop Matthew was confused. Other than him, who else would be so evil and hate me so much? That little magic monkey, who should have joined the circus, must have learned how to control cats and dogs from the Bitch Queen in Slaver's Bay. If the Bitch Queen can control the pterosaur, isn't it reasonable for the little magic monkey to control cats and dogs? Cersei said with hatred. Well, the 2 of them were not to be blamed for their ignorance. Even Stark's family, who had become wolf spirits, resisted the instinct to bond with wolves due to their lack of knowledge. Stark in the north did not know about shapeshifters, let alone the Undulls in the south of the Neck Swamp. Hearing Cersei calling Saint Dany a bitch queen, Archbishop Matthew was not happy. He shouted, "Your Highness, this is the Holy Church. Please do not insult the children of the 7 saints." Well, Saint Danny and Saint Sparrow were children of the 7 saints who were recognized by the Holy Mother. They were like righteous people in Christianity. That bitch violated the holy oath. She said that she would not start a war between the 7 nations, but she let a fake impersonate Ray Cannon. She even ordered Tyrion to kill my son. Why can I scold such a person? Cersei shouted hysterically with tears in her eyes. After the pain of losing her son and the strange and terrifying assassination, Cersei needed to vent the pressure and resentment that had been building up in her heart for a long time. Poor Archbishop Matthew was the target of his anger. The innocent Dany was also implicated. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.